Chapter 1. Lions Guild. Wade stood before the Lions Guild building, his throat dry. Now that he was standing before it, he had to admit that it was intimidating. Built out of a dark, almost black, stone, it stood an impressive 5 stories tall, taller than any building in its vicinity. Its towers were even taller, reaching up into the sky. Sitting above the door before him was the Lions Guild banner, featuring a golden roaring lion on a black background. Wade stood there, staring at the banner, in both dread and anticipation. Hunger gnawing in his stomach, he felt underdressed for the occasion. Having shown up in the same clothes he'd worn for the past week, he tried to make himself presentable. But where was a beggar going to find a free bath in a walled city like this? And so he was stuck in his threadbare clothes, unable to even wipe away the dirt clinging to it. "Are you going in or not?" Wade was startled by the voice from behind him, and that was when he realized he'd been standing before the door for way too long. Others wanted to enter too. "Oh, sorry," he said sheepishly, shifting to the side and letting them through. When they were gone, he looked up at the banner above the door and exhaled. "You can do this, Wade." He hyped himself up in the safety of his mind. "Remember, this is the only way." He exhaled, remembering everything that had brought him right here to this very moment. A week ago, he'd been on the bus, on his way home from his night shift at the 24-hour convenience store. He'd been dozing where he sat when it happened. The bus had veered to the side, the loud squeal of the brakes had filled the air, then it ended with a crash. And when he opened his eyes next, he'd woken up in this body. A young man who shared the same name as him. Wade Barrett. He'd almost gone crazy trying to accept his new reality, but he'd done it. He'd long since come to accept that he was Wade Barrett, a beggar in the city of Hiving, in the kingdom of Asaria. But that realization brought with it a new set of problems. The original Wade had died from hunger, and by the looks of it, Wade was next. He tried his best, begging for scraps and trying to steal what he could not get. But even that was not enough. He'd been poor back on Earth. But this was worse. Hunger gnawed at him every day, his stomach, cramped at the lack of food, that he couldn't take it anymore. And that meant his only option was here to join an adventurer's guild. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he forced himself to move. He strode through the door and entered the lobby of the building. The first thing he noticed was the queue. Several people, including what looked like merchants and noble servants, were on the queue before a desk with a sign that read quests. That was not his own destination. His eyes moved to the next desk. That IT had no lines, and its sign had a single word: registration. He strode to the desk, and the woman behind it looked up. "How may I help you, sir?" she asked. "I want to join the guild," Wade said. The woman quickly pasted a smile on her face. "Awakened or unawakened?" "Unawakened." She smiled at him, before ringing a small bell. Next to her point, one of the guards that Wade hadn't even noticed peeled himself from his spot next to the walls to stand before the desk. "He's here to join the guild." The receptionist gestured at Wade. The guard, his expression hidden by his helm, looked him up and down. Even covered from head to toe, Wade could tell the man was sizing him up. A second later, the man nodded, coming to a conclusion of his own. "Come with me," he said gruffly. Wade followed, and a minute later, he found himself alone in a room. The room was bare, except for a table and 2 chairs, each chair sitting on the opposite side of the table. Now that he was alone, his stomach groaned, a last cry for help. He hadn't eaten in more than 24 hours. He exhaled at the thought that in this world, beggars never lasted long on the streets. They either died from hunger or joined an adventurer's guild. Wade had heard the stories. There was a reason why some beggars would rather die of hunger than join a guild. Both ended in death. He looked up as the door opened, and a woman walked in. She was tall with dark hair, her torso covered by a gleaming breastplate. She had a pauldron over her left shoulder, and it clinked as she walked. "Hello." She nodded at him as she took her seat. "I'm Hon the Colisto." "Wade Barrett," he answered. She nodded, setting down a neat stack of documents on the table. "You wish to join the Lions Guild, correct? I'm sure you're aware that all new members must sign a contract." Wade said nothing. He already knew what was coming. This body's memories had shown him how guilds worked. They called themselves protectors, but everyone knew they were cartels. They controlled the dungeons, the loot, and the adventurers. Anyone who wanted to survive had no choice but to submit to them. Callista slid 2 sets of documents across the table. "We at Lions Guild offer 2 starting options: basic and standard. Premium contracts are only for veterans who have proven themselves. You should read both carefully. These are magical contracts. Once you sign, the terms are binding." Wade pulled the documents closer. His eyes traced the words written on them. The basic contract promised access to guild dungeons and permission to take quests from the guild hall. That was all that in exchange, the guild demanded 30% of his loot, plus the right of first refusal. Every loot drop he got from their dungeons must be offered to the guild before he could sell elsewhere. Worse, The guild would only buy at 70% of its market value. The standard contract was marginally better. With it, he'd receive training, a bed in the guild dorms, and limited healing services. The tax was 10% instead of 30%, but the guild would still take first pick of all loot he got from their dungeons. This time at 80% of its market value instead of 70%, the buyout clause was almost laughable. 100 million gold for the basic contract, 50 million for the standard contract. Numbers so large they might as well have been infinity. Both were lifetime contracts. The guild could renegotiate every 10 years, but Wade couldn't leave without paying the ransom. It was slavery. Slavery dressed up nicely in fancy words that he clenched his teeth, but he kept reading. The trick was obvious. The basic contract was the poison, designed only to make the standard contract look generous. But still, training, room and board, food, shelter, all the things he needed just to live. Without it, he'd die in the gutters like this body's previous owner. He looked up. Callista said, "Nothing," waiting patiently as if she already knew what he'd choose. Wade exhaled. The answer was obvious. "I'll take the standard contract. No matter what it takes, he definitely won't die poor." Chapter 2. Dimensional Merchant Wade followed Callista out of the room, his footsteps echoing loudly in his ears. His mind went back to what had just happened a few minutes earlier. He'd pricked his thumb and stamped the contract with his blood. It glowed, magically sealing the contract. He was now an adventurer contracted to the Lions Guild. And that minute was time for his awakening. He walked behind Callista for a few minutes, passing guards posted at various corridors before they finally arrived at a hall. The hall was large, with bright light fixed sconces on the wall, designed to make sure that even a rat had nowhere to hide. It was chock full of guards, but the word Wade would better use to describe them was soldiers. They were in full plate armor, every inch of their body covered. Magic radiated off them in waves so intense. Wade could feel his hair rising as it touched him. "Halt!" The soldier at the front raised a hand. Callista stopped immediately, and Wade followed her lead. She presented a badge, and the soldier beckoned her forward. "We're here for an awakening," she said. The soldier collected Wade's contract, going through it. Satisfied, he handed it back to Callista. But that was just the beginning. They were then thoroughly searched, each one checked for any contraband, of course. They found nothing on Wade except more debts. After more minutes of intense scrutiny, they finally allowed them access. "Come." Callista beckoned Wade. Wade followed, trying to keep his calm as the eyes of the soldiers followed them down the length of the hall, to the other end of the hall. They came to a gate point. One of the soldiers posted there, pressed a hand on the gate, and it clicked open. With a nod of thanks, Callista walked through, Noah following behind her. They walked down another straight corridor before emerging inside a room. The moment they walked in, Wade felt the change. The air was cool, as if he'd stepped into winter. Torches burned in brackets along the walls, providing light to see. By the center of the room floated a cube, each of its faces as smooth as a mirrored at it. Hovered in the air at chest height, turning on a slow axis, reflecting the room and the people in it from all 6 sides. Wade stopped without meaning to. On the surface of the cube was his reflection. White hair, purple eyes, tall, yes, but thin to the point of shame. He looked like a scarecrow dressed in a man's clothes. His shirt sagged. His trousers clung to bones instead of muscle. His face looked like it had been drained of muscle, with his skin sitting on just bones. His wrists looked brittle. "This is what I came with," he thought. "But this is not what I'll keep." "The Awakening Stone," Callista said from beside him, gesturing at the cube. "It will read your soul and assign your class, and with it your origin skill. Place your hand on the surface and hold it there until the awakening ends." Wade nodded at her words. His hands shook. He hid them by clasping his fingers, then let them fall loose again. "Do it," he told himself. "No more fear." He stepped closer until the cube's cold reflection was the only thing within his vision. He could almost see the pores in his skin, the lines of hunger at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his right hand and placed his palm flat on the mirrored surface. It was cool to the touch, almost soothing. The metal, if it was even metal, did not give. His breath fogged the face for a second, then cleared. Ding. The sound rang in his ears. Golden letters rose into the air in front of his eyes, as if written on the air itself. Unawakened detected. His chest grew tight. Another line appeared. Cataloging life experience. His pulse thudded in his throat. He wanted to swallow, but his mouth had gone dry. The letters shifted again. Dimensional soul detected. All requirements met. The words vanished. It was as if all sound had been sucked from the room. Wade blinked. He glanced at Callista. She watched him with a small smile on her face, saying nothing. Was that it? Wade thought. Ding. He was startled by the sound again. More text flowed into existence in front of him. Class unlocked. Dimensional Merchant. When others fight for scraps, you trade for worlds. Growth per level, plus 5 stat points. Bonus, plus 100 unassigned stat points. Wade stared, breath caught halfway. 100 unassigned stat points. He had never heard of such a thing. Not in all the talk this body's previous occupant had heard about adventures in the cold alleys. 10 extra points would be a gift. 20 would be a legend. 100 felt like a mistake that might vanish if he blinked too hard. Is this good? Or am I about to be hunted for it? The thought came fast. The letters faded once more. He did not have time to chase the next thought before new text formed. Generating origin skill. Please wait. A thin ring of light circled his wrist where it touched the cube. It wasn't hot. It wasn't cold. It felt like nothing, which somehow made it more strange. Ding. Origin skill acquired. Dimensional ledger. Records all trades made by the user, tallying profit into cosmic value. Profitable exchanges generate rewards in the form of dimensional dungeon keys, granting access to hidden dungeons across various dimensions. Debts or losses increase dungeon difficulty. Wade read it twice, then a third time. The words did not change. His throat loosened and then tightened again. He knew what an origin skill meant. Everyone did at IT was the one thing no one could take from you. IT was the root of your path. Skills you could use without any requirements. Trades become keys, he thought. My own dungeons. Not theirs, not regulated, not taxed by right of first refusal. Private gates that no guild can lock. If they knew this, he did not let the thought finish that he had no wish to see himself dragged into a back room and made to talk. Or worse. Slammed with an even more restrictive contract that would hand his dungeon keys to the guild or something. But with this origin skill, he was basically a one-man guild. He could sell his loot from his personal dungeon and make enough to buy out his contract. That was when Callista spoke, jarring him out of his thoughts. Dimensional merchant, huh? Wade's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Callista, startled. You can see it. She lifted her chin at the cube. The mirrored surface now held a single block of text where his palm rested. Name, Wade Barrett. Class, Dimensional Merchant. Origin skill, Dimensional Ledger. Only those lines. Nothing more. Callista's eyes flicked back to him. So what does your origin skill do? Wade felt his heart go into overdrive. Trying to beat its way out of his chest, he held Callista's gaze, seeing it in her eyes. She truly did have no idea what his origin skill did. But he couldn't let them know the truth. Not when he knew the true face of the guilds. He needed to protect his one real edge, or he might never break free of his contract. And that meant he had to give them something without giving them the truth, that if he said nothing, that would be worse. Suspicion grew where silence lived. The skill is in the name. Dimensional Ledger, he said casually. When I make a profit on a trade, it rewards me in stat points. A half-truth that might as well be true. Profit did reward him. He just simply left out the keys, the private dungeons, and the scale of what profit might mean. Callista studied him for a moment that felt long. Then she turned her gaze a few degrees past him, eyes unfocused. I can see your status, you know. Wade's stomach dropped, but he stopped it from showing on his face. You can. I have a skill called Observe. Most adventurers do. She met his eyes. You have 100 unassigned stat points. That's the highest awakening bonus I've seen in this hall. Possibly the highest in the city. Her mouth twitched into something not quite a smile and not quite a warning. With that, you can raise yourself to match some adventurers between levels 5 and 10 in a single day if you know what you're doing. And if your origin skill pays you in stat points when you profit, you could grow in any direction you choose. Flexible, fast, and hard to pin down. The guild values that. The room felt smaller for a breath. The fact that she wasn't calling him out meant that she really couldn't see the details of his origin skill. Wade felt so relieved, his vision wavered. He blinked, clearing it. He did not know where to put his hands. He kept them where they were and tried not to stare at the cube's perfect face. Is that good? It is good, Callista said. It is also a target on your back if you are careless. Yes, oh, don't be careless. However, she continued, the guild will equip you with Observe as well. And other skills, including a concealment skill to hide your numbers from others who have skills like Observe to see your status. The cost of those skills will be tallied to your account and deducted from your future earnings. That is separate from guild tax and other terms in your contract. Standard practice. Wade nodded. Relief and worry tugged in different directions inside him. If you give me tools, then they take their cut. That's fine for now. Check your status, Callista said. See what you're working with. Wade lifted his free hand, then hesitated. How do I? Think it, she said. Call it the way you call your name in your head. He focused and formed the thought like a word. Status. A panel of light bloomed before him, colorless and clear, with letters the same gold as the previous messages. Name, Wade Barrett. Race, human. Class, Dimensional Merchant. Origin skill, Dimensional Ledger. Level, EXP, 0%. HP, 34/60ths, MP, 45/45, Strength, 5, Agility, 6, Perception, 9, Constitution, 15 stat points, 100, Skills, not applicable. He read the numbers and felt two truths at once. Point 1. His body was a ruin. Point 2. The ruin could be rebuilt. Callista stepped closer and tilted her head to see. For reference, the average human adult sits at 10 in each core stat. That is a general rule, not law. You are below that in most areas, which matches your current condition, but your constitution is better than the rest, which is why you're still standing strong even with what your body is going through. She crossed her hands and lifted one hand, tapping her cheek with her fingers. But your stats also affected your hit points and mana points, which are a bit lesser than average, but not fatally so, and that's something. Wade kept his face blank, but inside a dozen plans flared and died and flared again. I need food, then training, then skills, then a way to move money without their eyes on it, then keys. Callista touched the face of the awakening stone, and his awakening text faded back from the surface into mirrored steel. We're done here. That's it, Wade asked. That's it, Callista said. She gestured back towards the gate they'd come through. Now we register your class with the guild, assign you an identity token, and give you your starting skills. After that, you get food. Then we speak about your room in the dorms and your party assignment. Party? Wade asked. Adventurers work in parties, Callista said. You will not enter guild dungeons alone. Not yet. Wade took his hand from a cube. The cool surface left a memory on his palm that made him want to touch it again. To make sure it had happened, he flexed his fingers and followed as Callista moved towards the gate. After what seemed like more than a minute of walking, they entered a narrow hall with sigils carved into the stone at shoulder height. The sigils pulsed. Once, as Wade passed, he felt nothing but a clerk with a pinched face sat at a desk just inside the next room. He looked up and slid slate. Forward. Name, Wade Barrett. Class, Dimensional Merchant. The clerk's hand hesitated and he glanced at Callista. She gave a single nod. The clerk swallowed and wrote the words on the slate with a stick of chalk. He turned to a small device set into the counter, placed the slate into its mouth, and pulled a lever. A thin metal token rattled into a tray. He picked it up and pressed it to a stamp that smoked at the edges, then passed the token to Wade. Guild Identity Badge, he said. If you lose it, you pay for the replacement. Wade took the badge. It was warm and stamped with the roaring lion crest on one side and his name on the other. When he turned in his fingers, a faint number hovered above it for a breath, displaying 000000. Then the zeros rolled to 040137. That would be his identification number for as long as he was an adventurer for the Lions Guild. Callista led Wade through another corridor. The walls here were made of smooth stone, carved with faint patterns that caught the torchlight. It felt less like a guild hall and more like the interior of a temple. They stopped before a narrow doorway where a man sat behind counter. His face was long, his hair thinning, and he wore the same blue and gold tabard as the other guild staff. Badge, Callista said. Wade handed it over, the metal still warm in his palm. The clerk took it, held it under a glass lens, and nodded once. Standard issue, Callista continued. 3 skills: observe, conceal, and inventory. And exchange. The clerk raised an eyebrow at the last one, but said nothing. He rose, pushed open a door behind him, and disappeared into the back. Wade glanced at Callista, whispering, exchange. Her mouth curved slightly. A utility skilled, it suits you that you'll thank me later. Before he could ask what that meant, the door opened again. The clerk returned with 4 crystal stones cupped in his hands. Each one shimmered faintly with its own light: green, blue, silver, and pale gold. Skill stones, Callista said. They contain skills. The man set them on the counter one by one, each landing with a soft click. That'll be 12,500 gold coins, he said flatly. The charge is logged to your account, that you'll see the debt after your first dungeon crawl. Wade blinked. 12,000. The number rang in his ears. The previous owner of his body had never even held more than 30 coins at any one time. That a decent meal at a tavern cost 10 coins. With the cost of a single spell, he'd be able to eat more than 300 times. That's more than 100 days of 3 square meals. And he was getting 4. It was so far beyond anything he'd imagined that he almost laughed. Don't worry. You're an adventurer now. Callista smiled, seeing the look of shock on his face. You can afford it. Besides, it's standard prices. Basic skills like these are not cheap. They're the foundation of every adventurer. Consider it an investment. Investment, Wade thought bitterly. Or a chain. But he kept the thought to himself. He couldn't enter a dungeon without any skills. And this was better than nothing. Callista picked up the first stone, the one glowing faint green, and placed it into Wade's palm. The moment his skin touched it, Golden letters appeared in the air. Observe allows the user to observe the status of creatures, objects, and other adventurers. Accuracy depends on the user's level and perception compared to the target. Requirements: 5 perception, cost, 1 mana per use. He exhaled. Requirements: he scanned the line again that he had 9 perception points, more than enough. Crush the stone, Callista instructed. Wade tightened his grip. The crystal resisted for a second, then cracked, shattering into fine shards that dissolved before they hit the counter. The fragments turned to motes of light that swirled into his chest. A tremor ran through his mind, and the golden text flickered again. New skill acquired. Observe. The knowledge slotted into place like a tool he had always owned, but never noticed until now that he swallowed, lifted his gaze, and thought the word. Observe. A faint shimmer crossed his vision as he looked at Callista. Name: Callista Rin. Level. He frowned. I think your level's too high for me to see. Callista chuckled, shaking her head. Good. That means it's working. Don't point that at people without cause, though that it's considered rude. Wade let the shimmer fade, the new ability settling in his mind, that he nodded. Understood. She picked up the second crystal, silver this time, and passed it to him. Conceal. Hides the user's status from observation attempts. Effectiveness depends on user's level and constitution compared to the observer. Requirements: 7 constitution. Passive. Wade looked at his status in his mind, that he had 15 constitution points. It was more than enough. He crushed the stone. This time the shards burst into thin smoke that curled into his chest and vanished. New skill acquired. Conceal. The skill settled into his body like an instinct. It was already working. It's a passive skill, Callista said. Costs no mana. Always on. A necessity for someone with numbers like yours. He nodded again, a flicker of relief running through him. With Conceal, he might actually keep some secrets from prying eyes. Callista reached for the third crystal, faint blue light pulsing inside its heart, and pressed it into his palm. Inventory. Grants the user 6 inventory slots. Each slot can hold up to 10 units of a single item. Additional slots may be gained through further stones. Requirements: 7 constitution. Passive. He crushed it. The crystal dissolved like the others, and a new space unfolded inside his awareness. New skill acquired. Inventory. 6 empty cells, each a hollow square waiting to be filled. Inventory stones are different, Callista explained. You can expand it later, but each new stone raises the constitution requirement. Many adventurers struggle to maintain it. Wade flexed his fingers, feeling the strange emptiness in his mind. 6 slots point 10 items each, not bad. It will keep your hands free and your packs light, Callista said. She picked up the final stone, the pale gold one, and let it roll across her knuckles before handing it over. This one, she said with a smirk, is what I mentioned earlier. Exchange allows the user to exchange items from their inventory with another person's, provided both agree. Requirements: 17 perception, 17 constitution. Cost: 5 mana per use. Wade's eyes widened at a skill that would let him trade without showing everybody what he was trading, that he couldn't use it yet, but with 100 unassigned stat points. Raising his perception and constitution was child's play. Told you. Callista chuckled. This skill will serve you better than any sword. A dimensional merchant should never need to show his goods in the open. With exchange, you can seal a deal in an instant. Wade nodded slowly that he saw it already. The freedom to trade unseen. To move items without letting the guild watch every coin. He crushed the stone that it dissolved into him, joining the others. The golden text confirmed it. New skill acquired. Exchange. Warning: requirements not met. Skill locked until conditions are fulfilled. The skill sat inside him, dormant. And that's that. Callista's smirk widened. The clerk scribbled something onto his slate, clearly noting the debt down. Wade almost asked how many lifetimes of dungeon crawls it would take to pay 12,000 coins, but he held his tongue. The stones were gone, absorbed in their place, for new tools rested inside him. His status had changed, and with it, his future. He turned the badge over in his fingers again, the lion crest catching the light. The numbers hovered faintly above it. His debt, his chains, his path. Forward. But now he had observe, conceal, inventory, and exchange. They were his tools of survival and profit. That he looked at Callista. What's next? Wade sat on the edge of his new bed and let out a long sigh. The straw-stuffed mattress was thin and creaked any time he shifted even a little, but to him it felt like a cloud. He leaned back until his shoulders brushed the wall, staring at the wooden ceiling above his head. The day had been long, too long. After the awakening in the skills, he'd been swept along by Callista and the rest of the guild staff, as if caught in a current. They had taken him to the mess hall first. where he'd eaten more food in one sitting than this body had seen in months. Stew, bread, and even a small piece of roasted meat. He hadn't cared that it was bland. Every bite had felt like it was saving his life. He'd been tempted to test out a piece of bread on his inventory, just to confirm that he could, but he'd been too hungry to try. Then came the procedures. He'd been measured, fitted, and handed 2 plain sets of trousers and tunics, along with boots that actually fit. The guild had added the cost of all of it to his debt without so much as a question that a clerk had even smiled as he wrote it down, as if he enjoyed adding more chains to Wade's neck. But Wade didn't mind. With his dimensional ledger, he would soon be out of there. The procedures were soon followed by orientation at a dry lecture in a room with other new recruits, most of them fresh-faced commoners who looked either excited or terrified. Wade had kept his head down and listened. He learned how their stats were tied into their health and mana. How strength and constitution shaped hit points, while agility and perception shaped mana. He learned about party rules, dungeon guidelines, and a long list of ways a careless adventurer could die. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, it was the longest topic of the lecture. Then he'd had dinner, a meal that had been just as heavy as lunch. He'd eaten it all, that he needed every bit of fuel. Then Callista had walked him down yet another corridor to the guild dorms, handed him a small brass key, and left him at his new quarters. That IT was a cramped room with a narrow bed, a chipped desk, and a wash basin in the corner. IT wasn't much, but after a quick bath in lukewarm water, it had felt like a palace. He'd scrubbed himself until his skin reddened, letting the filth of weeks on the street swirl away. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt human again. Now, alone at last, he lay back fully and pulled the thin blanket up to his chest. Tomorrow, he'd be introduced to his party. Tomorrow, things will begin in earnest. But tonight was for choices that he focused, called his status, and the golden letters appeared before his eyes. Name: Wade Barrett. Race: human. Class: dimensional merchant. Origin skill: dimensional ledger. Level 1 XP. 0% HP. 39/60ths MP. 45/45. Strength 5. Agility 6. Perception 9. Constitution 15. Stat points 100. Skills: observe, conceal, inventory, exchange. 100 unspent points. That was power in his hands, waiting to be allocated. He stared at the numbers, weighing his options. From what he had learned, hit points scaled from strength and constitution, while mana points drew from perception and agility. He had no idea what he would face in the dungeons, whether monsters, traps, or worse, that he couldn't lean too hard in one direction. I'll raise both, he muttered to himself. Keep it balanced. And no point in being a glass cannon or a brick that can't move. Still, he knew enough to hold something back. His instincts, hardened by years of scraping by below minimum wage, told him to keep some points in reserve. He couldn't predict everything, and he might need to adapt fast. So he made his decision. 25 points saved, hidden away for emergencies. Out of the rest, he spread them carefully. 25 into strength, and another 25 into agility. 15 into perception, and 10 into constitution. Being an adventurer was physical work. Swinging weapons, running from monsters, dodging monster attacks, and everything that came with it. His body had been weak and broken when he woke up here, so that had to change. With strength and agility boosted, he would finally feel capable. Perception was already close to average, and constitution was already better than most, so they didn't need as many points. He confirmed the allocation. The numbers on the panel shifted, glowing brighter for a moment before settling. Name: Wade Barrett. Race: human. Class: dimensional merchant. Origin: skill: dimensional ledger. Level 1 EXP. 0% HP. 144/165 MP. 165/165. Strength 30. Agility 31. Perception 24. Constitution 25. Stat points 25. Skills: observe, conceal, inventory, exchange. Wade sat up, eyes wide. The change was instant. His body no longer felt like a scarecrow's frame. His arms puffed up solidly, his muscles growing to fill in the deficiency that had been there before. He could feel it. His chest felt stronger, and his breathing was more stable. His vision grew clearer, and every detail he could see in the room felt like his eyes were working in 4K. Even the bed under him felt different on his skin, as if he could feel more of it than he could before. He swung his legs to the floor and stood, stretching. His joints cracked, but there was no ache. Strength hummed under his skin that he clenched his fists, marveling at how steady they felt. So, this is what it feels like to have 144 HP. He grinned, a hungry grin that showed the edge of who he was becoming. For the first time since the bus accident, since waking up in this starving body, he felt hope. Real, raw hope, even more than what he felt when he saw his origin skill. This one just felt more real. Maybe it was because he could feel the changes himself that he laid back down slowly, pulling the blanket over him again. Excitement beating in his chest. He was going to have fun tomorrow. There was a knock on Wade's door, he ignored it. For the moment, frowning down at the belt spread across his knees. His fingers worked the dull tip of a knife into the leather, trying to punch a new hole through it. His body had changed overnight, with his muscles filling in, and that meant his waist had also gotten more defined. The belt that once was comfortable now cut tightly into him when he tried to fasten it where it used to sit. The knife scraped and slipped, but after a few stubborn twists, the leather gave way. Wade leaned back with a grunt of satisfaction, sliding the belt around his waist and buckling it into its new notch. Better. He felt snug, but not tight. The knock came again. "I'm coming," he called, standing. When he opened the door, Callista was waiting in the hall, arms crossed over her breastplate. "Good," she said, eyes flicking down to the new fit of his clothes. "You're awake and presentable. That's progress." He nodded with a smile. "Yeah." A smile appeared on her face, too. "That's good. From now on, you'll be with your party most of the time. If you need me, my office is always open. But your party will handle most issues through their captain." "Party," Wade repeated under his breath, the words still strange. "Come," Callista said, turning on her heel. "It's time." After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at their destination. The mess hall was alive with noise when they entered. The long tables were crowded with adventurers in half armor, cloaks, and travel-stained clothes. The pleasant aroma of fried bread, porridge, and meat filled the air. A few turned to glance at Wade as he followed Callista in, their gazes sliding over his clean but plain attire before returning to their meals. Callista didn't pause. She cut through the crowd with ease, leading Wade towards a corner table where 3 people sat together. Wade saw them immediately. They didn't blend in. The first was huge, a mountain of a man with shoulders so broad they seemed made to block doorways. His arms, bare below his pauldron, were thick with muscle and scarred from old battles. His dark beard was neatly trimmed, his jaw square, and his eyes a shiny steel gray. The sword resting against the wall beside him was nearly as tall as Wade himself. Beside him sat a tall man, not as broad but still imposing in his own way. His build was lean, his face narrow, framed by long blonde hair tied back into a tail. His hands were calloused, but moved with the ease of someone used to delicate work. A silver chain circled his neck, catching the light as he leaned forward slightly, speaking quietly to the others. His expression carried a calm steadiness. The last of the 3 was a woman. She was beautiful in a striking way, her form lithe and poised. Her hair, a deep chestnut brown, was braided down one shoulder. Her eyes were a pale blue, cold and clear, her gaze filled with the predatory intensity of a bird of prey. A longbow leaned against her chair, its curve elegant, and its string taut. A quiver of arrows rested at her side, the fletching neat and uniform. Callista stopped at the edge of the table. "Sebastian, still need a member?" The huge man glanced up from his plate of bread and meat that he chewed, swallowed, then spoke with a voice that carried easily over the noise of the hall. "We do." "Good," Callista said. She gestured to Wade. "This is Wade Barrett. He'll be your new utility." She began pointing them out in turn, starting with the huge man. "This is Sebastian, your frontliner and captain. Rowan, the support, and Ingrid, the damage dealer." Wade nodded at each name, committing them to memory. Sebastian's gaze focused on him for a moment. Then he smiled, a brief flash of teeth. "Welcome, Wade." Rowan offered a short nod, his pale eyes assessing. Ingrid just tilted her head slightly in welcome. Callista stepped back. "Introductions made. I'll leave you guys to it." She gave Wade one last look, a reminder that her office was still open, if he needed it, then walked away, vanishing into the press of adventurers. Sebastian leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. "So, dimensional merchant, huh?" "Yes," Wade said, taking a seat. "My class is nothing special. Just warrior," Sebastian said, tapping his chest. He gestured at Ingrid. "Archer." Then to Rowan. "Oracle." Rowan smiled faintly at Wade's raised eyebrow. "It's a unique support class," the blonde man explained. "Healing, buffs, visions. The name sounds fancy because it is." Wade nodded slowly. "And I'm dimensional merchant." Rowan chuckled. "We know. Observe works, you know." Wade smirked, deciding to test his own. Observe. A shimmer crossed his vision. Name, Sebastian. Level. As he expected, the captain was so far above him, he could see nothing. He moved to the next person. Name, Rowan. Class. Same thing. Am I the only new kid around the block? He checked the last person. Name, Ingrid. Level. 7. Class. Archer. Wade blinked, the shimmer fading to So, Ingrid was relatively new, like him. Maybe level 7, he said softly, meeting Ingrid's gaze. She raised an eyebrow. You're not supposed to say it out loud, Rude. Sebastian chuckled, unbothered. He's green. Let him stumble once. Wade shifted, suppressing the urge to defend himself. Instead, he asked, so, what now? Sebastian grabbed another piece of bread from his plate. Now you grab your breakfast. After that, we head out. Out, Wade repeated. To see what you're worth, Sebastian said simply. Before we bring you fully into the party, we need to evaluate you. That can't trust someone until we know how they move, what they can do, and whether they'll keep their head in a fight. Wade glanced at Rowan and Ingrid. Rowan's calm gaze was expectant. Ingrid's pale eyes were flat and blank, with not a hint of emotion. Don't worry, Sebastian added with a grin that was both reassuring and unsettling. We won't throw you into a dragon's maw. Just a little test. Yeah, Rowan nodded. It's just a little test. Callista's boots tapped softly against the stone floor as she walked down the long hall. The torches flickered in their brackets, sending the shadows crawling over the floor into various shades of darkness. This part of the guild was quieter than most, with very few ever passing through these halls daily. Even the air seemed cooler, as if the building itself knew who worked here. She stopped before a tall oak door bound with iron. Lifting her hand, she knocked twice that a deep voice answered from within. Enter. Callista pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was wide but spare, its shelves filled with neat ledgers and sealed documents. Behind a broad desk sat a man of compact build. He was short, his head barely reaching above the high back of his chair, but his body was thick with muscle. His dark hair was cut close, his jaw square, and his eyes were cold, with the light of a man who has seen things not spoken about in polite company. Callista bowed. Executive Ram. Ram didn't waste words that he gestured for her to approach. Report. She moved forward, pulling a file from the case at her side. She placed it on his desk, sliding it across until it rested before him. We have a new recruit. His name is Wade Barrett. His potential is considerable. Ram opened the file, his thick fingers flipping through the neatly written pages. His expression didn't change as he went through it. Every information he needed was in the file, but he preferred hearing it than reading it. Explain. Callista clasped her hands behind her back. He awakened yesterday with a class that does not appear in our records, Dimensional Merchant. Ram's eyes lifted briefly. Unique. Entirely, Callista said. He's like Rowan Ironside, who has the Oracle class. His origin skill is called Dimensional Ledger. IT rewards him with 5 free stat points whenever he makes a large and profitable trade. Ram grunted, the sound low in his throat. Flexible, dangerous in the right hands. There is more, Callista continued. At Awakening, he received 100 bonus stat points. I verified it myself. The highest we've seen in this city, possibly the highest in the kingdom. Ram leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking faintly. His eyes narrowed. I see. That is potential indeed. What else do we know of him? Nothing else, Callista replied. Just the name of his class and origin skill, just like everybody else. And now that he has the conceal skill, he can hide his stats from us. Ram tapped the file with a single finger. He has potential, yes, but raw potential without loyalty is a knife pointed at our own throat. Agreed, Callista said. Ram considered for a moment, then shut the file with a firm snap. Wade Barrett will not slip through our fingers, but neither will he run freed. We will cultivate him, but only once we are certain of his loyalty. Callista inclined her head. How do you wish to proceed? Ram's voice was cold. Pass a message to Sebastian. Tell him to keep an eye on the boy. Everything Barrett does, I want reported that if he shows even a hint of rebellion, we will eliminate him instantly. Yes, Executive. Go. Callista bowed once more, collected the file, and left the office without another word. The guild hall was buzzing when Wade entered with Sebastian at his side. The adventurers of the Lions Guild crowded before the wide notice board, jostling for position as they scanned the quest pinned to its wooden face. Voices rose, deals were struck, and groups formed in quick bursts of noise. Wade kept his head low, his eyes darting across the crowd. Sebastian, towering above the throng, moved with ease. He stepped up to the board and crossed his thick arms, scanning the pages pinned there. The crowd surrounding them lessened, some of them casting Sebastian glances as they left. This, he said, voice rumbling. This is where your life begins. Quests are the blood of adventurers. You want coins, you take a quest. You want to rise in the guild, you take a quest. You want to prove yourself, he cast way to look, then you take a quest. Wade nodded slowly. So that's how you'll test me. The only way to know an adventurer's worth is to see them in action, Sebastian said. I cannot trust the life of those under my leadership to the hands of someone I have not tested myself. He plucked a slip of parchment from the board and held it out. Here. Wade accepted it, eyes scanning the neat handwriting. Quest, retrieval, target, Night Bloom Herb, location, Mirewood Swamp, east of the city. Details, the herb glows faintly under moonlight, found only in deep swamp waters. Handle with care. Reward, 200 gold coins, he frowned. A swamp. A swamp, Sebastian confirmed. Don't worry, it's not as bad as it sounds. Still, the mire can swallow fools whole, and the night bloom is rare. 200 gold for a plant should tell you enough. Rowan and Ingrid appeared from the crowd then, both carrying small packs. Rowan's calm eyes flicked to Wade, while Ingrid said nothing, merely adjusting the strap of her quiver. Ready? Sebastian asked, glancing between them. Rowan nodded. As ever. Ingrid's pale gaze shifted to Wade, as if measuring his worth. After a few seconds, she gave the faintest shrug. Sebastian turned back to Wade. This is your chance, Barrett. You want to be part of this party, you'll show us what you can do. An adventurer can only be judged when lives are on the line. So, keep your head about you. Keep your hand steady when the time comes, and maybe you'll survive long enough to see a dungeon. Wade folded the parchment, slipping it into his pocket. His heart began beating faster, but his face stayed calm. I'll manage, he said. Sebastian grinned, clapping a heavy hand on Wade's shoulder. Good, then let's hunt a flower. The sword felt heavier than Wade expected when he first strapped it across his back. Its leather sheath pressed snug against his shoulder, the hilt peeking just above his right ear. He shifted his weight, trying to get used to the new balance. The weapon wasn't ornate, but it was well made. It was made out of steel that had been sharpened many times, the leather grip worn smooth from other hands before his. Rowan walked beside him, hands loosely folded behind his back. His long stride was easy and unhurried, the opposite of Sebastian's steady march ahead of them. The sword is the most versatile of weapons, Rowan said, his voice calm, as if he was giving a lecture. Reach, cutting edge, thrust, defense, it's got it all in equal balance. It will serve you better than an axe or a spear until you learn what kind of fighter you are. I advocate that every adventurer should start with one. Wade nodded, his fingers brushing the hilt. I'll trust your judgment. You'll thank me later, Rowan said with a smile. Wade also carried more than just the sword. Inside his new inventory, one of the 6 glowing slots held a folded set of fresh clothes. It contained simple trousers, a spare tunic, and a short cloak. The thought of not having to drag them around in a sack amazed him. It was a small miracle that no tech company would even attempt back on Earth, an empty pocket dimension that had already made his life easier. The party moved through the streets of Hiving, and for the first time since he arrived, Wade noticed the city with clear eyes. The streets were wide, broad enough for carts to roll in both directions without squeezing past each other. The cobblestones were uneven but serviceable, lined with water channels that shimmered under the morning sun. Stalls stood on either side, with vendors crying out their wares, including spices, cloth, and bread fresh from the ovens. But what struck Wade most were the buildings that rose above the cityscape. 3 of them stood higher than all the rest, each built with stone and crowned with their own banners. The Lion's Guild, with its golden crest of the roaring lion. The Serpent Guild, marked with a green-scaled serpent coiled around a dagger. The Iron Fist Guild, whose emblem showed a gauntlet hand crushing a shield. They stood at 3 points of the city like giants watching each other, each daring the others to blink first. Wade hadn't realized it when his thoughts had been consumed by his hunger. But now he could see it. This city was more than just crowded streets. It was the battleground of guilds, competing not only for dungeons, but for power. But a question kept popping up in Wade's mind, one he hadn't shaken since orientation. That he lowered his voice. Rowan, can I ask something? Of course. Rowan grinned. There's something I don't understand. Our contract says we must sell loot to the guild first, right? The right of first refusal. But if they're buying from us, how do they make money? That is paying out coins. Rowan chuckled, the sound light. A fair question, and one I'm proud to say I can answer. Think of it this way. Some skills and items can only be found in certain dungeons that a flame serpent's nest might always drop. Fireball, skill stones. For example, the Shadow Labyrinth might yield stealth techniques. That means whichever guild owns the dungeon controls the supply of those skills. Wade frowned, listening carefully. By forcing adventurers to sell the stones to them first, the guild gets a monopoly, Rowan continued. Then they resell at whatever price they please to the other guilds, or even to kingdoms desperate for those skills. The margin of profit is enormous. Wade blinked. So the guilds are competitors, but they're also each other's customers. Exactly, Rowan said, nodding. They fight for territory, but they also feed each other. One guild might control healing stones, another stealth, another elemental magic. An O guild can control them all. so trade between them is constant. Wade's mind reeled that IT was worse than he thought. Adventurers weren't just bound by contracts. They were the labor force of a monopoly war. He clenched his jaw, but said nothing, storing the truth away. The party soon reached the city gates, where the flow of traffic surged outwards. There were farmers with wagons, merchants with guards, travelers wrapped in their cloaks, and other adventurers going on their quests beyond the gates. The road stretched towards the countryside, fading into green fields. In the dark smudge of forests, Sebastian stepped forward to the stable and exchanged words with the keeper. Moments later, 4 horses were led out, each saddled and bridled. "Mount up," Sebastian said. Wade froze, his gut twisted. "I don't know how to ride." Ingrid snorted. The derisive sound was the first real emotion she had shown since he met her. Her pale eyes gleamed with faint amusement before her face slid back into its usual mask. Rowan laughed softly, shaking his head. "It's not as hard as it looks here." He guided Wade toward the smallest of the horses, patting its flank. "Left foot in the stirrup, grab the saddle horn. Swing your leg over, don't overthink it." Wade hesitated, then followed the steps. The horse shifted beneath him, but he landed in the seat with only a small wobble. His heart thumped, but he didn't fall. "Good," Rowan said, still smiling. "Now keep your heels down and your back straight. The horse knows where to go. Just don't fight it." Wade gripped the reins tighter than necessary, but he managed to nod. Sebastian mounted with ease, even with his bulk, and Ingrid swung onto her horse with grace. Rowan took his place last. The gates creaked open, and the party rode out into the morning light. Wade's horse trotted forward, the road stretching ahead into the horizon. His back ached and his hands felt awkward, but he was learning already. Nearly an hour of riding left Wade's legs stiff and his back sore. But when Sebastian finally raised a hand to slow the party, the relief he felt could better be described as euphoria. The road curved down into a wide basin, and there, sprawled before them, was the Mirewood swamp. From a distance, it looked like a dark sheet of water scattered with reeds and crooked trees. A heavy mist clung low to the ground, and the air carried the smell of mud and stagnant water. A small stable sat on the edge of the swamp, built from gray wood and topped with a sagging roof. Several stalls were already filled, horses snorting and stamping as adventurers prepared for their own forays into the mire. They dismounted, and Sebastian handed over a few coins to the stable master. Wade hesitated as he tied his horse to one of the posts. "Is there any risk of anyone stealing our horses while we're gone?" "I don't want to have to pay for it," he said, looking around at the other horses. Rowan chuckled, giving his reins a last tug. "This stable belongs to the Lions Guild. Nobody would be stupid enough to steal from us. I've heard the punishment alone would be worse than death." Wade swallowed and nodded. That explained the confidence of the other adventurers. Before they stepped into the swamp, Sebastian turned and planted his massive battle axe in the earth beside him. The weapon had appeared out of thin air, but Wade suspected the man had pulled it out of his inventory. "Before we go in, Barrett," he said, pinning Wade with his eyes, "a few things." Wade straightened instinctively. "Your perception is better than most at your level," Sebastian continued. "But it doesn't work unless you use it. Keep your eyes moving and your mind alert. Dangers in a swamp don't leap out in the open. They creep. You don't want you to notice them only when it's too late to do anything about it." Wade nodded, gripping the hilt of his sword. "Second," Sebastian said, "don't hesitate to use your blade. The sword is simple. Just swing, thrust, and block, but it's deadly when you commit. Your strength and agility are high enough now. Rely on them when you must. Hesitation kills. Whatever you see, do not hesitate." Wade's mouth was dry, but he forced himself to nod again. And last, Sebastian said, "Know your enemy. The main predators of Mirewood are bog slimes. They'll look like lumps of muck, easy to step past. But if they get a hold of you, they'll wrap around and melt you down to the bone. If you see one move, cut it fast." A cold shiver ran down Wade's spine. "Don't panic," Sebastian added, almost kindly. "If we come across something too strong, we'll step in. That's what parties are for." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Your job today is to survive, learn, and find the herb. Nothing more." Wade blinked, trying to digest the information he'd just received. If they dumped it all on him like that, didn't they know it would be harder to keep calm? Or was this another test to see him work under pressure? Rowan tilted his head. "Speaking of which, the night bloom won't look like much now. Under the light of the moon, it glows, but in the daylight it's dark and nearly invisible against the muck. However, if you keep your eyes open, you'll find it. You just need to use your perception." Sebastian shouldered his axe again and stepped aside. "Lead the way." Wade could feel their eyes on him. It was like standing up on a stage and being expected to work wonders. He pulled his sword free of its sheath. the blade humming faintly as it caught the light. The leather grip was rough under his palm, but it was comfortable as he took a breath, squared his shoulders, and stepped into the swamp. The water rose over his boots almost immediately, cold mud sucking at his steps. Reeds brushed his legs, and insects buzzed in clouds that darted away at the movement of the party. Each step sent ripples outwards, the sound swallowed quickly by the thick air. Behind him, the others followed in a loose line. They looked casual, but Wade could tell it was an act. Sebastian held his axe loosely at his side, but Wade knew that in his hands, the massive weapon was practically weightless. Rowan had a staff slung across his shoulders, the glass orb at its top glowing faintly, while Ingrid moved in silence. An arrow already knocked to her bow, her pale eyes scanning the mire. Before long, the swamp was all around them. The crooked trees hunched low, their roots tangled in black water, and the mist drifted across the surface, twisting with every gust of wind. Wade forced himself to keep moving, eyes scanning the waterline, the reeds, and the surface of the swamp itself. With what he'd been told, every ripple now seemed like a threat. He tried not to let his grip on the sword grow too tight. Minutes passed. Then, without warning, a loud hiss of air flew past his ear. Ingrid's arrow swished through the swamp, striking with a wet sound. A shape flinched in the water just a few paces away from Wade, then froze. Wade jerked back, raising his sword, heart hammering. Ingrid walked forward with calm steps, pulling her arrow free from the muck with ease. The remains of a creature clung to the shaft before sliding back into the water. "What was that?" Wade asked, his voice low. Rowan answered, his calm smile on his face. "Something higher level than your perception could notice. Happens often. That's why parties matter." Wade exhaled slowly, forcing his shoulders to relax. He glanced back at Ingrid, who had already knocked another arrow, her expression blank. He continued forward again, refusing to let himself be shaken by the fact that there were monsters he wouldn't even be able to notice, but it was DM hard. And so, time passed. Half an hour later, he saw something at the edge of his vision, his head snapping towards IT. That IT was a plant, its dark petals curled tight, its stem rising from the muck. The IT matched the description. IT was the night bloom herb, but a smile crept across Wade's face despite the tension in his shoulders. "There," he said. Striding towards it, he bent down, sword still in one hand, reaching for the flower. Then the water beneath him surged. Something burst upwards, dark and slick, lunging straight for him. Wade stumbled back, his boots sinking into the swamp muck as the water surged. The monster lunged past him. Missing by inches, he barely caught his first glimpse of it in the spray. The bog slime was bigger than he'd imagined. Its body was a heaving mass of faintly translucent muck. At its center was a jagged mouth, lined with serrated edges, opening and closing with a wet screech that sounded disturbingly like a bird crying out in pain. Wade's stomach turned at the sight, but he raised his sword, waiting for Ingrid's arrow to sing past his ear. None came. The slime lunged again, faster than it had any right to be. Wade leaned back, water splashing as he twisted his body, then swung with everything he had. There was a muffled thump as the edge of his sword met resistance in the air, then smashed through, sending the creature flying in a wave of muck. He staggered, heart pounding, and his eyes darted back to the herb. The night bloom's petals sat quiet in the muck, almost mocking him with how calm it looked. He didn't hesitate. 200 gold coins was not the kind of money he could scoff at. Wade lunged forward, sword in one hand, and plucked the flower with the other. Golden letters flickered before his eyes as he shoved it into his inventory. Night bloom acquired. Relief surged through him, but it lasted only a second. The slime surged again, its serrated mouth screeching as it launched itself at him. Wade swore and slashed wildly. His blade cut through its body, scattering muck across the water, but the thing kept pulling itself back together. His heart hammered. His arms burned from just the 2 swings he'd done, but he refused to let the sword fall. "Wait!" Rowan's voice pierced through the loud beating of his heart. "You need to shear it in 2. Split it down the middle, or it'll keep healing itself." Wade gritted his teeth, ducking another screeching lunge. His sword met the slime with a muffled thump, again and again, until he finally angled his sword at just the right angle. With a desperate yell, he swung through, shearing the mass clean in half. The slime writhed, its pieces quivering before melting into the water, leaving behind only a faint shimmer of residue. Wade staggered, his body soaked. His clothes clung to him, the cold swamp water dripping from every limb. He gasped for breath, lowering his sword when the notification appeared. "Ding! Congratulations, you have slain bog slime." The golden letters bloomed to life before him. Wade let out a shaky laugh, relief spilling into his chest. He'd done it. But then his instinct screamed that he spun, his perception alert enough now that even when he wasn't paying full attention, he could sense every ripple within a small radius around him. It was like having a danger sense. He ducked instinctively as another slime flew overhead, its maw snapping where his head had just been. Wade roared and swung upwards, his sword meeting muck with a wet splash. The blade split the slime from top to bottom. It shrieked as it fell into two twitching halves that melted into the swamp. His breath was now ragged, but he didn't have time to savor the victory. Something slammed into his back. The impact drove the air from his lungs. He staggered forward as wet acid burned across his clothes, eating through the fabric and searing into his skin. The pain tore a scream from his throat that he twisted, shoving the slime off, but some of its corrosive muck splashed onto his arm, sizzling as it ate through flesh. "Ark!" Wade yelled, shaking his arm, his sword nearly slipping from his grip. The slime surged again, but he met it with his sword this time, his rage and pain fueling his swing. His sword cut through the monster with a roar, shearing it in two. Its pieces flopped, then twitched, fading into the water like the others. "Ding! Congratulations. You have slain Bog Slime, X2." His chest heaved. His back burned like fire, his arms stinging with every drop of water that touched the raw wound. He looked down at the tattered remains of his tunic, the skin beneath mottled red and raw where the acid had seared him. Still, he stood, sword in hand, teeth bared against the pain. For the first time since they entered the swamp, Sebastian spoke from where he stood watching. His deep voice carried across the water, sending ripples moving along its surface. "Well done, Barrett." Wade turned, sword still raised. Chest heaving to Sebastian's face was carefully neutral, but there was a flicker of approval in his steel-gray eyes. "You didn't freeze," Sebastian continued. "You listened, you fought, and you won." "Good." His words cut off. An instant later, a massive ripple spread across the swamp, rolling outwards in slow, heavy waves. The water darkened, the mist shivering as if something vast stirred beneath it. Sebastian froze, his expression hardening, all traces of warmth vanishing from his voice. His battle axe shifted in his hands, the blade tilting forward that Rowan's calm and easygoing demeanor vanished, his face tightening as the orb on his staff pulsed faintly. With light, the swamp had gone silent. There was no sound from insects or birds, only the widening ripple pushing towards them. "We have to hold it off." Rowan stepped forward, eyes narrowed at something in the distance. "Or there'll be casualties." "Yes." Sebastian rumbled, his eyes flicked to Ingrid. "Get him out." Ingrid's bow was already raised, arrow drawn. She glanced once at Wade, her eyes uncharacteristically wide, then moved to his side with quick steps through the mud. "Move," she ordered, her voice cool but urgent that Wade's heart thudded in his chest as another ripple shook the water, larger than the last one, that whatever was coming was no simple slime. And from the look in Sebastian's eyes, it was something even he didn't take lightly. Wade scrambled after Ingrid, his boots sucking against the swamp mud with every desperate step. Behind them, the swamp trembled as another massive wave surged forward, slamming into their legs. The water nearly swept them both off their feet, the cold muck dragging at their knees. Wade staggered, throwing his arms wide to keep balance. Ingrid caught herself with ease, bow already raised even as she moved. Her pale blue eyes flicked back once, then forward again. "Move," she barked, before Wade could gather his breath. A sound split the air at a screech. It was unlike anything Wade had ever heard. It was shrill, echoing and vibrating through his skull until every thought in his head unraveled. Fear surged like an icy flood, locking his legs in place. His sword wavered in his grip, and his heart hammered so wildly he thought it might burst from his chest. Golden letters flashed before his eyes. "You have been afflicted with terror, affect, movement sealed mind, clouded by fear." Wade froze, breath coming in shallow gasps. His vision tunneled, the swamp fading into a blur of shadows. And no matter how much he tried, his body would not obey him. "Wait!" Ingrid's commanding voice snapped through the haze. Her words cracked against his mind like a whip. He blinked, his vision snapping back into focus. His legs trembled, but they moved again. The letters before his eyes flickered, then vanished. Affliction broken. He sucked in a breath and forced himself forward, splashing through the muck after her. The swamp shook again as the monster screeched, louder this time. The air vibrated. Wade felt the terror grip at him once more, claws raking his thoughts, but this time he shoved it off. His strength and perception and agility flared, his senses better than before. His heart still pounded, but his mind stayed clear. He risked a glance back. The water boiled as something enormous rose up behind them. His stomach lurched at the sight. The IT was a slime, but not like the ones he had fought. Its body surged above the reeds, a writhing amalgamation of muck and filth, its shape constantly shifting as if it had stolen forms from a dozen different nightmares. The massive mouth split its body open, jagged and serrated, wide enough to swallow a man whole. Sebastian stood before it, axe raised high. His muscles bunched as he prepared for the swing. The rowan staff glowed brilliantly, the orb at its top blazing with power. Both of them were now armored, having equipped it from their inventory, the plates covering their weak spots. Wade's eyes widened at the sight. And then golden letters flared before him. His observed skill had activated on its own. Name, the Dreadmire, level. The words seared into his mind, and he stumbled. Terror and awe mixed in his chest. The Dreadmire. Even its name was dangerous. Eyes forward. Ingrid snapped, her voice filled with urgency. Wade jerked his head around, nearly tripping over a root. The sound of battle erupted behind them. The wet thump of steel striking against muck filling the air, with light flashing as Rowan's magic surged. Another screech filled the swamp. Rattling Wade's bones, he clenched his teeth and ran harder, following Ingrid's life form through the water. They splashed, ducked, and scrambled over roots, the waves lapping at their backs as if the swamp itself chased them. The swamp clung to them, sucking at their boots and dragging them back. Half an hour passed in that agonizing sprint. The screeches faded into the distance, though the echo of them still rang in Wade's ears. His lungs burned, and his legs screamed, but at last he felt solid ground beneath his feet. The reeds thinned, and the mist gave way to open air. They stumbled out of mirewood swamp, collapsing onto the firmer earth near the stables. Wade bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. His back throbbed where the acid had seared him, and every movement he made sent pain racing up his spine. He forced himself upright, turning toward Ingrid. Sebastian, Rowan, do you think they'll be okay? Ingrid was calm as ever, adjusting her quiver. She didn't even look winded. They'll be fine. Sebastian wouldn't have ordered us out if he couldn't hold the line. That Rowan's no weakling either. Wade exhaled hard, his chest loosening a little. His mind replayed the sight of that massive slime rising from the swamp. The Dreadmire. The very thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. But mixed in with the fear was something else, excitement. One day, he murmured, half to himself, I'll face something like that. He wasn't sure if Ingrid heard him. Her expression didn't change. Pain brought him back to the present. His back burned, his arm throbbed, and his clothes clung to his body, damp and foul-smelling. That he grimaced. You reek, Ingrid said flatly, her pale eyes narrowing slightly. There's a shower at the back of the stable. Show your badge. They'll let you in. Wade blinked, then managed to laugh, though it came out weak. I'll take that as advice, not insult. Do, Ingrid replied, already turning away. Wade made his way to the stable, presenting his Lions Guild badge to the attendant. The man nodded and waved him through. The showers were little more than a set of stalls fed by barrels of water, but to Wade they might as well have been a bathroom in a five-star hotel. He stripped out of his ruined clothes and let the cool water cascade over him, washing away muck, blood, and the faint sting of slime residue. His back hissed with pain at first, but the steady stream soothed it, easing the worst of the burn. He leaned forward, hands braced against the wall, letting the water rinse him clean. For the first time since they got out of the swamp, he felt like he could breathe, yet his mind didn't rest. The Dreadmire's screech still echoed inside him. One day, the dimensional ledger would give him keys to dungeons no one else could reach. And when that time came, he'd be alone in Sebastian, no Rowan, no Ingrid. Alone against terrors like the one he had just seen. He clenched his fists under the stream. He'd just have to prepare himself. When the water finally ran clear, he pulled his fresh set of clothes from his inventory. The simple tunic and trousers felt heavenly after the ruined ones. He pulled them on, strapped his sword back to his shoulder, and stepped out of the stall. The air outside was cooler, the stable quiet except for the sounds of horses shifting in their stalls. Ingrid stood outside waiting, her bow across her back, her expression as blank as it always was. Her pale eyes swept over him once. Take off your shirt, she said, her voice flat. Wade froze, blinking at her. What? Take your shirt off, Ingrid repeated, as if she had already decided she wouldn't leave until he obeyed. Wade narrowed his eyes, suspicion flickering across his face. Why? He asked, blinking at her in confusion and hesitation. Ingrid reached into her inventory. When her hand emerged, she was holding a small clay jar, its lid sealed tight with wax. She held it out for him to see. Salve, it'll help heal your back. Understanding hit him. and his eyes widened. "Oh," he said, feeling almost stupid for not guessing sooner. Her gaze didn't waver. She waited. Wade nodded slowly, then tugged the hem of his tunic upwards. The fabric stuck where the acid had burned into it. Making him wince, he eased it off carefully, letting the shirt fall into his hands before setting it aside. His bare back stung in the cool air, every movement reminding him of the acid's bite. Ingrid stepped behind him. The jar popped open, releasing a faint herbal scent of mint and something. That tickled his nose, almost like pine. Her fingers scooped the thick salve, and then the cool paste spread across his burned skin. Wade hissed, jaw clenching at the sudden sting that quickly softened into relief. Neither of them spoke. The silence stretched, growing awkward, broken only by the faint sound of horses shifting in the nearby stalls and their breathing. Her hands moved with the ease of someone that had done this many times. But the closeness felt strange to Wade. This was Ingrid, the woman who had barely shown emotion until now, who had snorted at his inexperience with horses but kept her face blank at everything else. And here she was, tending his wounds. When she finished, she stepped back without a word, wiping her fingers clean on a cloth she also pulled from her inventory. Wade quickly tugged his tunic back over his head, sighing softly at how much better his back felt already. She held the jar out to him. "Your arm." He accepted it carefully. The clay jar felt cool in his palm. He scooped some of the paste with 2 fingers, spreading it along the angry red burns that streaked his arm. The sting eased almost immediately, replaced by a gentle numbness that let him finally breathe without hissing through his teeth. When he was done, he sealed the jar and handed it back. "Thanks," he said quietly. Ingrid gave a single nod, tucking the salve back into her inventory. Her face was still blank, though her eyes flicked to him once, before she looked away that a greeting broke the silence. "Still alive, I see." Both Wade and Ingrid looked up. Sebastian and Rowan were walking out of the swamp. Water dripping from their armor and clothes. Sebastian's axe was slung across his back, its blade chipped in places, while Rowan leaned heavily on his staff, his usually calm face filled with exhaustion. They looked worse for wear, their steps slower, but both were upright and grinning. "How was the Dreadmire?" Ingrid asked, her voice neutraled. Rowan's grin widened, tired but still bright. "We drove it off. It'll crawl back to its hole. Nothing more than a good workout." Sebastian snorted, shaking swamp water from his beard. "A good workout," he says that my arms are still ringing. The 2 men headed straight to the stalls, presenting their badges to the stable attendant. That a short while later, they returned, looking cleaner, though their gear still bore the marks of battle. Sebastian clapped Wade on the shoulder as he passed. "Didn't die yet. That's good." Wade managed a crooked smile. "Barely. Barely is still alive," Sebastian said with a grin. It was time to return. The party mounted their horses, the stable master opening the gate for them. They rode at an easy pace, the swamp shrinking behind them as the fields opened up once more. The rhythm of the horses' hooves was steady, almost soothing, but Wade's mind was far from calm. He finally spoke, turning to Rowan. "What was that thing? The Dreadmire?" Rowan glanced at him, the orb of his staff catching the sunlight as it bounced on his back. He seemed to not want to return it to his inventory. "The Dreadmire is what's called a tyrant. They're monsters that dominate entire territories. Every creature in that swamp bends to it. The Mirewood is its home. It is also the reason why the retrieval quest you just completed pays 200 coins. You weren't just fighting in swamp water, you were trespassing in a tyrant's territory." Wade's eyes widened. "It should have been deeper in the swamp. But it's showing up? That was bad luck," Rowan said simply. "Tyrants rarely leave the deepest parts of their territory, but when they do, things get ugly fast." Wade thought about the screech, the terror that had locked his body in place. His hands tightened on the reins. Why hasn't anyone killed it? If it's that dangerous, why let it live? Rowan sighed, his calm expression turning bitter. "Because the guilds won't allow it. Killing a tyrant would reduce quest prices in that region. Less danger means less profit. If someone were to slay the Dreadmire, every contract tied to Mirewood would lose its inflated value. The guilds rely on that cost to keep coins flowing. That means anybody who killed the Dreadmire would be hunted down, stripped of their loot, and forced to pay reparations until they were ruined." Silence followed his words. Even Sebastian said nothing, his gray eyes fixed on the road ahead. Wade swallowed hard, his mind racing. Every time, he was learning something new about the questionable business practices of the guilds. They didn't just exploit adventurers with their contracts, but they also manipulated the dangers of the world itself to keep their grip on profit. The thought sickened him, though he kept it locked inside. The silence stretched until Sebastian finally broke it. "So, Barrett, first combat experience. What did you learn?" Wade blinked, caught off guard. He thought back to the bog slimes. "I learned a lot," he said honestly. To keep my eyes open. To swing without hesitation. To listen when someone tells me how to kill a monster. And more importantly, I need armor. T least a breastplate. Sebastian chuckled. Good that you'll do fine then. The tavern was alive with noise and warmth that night. Laughter and chatter filled the air, the clinking mugs and the scrape of plates adding to the hum of conversation. The minstrel strummed a lute in the corner, his voice weaving a ballad about some long-dead hero, while serving girls hurried between tables with pitchers of ale. With one of the crowded tables near the center, Wade sat with his party. Sebastian had his mug tilted back, froth lining his beard as he drank deep. Rowan leaned back in his chair, smiling broadly at something Ingrid had said, though Ingrid herself wore her usual straight expression, her eyes half-lidded, sipping slowly from her cup. Wade tore a chunk of bread, dipping it into the stew before him. The food was rich and filling, far better than anything he had eaten before awakening, and the ale left his head pleasantly light. And it tasted even better when he wasn't the one paying. He let the noise of the tavern soak into him, and in that moment he felt like he was part of something, seated at the same table as real adventurers. Earlier that day, after their return to the guild building, Rowan had insisted they trained. He claimed his body was still buzzing with leftover energy from the swamp, and Sebastian agreed that Wade needed to see how his skills measured against others they'd sparred in the practice yard, and Wade had quickly realized how outclassed he was. Sebastian defeated him with the kind of fighting style that reminded him of a wall that he felt closed in, with no options at Ingrid's speed, was terrifying, and he knew she could kill him with her arrow before he could even do anything about it. Rowan was the worst. He hardly moved, only weaving around Wade's attacks, tripping him up again and again before tapping him on the head with his staff. It hadn't been strength that beat him. Wade could feel that in his body, that he wasn't weak anymore, and it was skill, honed through years, or in Ingrid's case, months of experience. They read his movements. Before he even committed to them, he had fought the slimes with brute force, but against real adventurers, his swings meant nothing. He had laughed with them anyway, though the lesson burned in his chest. He needed to learn. He had to now, in the tavern, with stew and ale warming his belly. He thought back on it with a mix of frustration and determination. Rowan slapped the table suddenly, his grin wide. The moon is out, he said loudly, earning a few glances from nearby tables. That means it's time to check our prize. Sebastian chuckled, his deep voice rumbling. You've been waiting all night for this. Wade blinked. The herb. Rowan confirmed. He drained the last of his ale, stood, and gestured. Come back, let's not keep the moon waiting. The party rose, weaving through the press of bodies. Outside, the night air was cool, a relief from the stuffy heat of the tavern. They slipped into a narrow alley where the shadows were darker, but the moon still pierced through, its silver light spilling down between the rooftops. Go on, Rowan said with a smirk. Let's see it. Wade reached into his inventory and pulled out the flower he had grabbed in the swamp. Its dark petals looked as plain as they had before. He held it up, letting the moonlight strike it. A second passed, then another. Nothing. The flower stayed dark and ordinary. There was no faint glow, not even a shimmer of magic. Rowan burst out laughing, doubling over with the force of it. I knew it. I knew it would be like this. Wade frowned, his face heating. What? Rowan wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, still chuckling. Wade, with your perception where it is, the only way you'd find a real night bloom during the day is sheer dumb luck. You just grab some look-alike plant. Sebastian's lips twitched into the ghost of a smile. Even Ingrid's gaze tilted her head, her eyes on Wade a moment longer than usual, though she said nothing. Rowan reached into his own inventory and pulled out a flower. This one's petals shimmered faintly, a silver glow blooming across it as the moonlight touched its surface. It was the real night bloom. I picked this up after our little encounter with the Dreadmire, he said, still grinning. Didn't say anything earlier because I wanted to see the look on your face. He pressed the glowing flower into Wade's hand. Here, I don't need the coin. You keep it. Wade blinked at him, stunned. Are you serious? Rowan winked. Dead serious. Wade swallowed hard, then nodded, his gratitude plain in his voice. Thank you. He slipped the true night bloom into his inventory, feeling its glow fade from his palm. Don't mention it, Rowan said cheerfully. You'll repay me someday, maybe by not getting eaten by slime next time. After a few more jokes from Rowan, they said their goodbyes, splitting off one by one. Sebastian clapped Wade on the back, nearly knocking him off his feet, before heading towards his apartment. Rowan whistled as he walked down another street. Even Ingrid turned away without a word, vanishing into the city shadows. Wade alone made his way back to the guild building. Everyone else in the party had an apartment in the city. Very soon, he would too. The streets were quieter now, the lamps burning low, and the cobblestones cool underfoot. His body ached from the day's battles and sparring, but his mind was still working, churning over everything he had learned. Inside the guild hall, only a few attendants remained at the reception desk, ready for the adventurer arriving at an odd hour. Wade approached one, presenting both the quest parchment and the night bloom. The woman accepted them both carefully, her eyes flicking over the papers before sliding his badge across the counter. She pressed it against a slab, numbers flickering across its surface. "Your quest has been logged under your captain's number," she said briskly. "The payment will be delivered through him after verification. You'll hear by tomorrow." "Thank you," Wade said quietly. The woman only nodded, already turning to the next task. Wade pocketed his badge and dragged himself back up the stairs, his boots heavy. His room was quiet, the narrow bed waiting. He barely managed to kick his boots off before slumping onto the mattress, exhaustion crushing him into the thin straw stuffing. His last thought before sleep claimed him was simple. It's been one hell of a day. Wade trudged down the corridor towards the mess hall, his steps slow, his mouth stretching into another yawn. His arms dangled limply at his sides, and his eyes still felt gritty with sleep. The burns across his back and arm had healed nicely overnight. The salve Ingrid had given him working better than anything he could have imagined. There was no ache in his body anymore, only a heavy sleepiness that clung to him like a fog. He rubbed at his eyes as he pushed open the mess hall doors. The familiar scent of porridge and bread drifted out, mingled with the faint tang of smoke from the hearth. Adventurers filled the long tables, their voices a dull roar beneath the creak of chairs and the clatter of spoons. Wade collected his breakfast, a bowl of thick porridge, a hunk of bread, and a small cup of watered-down ale, and scanned the hall. His gaze landed on the table he had sat at the day before. Sebastian's massive frame was unmistakable, hunched over his plate. Rowan sat beside him, already halfway through his meal, his blonde hair gleaming in the morning light. Ingrid sat across from them, straight-backed and calm, her bow propped against the chair she was sitting on. Wade made his way over. Rowan noticed him first. "Morning, Wade," Rowan greeted with his usual smile. His eyes flicked over Wade's slouched shoulders and half-lit gaze. "You look like you wrestled with sleep itself." "I feel like I lost," Wade muttered, setting his tray down before sinking onto the bench. Rowan chuckled. "That exhaustion is normal, that it's your body resetting after the stat boost. Give it a few days, and you'll adjust that you'll feel stronger, faster, and more awake than you ever did before." Wade lifted his spoon, shoveling porridge in his mouth. The warmth spread down his throat, easing the fog a little, but the sleepiness still clung to him like glue. Sebastian leaned back slightly, looking up from his food. "We got a free day today." Wade blinked at him. "Free day?" "Yeah," Sebastian said. "I'm working on getting us access to a dungeon now that we've got you as our new member. Takes a bit of paperwork. Until then, no official runs." Wade frowned. "So, we can't just walk into a dungeon?" "Not without paying the entry fee," Rowan explained, gesturing with his spoon. "It's cheaper with a full party. The guild encourages efficiency, so they give discounts to full groups." Wade snorted. "Of course there's a fee." Rowan smiled, but didn't reach his eyes. "The guild doesn't leave coin on the table. Never has, never will." Wade tore a piece of bread, chewing slowly. "So, what happened to your last member?" The moment the question left his mouth, he realized he shouldn't have asked. Sebastian's hand paused on his cup. Rowan looked down at his porridge, and Wade could have sworn he saw a flash of guilt. It was Ingrid who finally answered, her voice flat, and her expression unchanged. "He died." The word landed like a stone. Wade swallowed, suddenly aware of how loud the mess hall seemed around them. Rowan set his spoon down, his smile gone. "He did," he said quietly. "And that's the reality of this work." No one spoke after that. Wade stared at his bowl, pushing porridge around with his spoon, trying not to think of the Dreadmire rising from the swamp, its screech rattling his bones. He wasn't foolish enough to believe adventuring was safe, but hearing it stated so bluntly still left a lump in his throat. Rowan stood abruptly, brushing crumbs from his tunic. "I've got plans today that I'll see you all later." He gave Wade a small nod before heading towards the door. Ingrid finished her meal in silence, her face as blank as ever. She rose soon after, gathering her bow. "Excuse me," she said simply, then walked out. Sebastian sat for a while longer, sipping at his drink. Then he reached into his inventory and pulled out a small pouch he set on the table with a soft clink. "Your reward," he said with a small smile. 200 coins that I picked it up from the front desk earlier. Quest complete." Wade blinked, then reached for the pouch. The weight of it in his hand felt heavier than the number suggested. He had never held so much coin at once in this world. "Thanks," Wade said, voice quiet. Sebastian clapped him on the shoulder, his grin returning. Don't spend it all in one place. Then he stood and left the hall. Wade sat alone, the bustle of the mess hall flowing around him. He loosened the pouch strings and peered inside. The gold coins gleamed back at him. This was it. His first real earnings as an adventurer. He leaned back, fingers tightening around the pouch. He thought of the acid burns on his back, the way the slime had nearly melted through him. He thought of Sebastian's axe, Rowan's staff, Ingrid's arrows. All of them skilled, and all of them equipped. And him, standing there with only a sword and clothes that melted under acid. He knew what he needed most. Armor. Something to keep him alive long enough to use his sword, to fight back, to grow to a breastplate, sturdy and functional, to cover his chest. He set the pouch down on the table, staring at it as if it might vanish. 200 coins wouldn't go far in the guild, not with their inflated prices, but it was a start. Decision made, Wade stood. His exhaustion still clung to him, but purpose carried him out of the mess hall and into the corridors of the guild. That he asked directions, found his way, and finally stood before a pair of heavy double doors etched with a lion's crest. The guild armory. He squared his shoulders, clutching his pouch of coins tight. It was time to see what protection he could buy. And after that, he would explore the city of Hiving itself, its wide streets and merchant stalls, and finally test his other path forward, the dimensional ledger, and the trades only he could make. Finally, he had a plan. The thick doors of the guild armory opened with a low groan, the polished hinges smooth despite their weight. Wade stepped inside, his pouch of coins tucked close to his belt. The moment he was inside, he noticed it. The air in the armory was different from the rest of the building. It was like stepping into a winter day with a noticeable chill in the air. There was also a faint smell of oiled metal and treated leather. Rows of racks lined the hall, each one stacked with gleaming swords, spears, shields, and armor pieces. The weapons were meticulously arranged and polished until they reflected the torchlight overhead. Behind a broad counter stood two attendants in Lion's Guild tabards, one busy sorting through a ledger, the other sharpening a dagger with slow, bored strokes. Wade approached the counter, forcing confidence into his voice. "Hi, I'm looking for a breastplate." The man with the dagger glanced up, eyebrows raised. "Great." Wade hesitated. "Ordinary." He wasn't quite sure what the grades were. "Something functional." The attendant set aside the dagger and motioned him toward a side rack. That he pulled 3 breastplates down, each slightly different in size, but made of the same dull steel. "Ordinary grade, standard make. Each one's 100 gold coins." Wade's brows rose involuntarily. 100? He had expected high prices, but not half his quest reward for a single piece. The attendant shrugged, as though it was nothing unusual. "Cheapest you'll find in the guild armory. Durable, no enchantments, no effects, just steel that it'll keep your guts inside if something tries to take them out. Good enough for greenhorns." Wade ran his hand across the cold surface of one breastplate. That IT was sturdy, with the straps thick and the weight reasonable. But the price was the real kicker here. 100 gold coins. Half his coins gone in a single purchase. His gaze drifted past the counter, where another section of the armory was cordoned off by a barred gate. Behind it, Wade glimpsed armor that shimmered faintly with strange light, breastplates etched with runes, and helmets with gems embedded in their brows. They were locked. Away, far from reach. "What about those?" Wade asked before he could stop himself. The attendant followed his gaze, a smirk appearing on his lips. "Dungeon loot. Enchanted armor, rare materials, special effects, that kind of thing. Some resist acid, some bolster stamina, some even heal small wounds over time. The prices vary." "How much?" Wade asked, his curiosity outweighing his caution. The smirk widened. "More than you've got." Wade's chest tightened. That he wanted to ask, wanted to know the numbers, but something told him it would only humiliate him further. Instead, he nodded stiffly, murmured his thanks, and stepped away from the counter. The ordinary breastplate was still on his mind, 100 gold coins for protection he desperately needed. But was it worth being left nearly broke after only a single quest? He turned on his heel and left the armory, the heavy doors shutting behind him. The streets of Hiving greeted him with noise and color. Merchants shouted their wares from stalls. The sense of roasting meat and fresh bread wafted through the air. And children darted through the crowds. Above it all, the banners of the 3 guilds rippled in the breeze, their towers rising like silent overseers. Wade moved through the bustle, his perception alert now not just for danger, but for opportunity. The guild's prices were too high. There had to be another way. His search eventually brought him to a quieter part of the city, where the ringing of hammer against anvil echoed down a narrow lane. That a blacksmith shop stood at the end, its open doors, revealing a furnace blazing hot and a man working bare-armed, sweat glistening across his broad shoulders. The smith looked up as Wade entered, pausing mid-swing. His dark eyes flicked over Wade, noting the sword strapped to his back, the way his tunic sagged slightly against his still thin frame. "Need something?" he asked gruffly. "A breastplate," Wade said, stepping closer. "Something sturdy and functional." The smith set his hammer down, wiping his brow with the back of his arm. Adventurer, huh? Figures." He walked to a rack where several breastplates hung, less polished than the guild's, but clearly solid. "The guilds always leave ordinary weapons to us. They have bigger fish to fry." He pulled one of the breastplates down, setting it on the counter with a thud. 75 coins. Cheaper than what you'll get in your guild. Wade frowned. "Cheaper, yes, but it's still high." "It's cheaper because you're not paying their markup," the smith said flatly. "I don't have to feed their coffers, but steel and time cost coins that I won't hand it over for scraps." Wade thought quickly, running through his options. The thought of letting go of so much money just didn't sit well with him. "How about 50 and fitted?" he asked. The smith scoffed, turning away. "Don't insult me, boy. That wouldn't even cover the steel point 75 and fitted." Wade narrowed his eyes. He could feel it in his chest. That fear, that of going broke. He never wants to be poor again. Never wants to feel the hunger capable of stealing one's life. And so, he exhaled. Some sacrifices need to be made now to make a profit later. 60. Still not enough. 70. Wade exhaled. And fitted, final offer. The smith's eyes narrowed for a moment. "Fitted takes time for me to do at 70. I'll help however I can," Wade said, meeting his gaze. "But I can't spare more than 70. For a long moment, the smith studied him. Then he grunted, a low sound deep in his chest. 5.70. But you'll stand still and do exactly as I say during the fitting. No whining." Relief surged through Wade. He nodded quickly. "Deal." The smith extended a calloused hand. Wade shook it, the grip firm and unyielding. "Name's Tom," the man said, already pulling tools from shelf. "You'll have your breastplate by tomorrow." Wade smiled faintly for the first time that day. "Wade, and thank you." Tom only snorted, already measuring Wade's chest with a strip of leather, muttering to himself about adjustments and straps. The hammering resumed. Echoing through the shop, Wade felt something loosen in his chest. This was a small victory over the guild, even if they didn't know it at all. Outside of their chains, he'd bargained, he'd chosen, and soon he'd have what he needed most. Protection. Wade turned toward the street. His coin pouch now lighter than when he'd arrived. He had secured his breastplate order with Tom, and though 70 coins was no small price, it was worth it. Protection came before anything else. As he stepped out of the blacksmith shop, a ripple of light sparked before his eyes that he froze, glancing around, but no one else seemed to notice. People passed by on the street as if nothing unusual had happened. The dimensional ledger appeared before him, and a golden script hovered in the air. Seen only by him. Ding. Trade recorded. Breastplate, custom order, 70 gold coins. Cosmic value, plus 0.2. Balance, 0.2. Wade stared at the glowing panel, a grin tugging at his lips. That IT was almost nothing, a tiny bump in a counter that felt impossibly vast. But it was proof. The ledger didn't care if it was a dungeon trade, the guild shop, or a deal at a blacksmith. A trade was a trade, and profit was profit. He clenched his fist. "Good," he whispered. "Then I just have to make more." The panel dissolved into sparks. Leaving him alone again in the noise of hiving, he decided his next step. Armor was taken care of, but wounds were not. He couldn't rely on Ingrid to save him with salves each time. If he was going to fight in dungeons, he needed healing of his OW. An apothecary would do. With a grin on his face, he set off. The streets slowly grew narrower as he followed the signs, and soon he found himself in front of a shop marked by a hanging sign shaped like a leaf. The smell reached him before he entered it. An interesting blend of herbs, roots, and faintly sweet smoke. That he pushed the door open. Bells jingled above his head as he stepped into the apothecary. Shelves lined the walls, packed with jars of powders, bundles of dried herbs, and glass vials filled with colored liquid. Standing behind the counter was an older woman with gray streaks in her hair, her back straight despite her age. Her eyes flicked to Wade as he entered. "Adventurer," she said with a smile that showed faint wrinkles around her eyes. "What do you need?" "Healing salves," Wade said. "Something reliable." The woman turned, pulling jars from a shelf behind her. She set 3 down on the counter with care. "Minor salve," she said, tapping the smallest jar. 10 coins, good for cuts and scratches. She tapped the second. "Mid-grade salve point 30 coins. Helps with burns and deeper wounds." Her hand stayed on the largest jar. "High-grade salve point 50 coins. Stronger, lasts longer, works faster." Wade studied them. His pouch was already lighter from the breastplate order. Spending 50 coins here would leave him nearly broke again. He weighed his options, then pointed at the middle jar. I'll take the mid-grade, he said. 30 coins, right? 30, the woman confirmed with a nod. He passed the coins across the counter, and she slid the jar into his hands. The medicinal smell in the air tickled his nose. It was a tangy bitterness, with something earthy beneath. It reminded him of Ingrid's salve. The woman noticed his wrinkled nose and chuckled. You're smelling the ember leaf. Wade raised an eyebrow. Ember leaf? Yes, she said, her smile widening as though pleased to teach. She reached behind her and brought out a small bundle of leaves wrapped in twine. Each leaf was small and oval-shaped, with faint red veins. When she lifted one to the light, the veins glowed faintly, as if embers ran through them. Beautiful, Wade said before he could stop himself. They're more than pretty, the woman replied. Ground in a paste, ember leaf soothes fever. Crushed, it treats wounds, and steeped in hot water, it makes a fine tea, best with honey. Tea? Wade asked. She chuckled again. I just made a fresh batch. Would you like to try? Wade hesitated. His coin pouch was light, and he wasn't sure if this was another way to get him to spend more. But her offer seemed genuine. He nodded. I'll try. The woman poured steaming liquid from a clay pot into a small cup and handed it to him. Drink fast, she said. When honey is added to ember leaf tea, it goes bad quickly. You must drink it before it spoils. Wade accepted the cup, the steam rising to meet him. The smell was sweet and earthy. He sipped. The taste was smooth, with a faint sweetness from the honey and a bitter edge from the leaf. His eyes widened. Recognition hit him. The flavor pulled a memory from years ago. His mother, tired from her shift, had once tried her hand at making wines as a hobby for weeks. Their small home had smelled of fermenting fruit and honey. That she tried making mead, or as it was called, honey wine. Wade lowered the cup, slowly, staring at the faint red veins in the liquid. Ember leaf didn't make the tea spoil when honey was added. It was simply trying to speed up fermentation. His heart thudded. If ember leaf could force honey to ferment faster, then he could make fast mead. Not weeks of waiting, not months. Mead ready in days. And adventurers love their drink. Taverns thrive because ale never lost demand. Mead sold at a higher price as it was sweeter and stronger. If he could make it quickly, he could undercut everyone. Else that he could flood the market with fast mead, sell it for less, and still walk away with massive profit. The dimensional ledger's panel flickered in his mind's eye. The cosmic counter ticking upward. Profit. He drained the cup in 2 gulps, his grin hidden behind it. How much ember leaf do you have? He asked suddenly. The woman blinked. Enough, why? I want to buy it all, Wade said. She tilted her head. All of it? Yes, Wade said firmly. Every leaf you can spare. Name your price. Her eyes narrowed, as if she was trying to read him. Then she smiled faintly. You plan to resell? Wade shook his head. Not exactly. The woman chuckled. Very well. For you, since you're buying in bulk, 40 coins for the lot. Wade hesitated. His pouch was already thin. After the breastplate and the salve, spending another 40 would leave him with only 60 coins. But he could feel it in his bones. This was different. This was the kind of opportunity the dimensional ledger had been made for. He placed the coins on the counter. Done. The woman bundled the ember leaf into a cloth sack and pushed it across to him. Then it's yours. Use it wisely. Wade gripped the sack tightly, tucking it into his inventory. The golden letters flickered again before his eyes. Ding. Trade recorded. Emberleaf bundle, 40 gold coins. Cosmic value, plus 0.8. Balance, 1.0. Wade nearly laughed aloud at a full point in the counter. The ledger itself recognized the opportunity. As he stepped out of the apothecary, his thoughts raced. He'd secured a breastplate to guard his chest, healing salve for his wounds. And now, Emberleaf, and with it, his first true chance to turn profit into power. And in that very moment, he felt very much like a dimensional merchant. Wade yawned as he left his room, rubbing the last traces of sleep from his eyes. The morning sun was already slipping in through the narrow windows of the guild dormitory, throwing thin lines of gold across the stone corridor. His body felt lighter than yesterday, though his head was still wrapped in that strange fog of fatigue. Rowan had called it resetting, and Wade hoped it would fade soon. As he walked, he mentally summoned his inventory. The familiar golden panel flickered into existence before him. Inventory slots: 6, slot 1, coin pouch, slot 2, emberleaf bundle, slot 3, bag of yeast, slot 4, barrel, empty, slot 5, empty, slot 6, empty. Wade's mouth twisted into a half grin. He'd spent some time yesterday gathering some things he'd need for the mead. He'd gotten himself a sturdy barrel to house the whole thing, and some yeast. It had taken a significant cut of the money he had left, but it was worth it. However, the most important ingredient wasn't there yet: the honey. Mead without honey was just sour-watered. He would need to make time later to source some, either from merchants or directly from the beekeepers he'd heard about on the edge of the city. Closing the panel, Wade headed into the mess hall. He moved through the small crowd and joined the queue. After getting his food, he headed to their usual table. IT was already occupied. Ingrid sat there, her back straight, and as usual, her bow propped neatly beside her chair. She quietly ate her breakfast, eyes half-lidded as if the crowded hall didn't exist. "Morning," Wade said, sliding his tray onto the table. Ingrid looked up briefly, gave him a small nod, and returned to her food. They ate in silence, the only sound between them the scrape of spoons against bowls and the occasional creak of the bench. Wade didn't mind. After everything, silence was almost comfortable. Rowan arrived not long after, his tray balanced on one hand, a bright grin across his face. "Morning, you too," he said cheerfully, sliding into the seat opposite Wade. "Sleep well." Wade shrugged. "Could have been better." Ingrid, true to form, gave no answer. Rowan chuckled, unbothered. "I slept like a stone. Best day off I've had in weeks." He picked up his spoon, shoveling porridge into his mouth. "I tell you, sleeping through a whole day feels better than a victory feast." Wade couldn't help grinning at that. "Glad you enjoyed yourself." Rowan winked. "You should try it sometime. In dungeons, no captains yelling at you, and no slimes trying to melt your face off. Just sleep." As the three of them ate quietly, Wade's mind was on something else. Sebastian had said they would soon be delving into the dungeons. Point 4 occupied inventory slots was a problem. That meant he'd need to free up space in his inventory, or add more slots in order to carry loot. For now, loot was much more important than his ingredients. He tapped the side of his bowl, considering he needed more slots eventually, or at least somewhere safer to store things. His mind flicked back to the bundle of ember leaf and the barrel. Leaving something like that in the dorms felt risky. The guild controlled everything here. Could they check on his belongings without him knowing? The idea didn't seem that far-fetched. "Rowan," Wade said suddenly, looking across the table. "What's it cost to rent an apartment in the city?" Rowan blinked, then tilted his head thoughtfully. "Depends where you want to live. Near the guilds, close to the markets, or in the outer districts." "Give me all of it," Wade nodded. Rowan set down his spoon, leaning forward slightly. "All right. Near the guild towers, it's safe and convenient, but noisy that you're looking at 50 gold coins per week with a deposit of 70 that it's definitely not cheap. In the market district, prices vary. 35 a week for a small room above a shop. 60 or more if you want proper space. Then there are the outer districts, farther from the center, cheaper, but less safe. 20 a week, sometimes less, though you'll be dealing with more problems like thieves or rats." Wade whistled softly. Even the cheapest option would bleed his coins dry if he wasn't careful. Still, the thought of having a place of his own, where the guild's eyes couldn't pry, was tempting. He nodded slowly. "Thanks, I'll think about it." Rowan smiled. "Thinking is free. Just don't wait too long. Apartments near the guild go quickly." Before Wade could answer, a familiar heavy step sounded behind him. Sebastian's shadow fell across the table as he set his tray down with a thud. "Morning," Sebastian said in his deep voice, nodding at each of them before lowering himself onto the bench. "Morning," Rowan and Wade echoed. Ingrid merely gave another nod. Sebastian wasted no time. After tearing off a piece of bread, he looked up at them. "Good news that I've secured us entry into a dungeon." Wade blinked. His spoon froze halfway to his mouth. Already, Sebastian said with a grin. "But don't worry, we're not throwing you into the deep end. Since you're new, we'll be taking it slow." Rowan leaned forward, interested. "Which one?" "The Shattered Hall," Sebastian said. "Entry is cleared for tomorrow morning." Wade set down his spoon, interested. "The Shattered Hall?" Sebastian nodded. "It's a dungeon in the appearance of an old ruin, complete with cracked stone halls and broken mirrors everywhere. The monsters there are mirror wraiths, spirits that live inside reflections. Nasty if you don't know how to deal with them, but manageable with teamwork." Rowan's grin widened. "And of course, there's the loot. Reflection-based skill stones," Sebastian said. "Some of the most popular on the market. Skills like Mirror Step, Double Image, even Echo Strike. Adventurers not of Lion's Guild pay a fortune for them. That, if we're lucky, we might come back with something valuable." Rowan laughed, clapping his hands once. "Not bad. Profit and training in one trip." Wade leaned back slightly, absorbing it all. Mirror wraiths, reflections, skill stones. The guild taxed everything, but even so, the potential for profit was there, and the Shatter Hall sounded less like a death trap than the swamp had been. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Sebastian warned, tearing another bite from his bread. "The wraiths will test your nerves. They move fast, and their illusions can trick even veterans. Keep your eyes open and don't swing at shadows. Wade nodded, his chest tightening with both nerves and anticipation. This would be his first real dungeon, a place where adventurers rose or fell. Rowan raised his cup, smirking. To the shattered hall, then. Ingrid lifted her cup silently. Sebastian grinned, and Wade found himself smiling despite the feeling in his chest. He raised his own cup, the clink of clay against clay sealing the moment. Tomorrow, he would step into a dungeon.a/in. Are you enjoying the story so far? If so, don't forget to leave a review or power stones. It'll warm my very cold heart. Sebastian set his cup down with a soft thud. The faint grin he'd worn since arriving dimming into something more serious. His eyes swept over each of them before finally landing on Wade. There's something we need to settle before we start making preparations, he said. His tone was firm but not unkind. The voice of a captain addressing his party. Loot. Rowan leaned back slightly in his chair, still chewing on a crust of bread. Ingrid's pale gaze flicked toward Sebastian, and Wade straightened instinctively, setting his spoon aside to owe him. This was the most important part of this whole expedition. Loot meant money, and money meant deals, and deals meant slowly moving towards freedom. Sebastian folded his hands on the table. Normally, we divide loot based on contribution. The guild doesn't care how a party shares that it's left to us. The usual rule is simple. You keep what you earn. If you kill a monster, you take its drop. If you find a herb, you keep it. Stones and rarer items are usually traded or sold. Then the coin split based on who did the work. He paused, his eyes still on Wade. But this time, I'm proposing something different. Since it's your first expedition, and you've likely got debts to deal with, we'll share all loot equally, 0.14 each. Rowan's lips curved into a grin. I like it. Consider it a welcome gift, 0.1 equal share for Wade. Ingrid gave the smallest nod, her expression unchanged, though the gesture was enough. Wade blinked, caught off guard. He opened his mouth, then shut it again, unsure of what to say. Finally, he managed, Thank you, I didn't expect that. Sebastian chuckled, shaking his head. Don't thank us too much. This is a one-time arrangement. After this dungeon, we go back to contribution-based sharing that you'll have to pull your own weight. That's fair, Wade said quickly, relief spreading through him. Equal shares meant he wouldn't leave the dungeon empty-handed, even if he struggled. And he would struggle, he knew that much already. Good, Sebastian said, leaning back. His heavy frame made the bench creak. Now that's settled, I've booked a room for us to discuss strategies, and once we're done with that, we can each leave to take care of the supplies we'll need for tomorrow. Rowan drained the last of his porridge and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Efficient as always. Sebastian ignored the remark, already reaching for another slice of bread. Wade hesitated, glancing toward Rowan as something occurred to him. Rowan, that sword you lent me in the swamp, could I use it for this dungeon too? Rowan tilted his head, smiling faintly. Of course that I don't need it anymore. It's yours to keep. Wade blinked. Really? Really? Rowan said. Consider it an investment. A sword's no good gathering dust in my inventory when it can keep you alive. Wade smiled, another rush of gratitude sweeping through him. Thanks, I'll make good use of it. Rowan waved the thanks away, but his eyes were kind. One more thing, that you're getting something defensive for yourself, right? Yeah. Wade nodded. I already have an order for a breastplate I have to pick up today. That's good. Rowan nodded. But you should also invest in a defensive skill from the guild shop. Even if it puts you deeper in debt, it's worth it. Offense is important, but defense keeps you breathing. Having another layer between your breastplate and the monster is even more reassuring. Wade frowned. A defensive skill like what? Basic ward, Rowan answered without hesitation. It's cheap compared to most skills, efficient too. It creates a shield in front of you, strong enough to block a blow or deflect a spell. The cost is small, just a trickle of mana, but the value, immeasurable. Sebastian nodded in agreement. Rowan's right, that a sword alone won't save you. Every adventurer needs something between themselves and death. Wade chewed on that thought, his mind already tallying the coins in his pouch. Another debt wasn't what he wanted, but then again, neither was dying. The four of them fell into silence again, each focused on finishing their meals. The clink of spoons and scrape of bread against bowls filled the space between them. Wade's mind, however, was restless. Loot sharing, strategy rooms, defensive skills, it was all coming together, and it felt real. Sebastian finally set his mug down. All right, let's go. The group rose as one, sliding their trays aside before heading out of the mess hall. The noise of the guild's bustling morning wrapped around them. There were other parties gearing up for quests. Handlers barking orders and clerks running ledgers. Wade stayed close to his party as Sebastian led the way. They passed through the main hall, its high ceiling echoing with footsteps before turning down a side corridor. The noise gradually faded as they moved deeper into the guild building, until at last Sebastian stopped before a wooden door. He pushed it open and gestured them inside. Here. The room was plain but functional. A square chamber with a table in the center and a few chairs arranged around it. A board stood before them, with a map of the city and surrounding lands hung on the far wall, and a few lamps glowed on their sconces. Sit, Sebastian said. Wade lowered himself into a chair, Rowan dropping into one beside him, and Ingrid across. Sebastian remained standing for a moment, his hands braced on the table as his eyes swept over them. Let's talk strategy, he said simply. Tomorrow we enter the Shattered Hall. Our main enemies are the mirror wraiths that we know they're tricky and can attack from anywhere. And since we'll be fighting against them in what is essentially their home ground, that means our formation will matter more than our raw strength. He turned to the board. Here's our formation. Wade leaned forward, listening closely. This was his first chance to prove himself, and he would not waste it. Wade stepped out of the Lions Guild building, exhaling deeply. The afternoon air hit his face, cooler than the heavy atmosphere inside. He drew in a breath and let out slowly, trying to clear his head. IT didn't work. His thoughts were still buzzing in a whirlwind of words, diagrams, and Sebastian's deep voice hammering home strategy after strategy. There was so much to think about. Mirror, wraiths, illusions, the way they could slip out of reflections and strike from angles no one expected. The party formation, with Sebastian leading the front, Ingrid keeping distance with her arrows, Rowan weaving wards and buffs, and Wade filling in gaps. And rules. So many rules. When to advance, when to fall back. Never swing blindly at shadows. Always test reflections before stepping too close. Check your own silhouette, because sometimes it wasn't yours anymore. IT all made sense when Sebastian laid it out on the table in the strategy room, his calloused fingers tapping the map as he spoke, Rowan tossing in helpful quips, and Ingrid offering her clipped observations. Together, they made it sound simple, but Wade knew the truth. This was their second, third, 10th dungeon. They had habits built on real fights that he didn't. For him, when the dimensional ledger eventually paid out and dropped its first key in his hands, he would be going into dungeons no one else had seen before. There would be no strategies, no records, and no maps drawn by survivors. Just him, whatever he was able to scrounge up, and the great unknown. His stomach knotted at the thought. He shook his head and forced his feet to move. He had other things to focus on right now. Armor. Chin up, Wade. He muttered to himself as he made his way down the street. No use worrying about something that hasn't happened yet. Minutes later, he was at his destination. Tom's shop sat in its usual spot at the end of the lane, the steady ring of hammer on anvil echoing out into the street. The smell of hot iron and coal drifted on the air. Wade ducked under the doorway and stepped inside. The heat hit him immediately, wrapping around him like a blanket. Sparks flew as Tom hammered down on a glowing piece of metal, the muscles in his arms shifting with every strike. For a moment, he imagined the man fighting beside Sebastian, Rowan, and Ingrid, and somehow the image fit so well. Wade eyed the man, wondering if he was a veteran adventurer in retirement. The blacksmith looked up when Wade entered. Ah, the boy with no breastplate, Tom said, setting the hammer aside. His voice was gruff. You're here for the fitting. Yes, Wade said, moving closer. His coin pouch was much lighter than before, but the thought of walking into the Shattered Hall tomorrow without protection made his chest tighten. Tom wiped his brow with the back of his forearm, then pulled a breastplate off a stand. IT was simple steel, polished but not shining, with thick straps that looked like they'd outlast a war. He held it up. Try it. Wade set his sword aside and slipped the armor over his head. Tom tugged at the straps, tightening them until they bit into Wade's shoulders. The metal pressed firmly against his chest, heavier than he expected. Raise your arms, Tom ordered. Wade obeyed. The edge of the plate pinched against his underarm. He winced. Twist. He twisted. The plate shifted awkwardly against his ribs, the leather straps creaking. Tom grunted. Not perfect. Needs shaping. You'll have to come back later. I'll complete it soon. Wait, no. Wade interjected. I need it tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tom frowned. Wade nodded. Yeah, dungeon delve. Then you'll live with it, as is. Tom stepped back, arms crossed. Armor isn't meant to be comfortable, it's meant to keep your guts inside when something tries to spill them. You can bring it back after your little run, and I'll adjust it properly. Wade flexed his arms again, the weight awkward, but manageable. He wasn't about to argue, he needed it now, not later. It'll do, Wade said. Tom smirked faintly. Of course it'll do, I made it. Wade chuckled under his breath, then reached for his coin pouch instinctively before remembering he'd already paid yesterday. Relief washed through him at the thought. He didn't have many coins left for much of anything right now. Tom clapped him on the shoulder. the sound like a hammer against steel. Don't get killed that I don't like refunds. Wade grinned despite himself. I'll try. He looked down at the breastplate, but decided not to just stuff it in his inventory. He needed to get used to the weight. And besides, he'd seen adventurers around with armor on that he wouldn't look out of place. With a smile, he collected his sword and slung it over his back again. The breastplate sat heavy on his chest, pulling at his shoulders, but the weight gave him a strange sense of reassurance. His torso wasn't bare anymore, that if something struck, there would be steel between him and the wound at IT. Wasn't perfect, IT wasn't enchanted, but it was his. Thanks, Tom, Wade said, turning toward the door. The blacksmith had already gone back to his anvil, hammer striking down in steady rhythm. He didn't reply, though Wade thought he saw a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Outside, the air felt cooler again, and the city bustled with its usual energy. Merchants shouted prices, carts rattled across cobblestones, and guild banners rippled in the wind. Wade shifted the straps of his new armor and started walking. The breastplate wasn't as comfortable as he would have liked. IT pinched under his arms, shifted when he bent, and made breathing just a little more shallow than before. But it had a dungeon del tomorrow, and walking into it without armor was a gamble he wasn't willing to take. He could live with a little discomfort. Tomorrow, he would need every edge he could get. The guild's corridors were alive with footsteps and murmurs as Wade made his way towards the familiar wing of the building. The same hallway Callista had led him. Down when he'd first awakened stretched ahead of him. He hadn't planned to come here so soon, but Rowan's words kept echoing in his mind. The burns on his back were healed, but the memory of the acid burning through his clothes was still raw. Rowan said he needed something more than just a breastplate. He'd be foolish not to listen to the expert. At the end of the hall, he pushed open a door marked with the sigil of an open book. Inside was the skill shop that a clerk in guild colors sat behind a counter, quill scratching across parchment. He was not the man Wade had met before. He looked up briefly when Wade entered, his expression neutral, before lowering his gaze back to his ledger. Wade cleared his throat. I need basic ward. He placed his badge on the counter, sliding it towards the man. That got the clerk's attention. The man set his quill down and reached for the badge. He examined it, confirming it was the real deal. With a nod, he left for the back room. Wade stood there for almost a minute before the door opened and the man emerged. The man set the glowing stone on the counter, and Wade stared at it, eyes narrowed. Basic ward, the clerk confirmed. Standard defensive skill. Cast a small opaque barrier in front of the user. Cost 5 points of mana to activate. Lasts a few seconds, depending on perception. Cost 5,000 gold coins. Wade's stomach twisted. 5,000 gold coins. He glanced down at his coin pouch. He had less than 100 inside. He exhaled through his nose. He'd known this was coming. The guild didn't sell survival cheap. This meant more debt. I'll put it on my account, Wade said quietly. The clerk didn't blink. He picked up a thin sheet of parchment and slid it across the counter. Sign here. The debt will be added to your ledger. Repayment begins with the first expedition you return from. Wade took the quill in hand. His name scrawled across the paper in uneven strokes. The ink shimmered faintly as the guild's binding runes activated, sealing the agreement. The clerk nodded, retrieving the sheet before sliding the glowing stone across the counter towards Wade. Wade lifted the stone carefully. Its surface warm to the touch. He crushed it, and the stone dissolved into light, sinking into his skin. New skill acquired. Basic ward. Wade released a shaky breath. He could feel it now, sitting in his chest, ready to be called on. Your account has been updated, the clerk said, already returning to his ledger. And remember, guild interest applies after 3 months. Wade clenched his jaw, but nodded. Even more ways to sink him deeper in debt. Understood. He turned and left the shop, the door shutting behind him with a soft click. His debt had grown, his chains heavier. But this chain was worth it. Wade woke while the dormitory was still quiet, the sun barely spilling light through the narrow window above his bed. He sat up at once, the blanket sliding away. His nerves were buzzing, the thought of the day ahead chasing any desire to sleep further. Today was his first dungeon that he pushed himself up, grabbed the small towel folded on the desk, and headed to the wash basin that he washed quickly, the water cool against his face, sluicing away the remaining heaviness of sleep that by the time he dressed in his tunic and strapped on his new breastplate. The last of the fog had left his head. Back in his room, he took a few minutes to stretch, familiar motions from Earth, push-ups and twists of his torso, pulling at stiff muscles until his body loosened. The breastplate pinched here and there, and he grimaced at the tug under his arms, but he was already used to it. When he was done, he sat at the edge of his bed and called up his status. Name, Wade Barrett, race, human, class, dimensional merchant, origin skill, dimensional ledger, level 1 XP, 0% HP. 165, 165. MP. 165, 165. Strength, 30. Agility, 31. Perception, 24. Constitution, 25. Stat points, 25. Skills, observe, conceal, inventory, exchange, basic ward. The golden letters floated before him. His finger tapped unconsciously at his thigh at the sight. He had 25 points, waiting to be spent. He could push his agility higher, increase his perception, or bulk his strength. He stared at the numbers for a long moment, but then he closed the screen. Not yet. He didn't know what the dungeon would demand of him. He needed to see, to understand, before deciding where to grow. The points would stay unspent. For now, he strapped on his sword and left the room at tea this time of the morning. The mess hall was lively with the hum of early adventurers, but at their usual table. The atmosphere was subdued. Ingrid sat with her back straight, her bow as always leaning against her chair. Rowan gave Wade a bright grin as he arrived, though his words were few. Sebastian was quiet, eating like a machine, his gray eyes fixed on nothing in particular. Wade sat down with his tray, glancing down at his porridge, bread, and the slice of dried meat. They ate in near silence. The only sounds the scrape of spoons and the clink of cups. Wade didn't mind. Somehow, words felt unnecessary this morning, not with what laid ahead of them. When they were done, Sebastian wiped his beard with the back of his hand and stood, the bench creaking under his weight. His deep voice carried across the table. "It is time," he said simply. Rowan pushed back his chair with a small smile. Ingrid stood without a word, adjusting the strap of her quiver. Wade rose last, slinging his sword across his back. Sebastian nodded once. "Before we head to the dungeon, we need to go to the practice yard. We'll take the time to warm up and get used to our equipment. Better to find flaws now than when you're bleeding inside the shattered hull." Wade fidgeted as he followed the rest of the party down the hall. He could still feel his breastplate pinching uncomfortably at his ribs, but he ignored it. Instead, his focus was on his chest, try to keep it from beating out of his chest. Adrenaline was surging through his veins, and his hands shook, but he hid it. The feeling in his chest wasn't fear. He'd long since discarded fear, but he didn't need it, especially if he wanted to become the richest man in the world. What he was feeling right now was excitement. After all, at the end of this dungeon run was money. All he had to do was survive till the end of it. Then, he'd have money to start working on making more deals. More deals meant more profit, and more profit meant personal dungeon keys. And personal dungeon keys meant even more profit. He smiled. Looking up, Sebastian led the way, his giant axe strapped to his back. Following behind was Ingrid and Rowan, with Wade bringing up the rear. They'd finished sparring in the practice yard, getting the blood flowing. Now it was time to enter the dungeon proper. "Wait," Sebastian spoke up from the front. "Are you familiar with the layout of the dungeon?" Wade frowned. "The layout?" Sebastian looked back, and on seeing the confusion on Wade's face, turned to Rowan. "You didn't tell him." Rowan grinned sheepishly. "I forgot." Ingrid scoffed. "You forgot," Sebastian said flatly, his hands twitching. "No matter that, I can explain it now." He glanced back at Wade as he walked. Shatter Hall is a single-floor dungeon, and each layer has 3 rings. Wade frowned. "Rings?" "Yes." Sebastian nodded. "Think of them as circles drawn inside each other. Each dungeon is different, and the higher the floors it has, the more difficult it is to clear. This one has a single floor, and that means 3 rings. The rings are partitions of energy that seal away monsters. However, the moment you step foot into a layer, the timer starts counting down. You have only 20 minutes to defeat the monsters of the first ring, before the second ring disintegrates. It doesn't matter if you've defeated all the monsters in the first ring or not. The ring goes down after 20 minutes. Then 20 minutes later, the third ring goes down. Each subsequent ring has a slightly higher number of monsters. That means each ring that follows after is a bit more difficult than the one that comes before. In a higher floor dungeon, the time between rings dropping gets lower and lower the higher up you go. But for this one, it means we have a time limit of 20 minutes to kill all monsters in the first ring and prepare ourselves before the second ring drops. Understood? "Yes, Captain." Wade nodded. "Good." Before long, they reached a gate. Guild soldiers stood before it, armed to the teeth. Sebastian presented them with a document. "We're here for the Shattered Hall dungeon." The lead soldier took the document, studying it, before allowing them entrance. As they stepped through the gate, a beam of light passed over them, scanning them. The soldiers simply watched on, saying nothing. They stepped into a corridor. It was wide and filled with numerous doors, each one with a pair of guards standing on either side of it. Wade followed his party down the corridor, reading off the names on the doors. Finally, they arrived before a door that read, "Shattered Hall." Sebastian presented their document to the guards again, who checked it before opening the door. With a nod, Sebastian walked in. Ingrid and Rowan followed, and Wade took a moment before he joined them. The moment he stepped into the room, the familiar cold feeling he'd gotten from when he'd first seen the awakening stone swept over him. The room was empty, except for a single, wide door standing opposite them. The door was closed and would have seemed like an ordinary door, if not for the light. Leaking out of its edges, Wade stared at it, not knowing what to think. I was kind of expecting something different. Rowan chuckled. The dungeon isn't really inside this building. The door is just a gateway that takes you into the dungeon. The dungeon itself exists in a dimension sitting atop our own. Oh, Wade said, surprised. How does that work? Well, dungeons appear in the wild. When defeated, a dungeon shatters, leaving behind a core. If the dungeon is to be destroyed forever, the core would be destroyed. But if the guilds don't want that, they simply harvest the cores and bring them here. Rowan explained. All they need to do is regrow the dungeon inside their walls. And there you have it, a gold mine in which you simply have your adventurers mine for you, a profitable venture for them. Wade stared at the door, his eyes wide. So guilds can move dungeons? Yeah, pretty much. Rowan chuckled. And since adventurers cannot level up unless they kill monsters inside dungeons, it serves as an incentive for adventurers to also delve into dungeons instead of focusing on quests alone. Whoever owns the dungeons controls the flow of power. Wade blinked, taking in what he'd just learned. The more information he got, the more he could understand why some beggars prefer to die on the streets than join the guilds. Point one was a slow death from hunger on the streets. The other was a fast death after enriching the pockets of the guilds that he exhaled at the thought. Time to suit up. Sebastian finally spoke, pulling off his axe from his back. His armor rattled from the movement. We're going in ready. With a nod, they all began to arm themselves. Wade unsheathed the sword from his back, holding it before him. With his breastplate around his torso and his skills at his fingertips, he was ready. Beside him, Ingrid had her bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. A quiver sat on her back, filled with arrows. She was lightly armored, wearing only a dull, rusted-looking breastplate and what looked like knee pads over her trousers. AS for Rowan. He pulled his trusty staff out of his inventory, his armor appearing on his body with a flash of light. Seeing the look on Wade's face, he grinned. I simply equipped it from my inventory. Ah. Wade nodded in understanding. Into formation, Sebastian ordered, and they fell into their formation. Sebastian stood at the front, with Wade and Ingrid behind him, and Rowan holding the rear. With that done, Sebastian gripped the handle of the door. Ready, ready, they chorused. Sebastian pulled open the door, filling the room with light. In front of them was a curtain of thick moast, glowing with a bright light that IT shone, promising both great risk and great rewards. And with a final breath to calm themselves, they walked into it, in. I'm back. Apologies for the lack of updates. I fell sick and had to take some time to recover. However, I come with good news. This book has been contracted, which means you can also support it with your golden tickets. Thanks in advance. The bright light faded away, revealing their new location. Ding! Welcome to Shattered Hall. Wade looked around, eyes wide. They'd appeared in the middle of a large, decrepit hall. The floor was cracked, weed growing from the cracks that a portion of the ceiling was caved in, opening up the hall to the elements, and through it, Wade could make out a cloudless afternoon sky. Columns stood around the hall at intervals, holding up the ceiling, vines running around them. But that was not the most surprising thing. One should have expected it, but the sheer amount of broken mirrors scattered around the hall still managed to take him by surprise. They were everywhere, not on the floor, not on the walls, not on the columns, even on the ceiling. Stay tight, Sebastian rumbled, his voice low. He was in a half-crouch, his axe held in both hands. Ingrid had her bow drawn, and Rowan was on the opposite side of the group, staff held before him. Wade stood in the middle, his back to Ingrid, sword out before him. There was a moment of silence as they stood there. Nobody moved. Sebastian scanned the room. Before finding a corner that seemed to be devoid of mirrors, he led the way there, everyone following after him, keeping themselves in formation with the walls. At their side, their eyes were out, searching for any danger. Still nothing. Rowan held out his staff, and a wave of light emerged from the orb atop it, spreading out around the room. A second later, the light touched the edges of the room and streamed back into the orb. No monster detected, Rowan said, glancing at Sebastian. Be on the watch. Sebastian instructed. They know we're here. They're watching us. Hidden in their mirrors. Wade quickly went through everything he'd learned about mirror wraiths in his head. They were fast creatures with 3 main abilities. Every mirror wraith had the ability to travel through mirrors, and in their territory, the shattered halls. That meant they could attack from anywhere. The stronger ones had the ability to reflect attacks. However, their ability had a cooldown of a few seconds. And then, there was the last, slightly stronger group of mirror wraiths. They had the ability to split themselves into two, turning their reflections into reality. And now, they were trapped in the same ring as these monsters. A few more seconds passed, and still nothing. Wade could hear the slight clinks of their armors as they shifted their weight. The sound of their breathing echoed in his ears, and still no mirror wraith. Rowan, use your taunt. Sebastian was interrupted as Rowan yelled. Up. Their heads snapped upwards just in time to see the mirror wraiths leap down from the mirrors on the ceiling. FCK. Rowan yelled as he fired a beam of light from his staff. The light hit the mirror wraith, and it shattered into tiny pieces. Dead. Ingrid's arrows swished through the air, taking them out before they reached them. But unfortunately, even she could not take out the sheer numbers bearing down on them, so they had only one option. Scatter. Sebastian roared. They all dove in separate directions, evading the rain of monsters. And just like that, their formation was gone. Wade scrambled to his feet, eyes wide and heart pounding. He'd trained for fighting within the formation. But this was different. He raised his sword in front of him, and that was when he caught his first clear view of the mirror wraiths. The monsters looked as if a wolf had been starved, then forced to walk on two legs. Their skin seemed to be made of the same reflective glass as mirrors, but where a mirror was smooth, their skin was filled with jagged growths protruding from its surface. Their hands were long, reaching down to their knees, their fingers tipped with long, sharp claws that gleamed in the light. They snarled, spittle dribbling down their snouts at the sight of food, and sitting comfortably in their skull were two spots of blue light, serving as their eyes. Wade saw out of the edge of his vision as Sebastian snarled and swung his axe, a wave of energy, erupting from it and killing a swathe of mirror wraiths. Instead, his focus was on the group of wraiths that stood before him. One of them snarled, and taking it as a signal, the rest rushed towards him. They dropped down on all fours. Racing towards him, he leaned forward, his mind racing and his heart hammering away in his chest. Calm down, Wade. You can do this. The front two wraiths leapt into the air, and he immediately cast Basic Ward, and a blue, opaque barrier appeared before him. The wraiths collided with the barrier with a crack, and one of them shattered, the damage killing it. The second one dropped to the floor with a yip, the barrier disappearing, spent, but Wade had no time to bask in his strategy. The remaining two wraiths were almost upon him. He summoned the barrier again, blocking off the first wraith, turning to face the second. The wraith snarled, surging upwards, its claws reaching for his chest. Wade swung his sword with all his strength, the blade ripping through the monster. Ike shattered into a million fragments of glass, spraying all over the floor. A small box fell with the glass shards, bouncing a few times. Wade paid it no mind, turning to the remaining two wraiths that he cast the barrier, blocking another one as he faced the second. He swung his sword, and the wraith skipped backwards, surging towards him. He cast the barrier too, blocked the monster, but it simply slid under it, seeing through Wade's trick. Wade cursed as the other wraith bypassed the barrier. Leaping at him, he rolled to the side, allowing the wraith to sail over him. And as he surged to his feet, he swung, catching its legs. Its legs shattered, sending the wraith sprawling on the floor. Before he could finish the injured wraith, the second one landed a hit on his back. Its claws skittered on Wade's breastplate, sending sparks into the air. Wade grinned at the sight, his sword shearing through the monster's neck. It shattered into pieces. He turned to finish off the last wraith, just in time to see it take a swing at his face. His eyes widened, his sword rising up to block it, but he already knew it was too late. Ah, crap. Wade had time for only one final thought as the claws descended towards his face. Is this how I die? Screech. He blinked in shock as a transparent, golden barrier appeared before his face, sending the claws skittering over its surface. That he turned to the side, wide-eyed, just in time to see Rowan wink at him. In an instant, the man had turned back to his own fight, killing three wraiths at once. Wade skipped back as the wraiths surged to the side, trying to bypass the barrier. Another wraith was heading towards him from the side. If he allowed them to move as they like, he'd be caught fighting on two fronts as they converge in a pincer attack. He dashed towards the end of the golden barrier, swinging his sword just as the wraith emerged from the side. The wraith slid under his sword, claws digging into the floor to stop its momentum. Wade's sword bounced off the edge off the barrier, sending him stumbling backwards. The barrier winked out of existence a second later. He regained his balance, turning just in time to see the second wraith leap towards him. His mind went blank, and his body moved on. Its own. He surged forward, summoning Basic Ward, and slamming it into the face of the wraith. The wraith's head snapped back, sending it flying a few feet. Wade turned, his perception already alerting him of the second wraith. He swung his sword, and the wraith's head dipped, trying to duck under the swing again. Gotcha! Wade grinned savagely. He angled his sword downward, tearing through the wraith's back and shearing it into two. It shattered into pieces as the glass shard sprayed in the air. He ducked, just in time for the second wraith to sail overhead, its claws tearing through where its head should be. Wade's hands snapped up, catching it by its biceps, and with a twist of his waist, slammed it into the floor. It shattered into glass shards. Wade stood there, staring at it with wide eyes. I did that. That was when a sound of clapping filled the hall. He looked up to see Rowan clapping enthusiastically, a big smile on his face. Bravo, bravo, the man called out. Ingrid stood there, leaning on her bow, one leg crossed, and Sebastian had his axe over his shoulder. Sprayed on the floor around them were countless glass shards that looked like they'd killed their own wraith and had watched the rest of his fight. Air, Wade scratched the back of his head. Thank you. That was when the notifications appeared. Ding, congratulations. You have slain Mirror Wraith, X4. You did good. Sebastian said from where he stood. You still have some unassigned stat points left, right? Now, think about your fight. What stats would have helped you fight better? Wade thought about it. The fight had been mostly carried by his perception. Without it, he wouldn't have surely died a few times in the fight, that if he couldn't tell where the wraiths were coming from, he'd have been gutted. There was also basic ward. If not for it, he would not have been able to control how many opponents he could fight at once. It had been a good decision to follow Rowan's recommendation, of course. His breastplate had helped too. He looked down at the piece of equipment, a smile appearing on his face. He'd have to thank Tom the next time he saw the man. He looked up to see that the rest of his party were already sifting through the glass shards, picking up the loot the wraiths had dropped. Of course, not every wraith had dropped loot. Rowan looked up to see him staring at them. You'd better hurry with your changes, he called out. There are still more wraiths in the first ring. This was just the first wave that we don't want them to catch us with our pants down. Wade nodded, immediately calling for his status. IT appeared before him in a flash of golden light. Name, Wade Barrett. Race, human. Class, dimensional merchant. Origin skill, dimensional ledger. Level, 1. EXP, 25%. HP, 165/165. MP, 140/165. Strength, 30. Agility, 31. Perception, 24. Constitution, 25. Stat points, 25. Skills, observe, conceal, inventory, exchange, basic ward. He frowned at his stats, but he didn't need strength nor constitution. Not right now. The most important stat he needed now was perception, and a bump to agility that it'll also have the added effect of increasing his mana points. Perfect. He poured 11 points into perception, bringing it up to 35. Then he placed 9 points into agility. IT now sat at an even 40 points. He watched as his mana points ticked upwards right before his eyes. MP, 200 out of 225. With a nod, he closed the window. He looked around, trying to see if there were any changes in his perception. Thought he should be 4 times more perceptive than the average human. He blinked a few times, his vision going hazy for a second before settling. That he blinked, unable to believe his eyes. That he didn't know how to describe his vision. That if before he had been seeing in HD, now he was seeing in 4K. This game sure has good graphics. He joked. Are you done? Rowan called out from where he stood. IT looked like they were done with gathering the loot. Yeah. Wade nodded hurriedly, dismissing his status screen. He walked over to them, joining the huddle as they all looked at Sebastian. Dungeons are usually more forgiving with the first wave. Sebastian began. We won't have as much free time to gather loot going forward. So if you have a chance, simply grab the loot. Understood? Yes, Captain. Good. Sebastian hefted his axe. Now that Wade has calmed his nerves, we will be sticking to the formation. That means closing in tighter, even if they attack from above. Wait a minute. Wade frowned. We scattered earlier because of me? Of course. Rowan snorted. You needed to be given a chance to show yourself that you can do this. Now, your confidence has been restored. Besides, I could have protected us from the falling wraiths with my barrier. Oh, we can't wait here for the wraiths to come and meet us. Sebastian continued. If we do, we would not be able to complete this ring before the second one drops. That means leaving this hall. He shifted his weight, raising his axe and gripping it with both hands. Ready, ready. Sebastian led them towards the door, which had vines running over it. It looked like it had been rusted shut. Curiosity welled up inside Wade at the sight. I have a question, he said. Sebastian glanced at him, but said nothing. That was basically him giving permission for Wade to ask. Other people have been in this dungeon, right? He asked. Then, why is the door closed? Surely, someone must have opened it before. That's how dungeons are, Rowan said from behind them. You can cause as much damage and destroy things, but when you leave, it resets itself. Dungeons are like story scripts you have to fight through. However, They don't stay constant, that if you delve through them a lot in quick succession and get used to it, it eventually recognizes you and changes the script. Wade nodded at the explanation. That made sense. They finally arrived at the door. Cover me, Sebastian said, holstering his axe on his back and placing both hands on each side of the double doors. The doors were tall, reaching high up to the ceilings. Ingrid had a bow knocked, pointing it towards the hall behind them. Rowan pointed his staff towards the door. That was the direction the wraiths are most likely to come through. With a grunt, Sebastian pushed the doors open. It groaned at the hinges. The sound traveling farin a few seconds. Sebastian had the door wide enough for them to comfortably pass through. T finally straightened, dusting his hands. To add to Rowan's explanation, he glanced back at Wade. Dungeons sometimes adjust their components based on the person interacting with them. For example, this door. He gestured at the door he just opened. My strength stat is much higher than yours, and it took me great effort to force the door open. Yet if you were the one who tried to open the door, you would have been able to open it too. The dungeon adjusts the difficulty of certain tasks in order to keep the effect constant. If you had pushed the door open, it would have taken you effort, and it would have made the same noise it just did. Always remember, dungeons don't just test an adventurer's physical prowess, it can also test their mind. Wade nodded in understanding, and with that, they walked through the door. They emerged in a long corridor, the other end darkened by shadows, making it hard to see from this end. However, that wasn't the only strange thing about it. The corridor was unnaturally wide, its ceiling high, just like the hall behind them. The left side of the corridor were large windows, each one covered by glass. The windows looked into a large courtyard, and sitting on it was a garden with normal-sized plants and flowers growing beautifully in it. On the right side of the corridor, mirrors had been arranged opposite the windows, each one just as large as the opening opposite it. The mirrors each had a crack splitting them in the middle, but they sat comfortably on their brackets. It was as if the building had been built with giants in mind. Stick close to me, Sebastian said, his voice low as they made their way forward. Don't let the sights fool you. They can attack from anywhere. They made their way through the corridor, the sounds of their footsteps strangely muffled. Sebastian had his axe in his hands, keeping an eye out for any wraiths. Rowan held the rear, his back to them. He walked backwards, keeping pace with them and not taking his eyes off the hall they'd just left. Ingrid was on the right, her arrow knocked as she faced the mirrors on the wall. That was the most likely place the wraiths could attack from. Wade was on the right, his eyes on the courtyard through the window. There was no rule saying the wraiths couldn't attack from there. They continued walking, and before long, they were in the middle of the corridor, both ends shrouded in darkness. What was that? Wade blinked as he noticed something in the courtyard. It had been a flicker. Gone before he could register it, he narrowed his eyes, his attention roving over the flowers. Ghost, he said. The others nodded, not taking their eyes off their targets. Ghost was a signal a way for him to say he'd noticed something, but hadn't been able to tell what it was. That way, the others would be alert if anything did come from his direction. Eyes on. Ingrid barked a second later, and everyone was instantly on guard. It meant that she'd seen wraiths through the mirrors, but they hadn't attacked yet. Hold, Sebastian commanded, and they paused, each one still facing his own direction. They stood there for a few seconds, ready for the wraiths to jump out from anywhere. They're gone, Ingrid finally said. Be alert. Sebastian rumbled. Wade's eyes widened, his mouth moving before his brain could even process what his eyes were seeing. Wraith. The thing he had noticed earlier hadn't been from the courtyard. It had been wraiths moving through the glass reflection. He surged forward as they popped out of the window pane, claws outstretched. He expended mana. A basic ward, blooming to life in front of him. He slammed it into the wraith nearest him, sending it back into the window. It slammed against the window, shattering the glass, and dropping into the courtyard below. The wraith next to it swiped at Wade's head, but Ingrid's bow snapped into its face, shattering its head into pieces. Its body followed suit an instant later. Behind them, Rowan slammed his staff into the ground, and a wave of light surged outwards in a 90-degree angle, slamming into the wraiths and shattering their body in an instant. Sebastian swung his axe, loping the heads off the wraiths in front of him. Then he stumbled forward as 3 wraiths slammed onto his back. Wade ducked under his swipe. Swinging his sword and shattering the wraith, Ingrid stepped forward, using her bow as a club to kill the wraiths. He turned, intending to cover her back when he saw it. His eyes opened in horror. The wraiths were multiplying, climbing out of the mirrors. They were being assaulted from both sides. Sebastian reached towards his back, grabbing the wraiths hanging off him. Their claws scratched against his armor, none of them penetrating. With a roar, he yanked them over his head and slammed them onto the ground. They shattered into glass shards. Hold! He roared, his axe working overtime. Wade, for his part, was busy trying to stay alive. He'd long since dropped his sword, the weapon hindering more than helping in this situation for him. With a snarl, he bashed another wraith with a basic ward, the barrier disappearing an instant later, unable to handle the impact. Wade didn't care. He ducked under another swipe, created another barrier, and bashed it into the wraith. It shattered into pieces. Panting, he skipped back, the claws passing an inch from his nose. His hand shot out, grabbed the paw, and with a twist, shattered it. He created another barrier, bashing it into the face of the wraith, killing it. As the glass shards fell, there was a tiny, almost unnoticeable flash of light, and a small box appeared amongst the shards. Falling with them, he grabbed the box out of the air, stuffing it into his inventory. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in the battle, he took that moment to look around. It had been more than 10 minutes since they'd been ambushed, and the fight was finally winding down. When the wraiths had begun climbing out of the mirrors, Rowan had cast his barrier over them, sealing it off. That forced the wraiths to attack from the windows. Since their entire purpose for coming to the dungeon was to kill wraiths and earn rewards, they couldn't avoid the battle. But that didn't mean they couldn't control the flow of their opponents. Having to worry about the wraiths from only one side of the corridor was a huge help. Each one of them had held the formation, fighting to the best of their ability. Sebastian held the front, his massive frame serving as a wall, while Rowan held the back. As for Ingrid, Wade had thought she'd be weak at close-quarters combat because she was an archer, but she'd quickly proved him wrong. When she wasn't firing arrows and taking out wraiths before they reached her, she was using her bow as a club, bashing their heads in. And together, they'd whittled down the wraiths, picking up the loot. As they fell, Wade's hand snapped to the side, a barrier appearing before it. There was a loud crack as a wraith slammed into the barrier, shattering into pieces. He was also enjoying his new increased perception. He could now sense the wraiths coming. Even when they were attacking from his blind spot, Sebastian's axe descended, shattering the last of the wraiths. Wade walked through the shards on the floor, his boot crunching on them, before getting to where his sword had fallen. Bending, he picked it up. With a quick look to examine the blade, he turned to the rest of the party. All loot secured? Sebastian asked. Looks like it. Rowan nodded, looking around to see if there was any loot he'd missed. Good. The captain nodded. This seems like the last wave. We only have a few minutes before the second ring falls. Perform your final checks and adjustments, then we'll get out of here. We'll need a more defensive location to survive the next wave. That was when the notifications began appearing. Congratulations, you have slain Mirror Wraith X14. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level 2, plus 5 stat points. With a grin, Wade checked his stats. Name, Wade Barrett. Race, human. Class, Dimensional Merchant. Origin skill, Dimensional Ledger. Level 2 XP. For 0.17%. HP, 153/165. MP, 85/225. Strength, 30. Agility, 40. Perception, 35. Constitution, 25. Stat points, 10. Skills, Observe, Conceal, Inventory, Exchange, Basic Ward. Wade's mouth dropped open in shock as he saw how many mana points he had left. 0.85. Just enough for 17 more basic wards that he'd been spamming the skill during the fight, and now, the consequence of his actions was here to bite him in the ass. They still had 2 more rings to go through, and he only had a third of his mana left. Sucking in a breath through his teeth, he dropped 5 points into his agility, watching his mana points rise as a result. MP, 100/240. He'd have to rely more on his sword than on his barrier. With that done, they continued down the corridor. Sebastian led the way, walking with the surety of a man who'd walked this path 100 times before, that he probably had. Walking out the corridor, they emerged in another hall that looked exactly similar to the one they'd arrived in. It had the same high ceiling and the same columns. But there was one key difference. This hall looked new. The ceiling was intact, the floor wasn't cracked, and there was not a single sign of vegetation growing anywhere. Even more weird was the fact that it didn't have a single mirror anywhere. What the hell? Wade muttered under his breath. How about here? Rowan asked Sebastian from the back. 2 open. The man said, not slowing his stride. We need somewhere with more obstacles to serve as a natural buffer. You can't use your barriers to hold them forever. Rowan nodded. True. Sebastian walked to the double doors opposite the one they'd entered through, pushing it open with a single hand. The door opened smoothly. Wait. Rowan frowned. Are we going to? Yes. Sebastian nodded without looking back. The chapel. They passed another corridor that looked exactly like the one they just fought the wraiths in, but this one was also different. There were no mirrors on the wall, Only the windows looking into the garden IT was also shorter, and before long, they arrived at a hallway with 3 giant doors. Sebastian strode to the nearest one, throwing it open. They walked in, and Wade's jaw dropped. The first thing he noticed was the scale. The hall was long and large. The ceiling height at the other end was what? Looked like a raised platform. And standing in the middle was a pulpit that looked like it had been made for a giant. Behind the pulpit was a giant stained glass window, light streaming through in a beautiful kaleidoscope of colors. However, the strange thing about the chapel were the pews. Unlike the pulpit, they were normal-sized. IT painted a very clear image, a giant being, preaching to normal-sized humans. But there was only one thought in Wade's head. What kind of place is this? Or more importantly, what kind of story is this dungeon trying to tell? As they walked deeper into the chapel, Wade noticed something he'd missed. That on every wall were tall, large mirrors, each one reflecting the image of the chapel. The only exception was the wall behind the pulpit. Only the stained glass window stood on that wall. Sebastian led them to the very center of the hall, his eyes roving this way and that. "This'll be our staging ground," he said. "They'll be attacking from all sides, but that would only make things go faster. The pews will act as a buffer, and they won't rush at us all at once. With this setup, we should be able to take care of them before the 3rd ring drops." Rowan looked around, taking in the chapel. "No matter how many times I come here, I can't shake how creepy it is." Wade blinked, turning to the man. "Creepy? You find this creepy? Don't worry." Rowan grinned, clapping Wade on the shoulder. "You'll see. This is not the time for jokes," Sebastian said, readying his axe. "The 2nd ring will drop any moment now. That means we have a scenario coming." Wade didn't even have time to ask what a scenario was when the door to the chapel swung open. Ding! Scenario activated. The inversion. Wade watched as people began streaming into the chapel. What the? The sound of countless footsteps filled the air, the people laughing and chatting happily among themselves as they made their way along the pews, everyone finding a seat. "How?" he muttered, unable to believe his eyes. "They're not real," Rowan said, just as the people passed where they were standing, walking straight through them, their body phasing through. They didn't even act like they could see the party. "This is one of the scenarios you'll encounter in this particular dungeon, based on where you go and where you stay," Rowan said. "Don't be fooled. The wraiths can attack anytime and from anywhere." They watched as the people took their seats, settling into an unnatural silence. Then, a door opened at the side of the hall, and a man, dressed in the dark robes of a priest, walked out into the chapel. Not stopping until he was standing before the altar, he smiled at the people, placing his palms together and bowing his head as if in prayer. Then as one, the people sitting in the pews followed his lead, bowing their heads with their eyes closed, and putting their hands together, in unison, they began reciting their prayer, the sound resounding throughout the room. "O goddess of all that is good and pure, see into our hearts so true. O goddess of old and young, our thanks we bring to you. Our blood we shed for your boundless mercy, and in you we seek rest. Spare us of your wrath and ruin. And to our enemies, his sons may you slay." Their voices overlapped, echoing around the chapel. With the prayer done, they all opened their eyes, raising their heads. "Brethren," the man grinned, raising both hands. "The time of ruin and annihilation is at hand. Our goddess has spoken to me, and the sacrifice has been prepared. Hail, Artemis! Hail the goddess!" The congregation chorused as one. "Creepy," Rowan muttered under his breath as a man stood from the front row, making his way to the priest and kneeling before him. "O son of Artemis." The priest grinned, his eyes wide. Wade could see it now, the insanity in the man's eyes, the way his grin was just too wide to be normal, his teeth a shade too white, and his eyes too dark. "We thank you for your sacrifice. We thank you, O son of Artemis." The congregation chorused. Without another word, the priest produced a knife from his sleeves and sliced the kneeling man's throat. "FCK." Wade cussed, his eyes widening in shock. Blood gushed out of the throat of the man. The priest cupped his hand under it, the blood flowing into it. The sounds of the man choking filled the air before he slumped to the floor dead. The congregation remained silent, all of them watching with crazed eyes. That was when Wade noticed it. There was not a single child in the crowd, not a single speck of innocence. All he could see were crazed adults, with this now looking more like the gathering of a cult. The priest took the blood in his palm and rubbed it on his face, his 2 white teeth wide for all to see. The moment the blood touched his face, a wave of almost physical energy swept through the room, ruffling their hairs. "That's it," Sebastian rumbled, his axe held at the ready. "The 2nd ring has dropped. The wraiths will be here soon." The time of annihilation has come, the priest crowed, and we have been chosen. As one, the crowd began to chant once more. O goddess of all that is good and pure, see into our hearts so true. O goddess of old and young, our thanks we bring to you. Our blood we shed for your boundless mercy, and in you we seek rest. Spare us of your wrath and ruin. And to our enemies, his sons may you slay. Their voices grew louder, becoming more crazed, until the individual words could no longer be made out anymore. Only the hum of their voices. Slowly, the illusion of the people began to fade away, but their voices remained, growing even louder and becoming more inhuman. There, Rowan pointed out. Wade's eyes narrowed as he noticed it. Even though the illusions of the people were gone, he could still see them in the mirror along the walls. Chanting, he watched as their bodies began to change, their mouths lengthening into snouts, and their skins turning glassy. They began tearing off their clothes as they rapidly changed, becoming mirror wraiths. Hey, S1. They turned to look at the party. Oh, it. Wade found himself saying unconsciously. I thought they were supposed to come in waves, not all at once. Not this one. Rowan called out, his staff at the ready. That's why we need the pews to slow them down. Hold the formation. Sebastian yelled as the wraiths began climbing out of the mirrors. Get ready. The wraiths snarled and began surging towards them. Ingrid pulled back her bow, firing an arrowed IT sword through the air, hitting a wraith on the forehead, before being deflected, sending sparks through the air. The wraith didn't even seem like it noticed the arrow, still racing towards them. What the? Wade blinked, shocked. Ingrid exhaled, pulling back her bow for another shot. This time, the arrowhead shone a dull red as she applied a skill on it. When she finally loosened it, the arrow flew through the air, hitting the same spot on the wraith's forehead, shattering it into pieces. Stay calm, she said, her voice casual. It's just the reflective wraiths. Wade watched, his sword held tightly, as the wraiths leapt over the pews, some stumbling between the seats, and others leaping from chair to chair. This slowly reduced the number of wraiths that finally reached them, with more still climbing out of the mirrors behind them. Sebastian met them with a roar, swinging his axe and loping off the head of the lead wraith. A red wave of energy erupting from his swing to take out 3 more wraiths before they reached him. As the battle erupted around him, Wade had his own opponents to fight. Though, due to the formation, he'd ended up facing the pulpit, where there were no mirrors. That didn't mean the wraiths didn't stream towards him. He took a step forward, baiting the wraith. As it lunged at him, he skipped back, letting it overextend itself. His sword descended upon the wraith's head. There was a loud sound of shattering glass, with cracks appearing on the wraith's head, but the monster didn't die. Instead, Wade's sword bounced back, half of the force he had put into the strike reflected by the wraith's mirror-like skin. Cursing, he ducked under the wraith's reaching claws, slamming his shoulder into the wraith's torso. The beast stumbled back, its torso splintering, but holding. Wade took the chance, bringing his sword down on the same spot. The wraith shattered into pieces. FCK. He panted, parrying the claws of a wraith and skipping back from the swipe of another at the same time. I have to hit them the same spot at least 2 times to kill them. The reflective wraiths had the ability to reflect not just spells, but also the force of physical attacks. Fortunately, they don't reflect the entire force or effect of the attack. Only about half. That he swiped at a wraith, knocking it back, creating a basic ward behind himself. A wraith slammed into the ward, dispelling it, but stumbling back from the unexpected barrier. Wade took the chance, his sword tearing through the same spot. The wraith shattering into pieces. His perception screamed at him, and he rolled to the side. 3 wraiths colliding where he had been standing. One of them shattered into pieces. The remaining 2 stumbling back, disoriented by the impact. He surged to his feet, his sword ascended at an arc, taking out the 2 wraiths at the same time. That was at that moment that bright light filled the chapel, reflected from one of the skills Rowan had used on a wraith. The light filled the room, forcing Wade to shield his eyes. An instant later, the light cleared. Wade blinked rapidly, opening his eyes just in time to see a wraith in the air, claws reaching at his face, an arrow speared out of nowhere, sinking into the eyes of the wraith and shattering. A glass shard sprayed over him, cutting lines on his face, with a stinging cut appearing just below his eyes. Rowan's voice filled the air. Salty. Wade had no time to complain, rolling to the side, the shards digging into his palm as another wraith landed where he had been standing. He rolled to his feet. Something slammed into his back, sending him sprawling on the floor. As he fell, he rolled to his back, his sword raised. The wraith fell atop his sword, the blade sinking into its belly. It shattered, spraying glass shards all over him in the blink of an eye. More glass shards rained over him. Ingrid's arrows taking out the wraiths that had leapt at him, intent on taking him out as he was down. He rolled to his feet with a quick thank you to Ingrid, his sword bouncing off another wraith, pushing it back. There was no time for him to rest, and before long, he found himself breathing heavily, the wave of wraiths seemingly unending. He had no idea how much time had passed. All he knew was that he'd been fighting for his life for what seemed like an hour, sweat dripping down his face, and a dull ache under his armpit from where his breastplate had been scrubbing against his skin, his tunic a small barrier of protection between metal and skin. Even with the inconvenience, he couldn't risk removing the breastplate. It now sported deep scratches, looking like it had survived a war. It had saved him more times than he could count, and he was grateful for it. He'd already used up more than half of his remaining mana, his basic ward making up the other part of his defense. He rolled to the side, avoiding another swipe of claws. Swinging his sword as he rolled through his feet, the wraith shattered, and another wraith leapt through the falling shards towards him. Wade skipped back, intent on dodging the claws, when his boot landed on some glass shards, the shards slipping under his boot and sending him falling to the ground with a yelp. Before he could roll away, the claws landed on his right leg. Critical hit. A red haze appeared across his vision as pain flared through his body, warm blood spraying through the air. The yell of pain tore its way out of his throat before he could even stop it. Man down! Ingrid's voice filled the air, and in the same breath, her arrow speared through the wraith, taking it out of commission. Wade groaned at the pain, his inventory appearing before him. With a grunt, his hands pressed down on the wound to stop the blood loss. He mentally selected what he wanted, and the vial appeared in his hands. Removing his bloody hand off the missing chunk of his flesh, he unstoppered the green liquid, pouring it into his mouth. The healing potion burned its way down his throat, its effects spreading through his body immediately, his wound sealing shut, and new flesh growing to replace the missing chunk. His health points filled back up, returning him to peak health. Man up, he yelled as he stood, wiping his bloody hand on his trousers before gripping his sword with both hands. The three remaining members of his party he finally spaced out, opening up his side of the formation for wraiths to enter once more. Wade snarled, brandishing his sword. Bring it on. The wraiths attacked in a frenzy, forcing Wade back. He fought with all he had, making sure not to let them get within reach. His sword worked over time, shattering them into pieces. Minutes later, the tide finally slowed, coming to a stop. All the wraiths were finally dead. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain Mirror Wraith X37. You okay? Rowan walked towards Wade, eyeing the rip in his trousers, where the wraith had gotten him previously. Yeah. Wade smiled. Thanks again for the potion. Rowan had been the one to hand him the healing potion that was too expensive for Wade to have added to his debt. This was one of the products the guild actually wanted their adventurers to pay for before taking. Don't mention it. Rowan grinned, moving away. And so, they moved among the piles of glass shards on the floor, gathering the loot and keeping them in their inventory. Wade took a moment to survey the chapel. Several of the pews had been destroyed in the battle, but they had fulfilled their purpose. The mirrors on the walls of the hall were now empty, each one reflecting only the chapel. They'd taken care of all the second ring wraiths within a few minutes. They were done, with all loot secured. They went through their final checks before another wave of energy swept through the chapel. The third ring had dropped. They quickly arranged themselves into formation, weapons at the ready. They stood there for a few minutes in uneasy silence, none of them citing even a hint of a single wraith. Sebastian looked around, his expression uneasy, before he finally spoke. It seems we have run into a bit of a snag. The script has changed, hasn't it? Rowan asked. Yes. Sebastian straightened. It seems like they want us to come meet them. FCK. Wade said nothing, watching as Sebastian began thinking about what to do. Ingrid kept her eyes out just in case this was a trap. An arrow knocked in her bow. We can't get out of here until we defeat the boss monster. Sebastian finally said. We have no choice, but let's go. With their captain taking the lead, they made their way to the door of the chapel. He placed his hand on it, trying to push it open, but the door didn't budge. With a nod at Ingrid to cover him, he holstered his axe on his back, placed both hands on the door, and pushed. The door stayed closed. He straightened, looking around the room, before his eyes landed on the side door the priest had used to enter the chapel during the scenario. The dungeon wants us to take that route. He pulled his axe back into his hands and led the way, the party moving through the pews till they got there. They stood a few meters away from the door, with Sebastian and Rowan immediately switching places in the formation. Now at the front, Rowan shot a beam of light from his staff into the door, shattering it into splinters. The room beyond was empty and shrouded with darkness. Moving forward cautiously, they walked into the room. The room was rather small, holding a staircase leading downwards. At the end of the staircase were beams of light. Slowly, they made their way down the stairs before arriving at a short hallway. Sitting comfortably on both sides of the walls were lit torches, their fires lighting up the hallway. "Stay tight," Rowan said softly, making his way forward. If in reaction to his words, a notification appeared before them all. Scenario activated. Chrysalis. The door at the end of the hallway was suddenly flung open, screams filling the air. The illusory cult members ran out of the hall beyond in a stampede, some falling to the floor and being trampled by others. As they surged towards the party, Rowan fitted a beam of light into the crowd, the light hitting wraiths that had been hiding inside the illusion, sending them flying back into the room beyond. "Contact!" he yelled. "Move!" Sebastian's voice filled the hallway, and they raced through the hallway, bursting into the hall. As they emerged into the hall, they stumbled, the floor catching them off guard. The hall was completely filled with standing mirrors and was shaped like a bowl, sloping downwards, and at the bottom was what looked like a pool of water. The illusory people kept screaming, rushing out, and now that he was in the hall proper, Wade could see what was happening. Some of the cult members were on the floor, their bodies seizing as they transformed, becoming wraiths. But they were not the only source of wraiths. Other wraiths were climbing out of the pool of water in the middle of the room. Rowan began firing his beams, taking out the wraiths as they began loping towards them. However, the wraiths began splitting into two, doubling their numbers. When one died, the other kept coming. Ingrid joined in, firing arrows after arrows into the fray, taking out as many wraith as she could. It didn't take much. Time before the wave of wraiths were just too much for Rowan and Ingrid to hold on their own. They stepped back, allowing Sebastian and Wade to step forward and intercept the beasts. Wade walked forward, his teeth bared as he swung his sword, parrying what he could and dodging the rest. These wraiths were even stronger than the ones from the previous ring. They could reflect attacks and could also duplicate themselves. Thankfully, their duplicity was a one-time thing. After duplicating themselves once, they can't do it again. After almost a minute of fighting, Wade finally killed his face wraith, the glass shards skittering off the floor. These were much tougher opponents to fight, and so he lost himself in the rhythm of it all. His body moved, sweat dripping down his brow as he fought for his life. He'd only been given one potion. If he was injured again, he'd have to rely on one of the others getting to him in time and using their healing potion on him. Time passed, and the wave finally slowed, the wraiths growing cautious. The party pressed against each other, back to back, taking the time to regain their breath. "It looks like they're waiting for something," Rowan panted, wiping the sweat off his brow with his forearm. The wraiths circled among the mirrors, keeping their distance. Then, some of the mirrors in the hall rippled, and 4 figures stepped out of them. The figures were human-shaped, their skins the same mirror-like surface as the rest of the wraiths. "What the hell?" Rowan muttered. The figures bubbled, their form lengthening and shaping itself, until they finally settled into a coherent form, each one taking the appearance of each party member. Wade's jaw dropped as he saw the wraith equivalent of himself. It was tall, lean, and had the same white hair as him, but the difference was the eyes. Instead of eyes, the figures had blue orbs sitting on their faces. "Observe." 4 identical screens appear before Wade, all of them bearing the same message. Name, reflection, class, boss. What the FCK? For bosses instead of one. Rowan hissed. "Is the dungeon trying deliberately to kill us?" Wade's heart was pounding in his chest as his mind quickly calculated the possibilities. If the bosses were reflections of them, that means they were just as powerful as the originals. Everybody would have to face their own reflection, and that brought up a question in his mind. Am I strong enough to face my own reflection? If they were equally skilled, did that cancel each other out? Or was his reflection more powerful than he was because it was a boss? The Sebastian reflection raised his hand, and even the air in the room seemed to pause. Then he dropped it, and the attacks resumed. Wade took a step forward, meeting the lunging wraith with a sword to the neck. The wraith tanked the hit, his sword bouncing off its skin. Wade dropped to the floor, kicking into the wraith's knees. They shattered into shards of glass, sending the wraith to the floor. With wide eyes, he stabbed it. The wraith shattering into pieces, he glanced at the others, a grin appearing on his face, ready to proclaim the weakness he just discovered. But what he saw was enough to make him hold his tongue. The rest of the party were fighting, killing the wraiths with a single hit. He was the only one who needed more than one hit to kill a wraith. His perception screamed at him, and he dropped to the floor. Sweeping his sword in an arc, he shattered the legs of the 2 attacking wraiths, his sword destroying them. And so, he continued, using his newfound method, destroying the legs, then killing the wraiths he fought, not keeping track of how many wraiths he killed. All he knew was that in that moment, he became their grim reaper. His perception screamed behind him, and he turned, his sword descending towards it. There was a loud clang as two swords collided with each other, sparks spraying into the air. Wade's eyes widened at the figure before him. It was his reflection. And in that moment, he was brought back to reality. He finally noticed the noise around the room, weapons bashing into each other. His reflection stood before him, their swords locked. With a snarl, he shoved, and they both stumbled back, the reflection having shoved at the same time. He took that opportunity to glance around the room. Sebastian was busy battling his reflection next to the pool of water. They are back to shattering the floor around them. Rowan was nowhere to be found, but his reflection was also missing. As for Ingrid, Wade was surprised to see her battling in hand-to-hand combat with her reflection, both of them pulling off acrobatic moves that wouldn't look out of place in a movie. He turned back to his reflection, a bit unnerved to see such a vicious expression on his own face. The reflection snarled, launching itself at him. Wade skipped back, baiting it closer. The reflection remained cautious, not falling for the trap. Wade blocked a few of its attacks before surging forward. The reflection grinned, spearing its sword towards Wade. Wade cast basic ward, slamming the barrier into the reflection. The reflection stumbled back, losing its footing. Wade dropped down, his sword flashing at the falling reflection. The reflection twisted its torso, catching Wade's strike on its breastplate. Wade's sword shrieked as it skittered over the surface of the armor, before spearing into the reflection's left shoulder. That moment, Wade noticed the grin on the reflection's face. His eyes widened, and he created another barrier, the reflection's sword banging against it. He leapt back, unable to finish the reflection off. The reflection surged to its feet, lunging at Wade. Wade created another barrier, but the reflection created its own barrier, both barriers crashing into each other and dissipating into nothingness. Wade blinked, taken aback, but the reflection seemed to have expected it, its sword flashing as it speared towards Wade. Wade's body moved, his instincts working before his mind could catch up. He stepped into the attack, the sword scratching his armor and bouncing off. Dropping his sword, he bashed his elbow into the reflection's face, its nose breaking with a crack. The reflection stumbled back, black blood spraying from its nose. Wade stepped forward with it, unwilling to create distance between them. He pressed his advantage, creating another barrier and bashing it into the face of the reflection. The reflection's head snapped back, its grip on its sword loosening as its body fell to the floor. Wade snatched the falling sword out of the air, turned it, and stabbed down at the face of the reflection. The reflection rolled to the side, the sword striking stone. Wade followed after it, and the reflection summoned a barrier, blocking it from view. Wade surged forward, summoning his own barrier, and that was when he realized it. He was out of mana. He skipped back as the barrier dropped, the reflection attacking him with his drop sword. He parried the strike, but another one descended. He blocked, again, and again. Then his sword was knocked out of his hands. The reflection grinned, pointing its sword at the unarmed Wade. It pulled its sword back for the final blow, and Wade dropped, his legs swinging in an arc, taking out the leg of the reflection. As the reflection fell, he picked up his sword from the floor and loped its head off. The reflection shattered into glass shards, leaving behind a skill stone. Wade fell to his knees, picking up the skill stone. The stone glowed a soft white, its surface a mirror. The skill description appeared before him. Double image. Allows the user to create an illusory clone with no substance, which can be controlled and used to distract, confuse, or draw attacks. Requirements: 30 Constitution, 30 Agility. Cost: 10 mana per use. The message was quickly replaced by a new one-ding. Congratulations, bosses defeated and dungeon cleared. Exit stone generated. Congratulations, you have slain Mirror Wraith, X49. Congratulations, you have slain Reflection. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level 3, plus 5 stat points. Wade exhaled, placing the skill stone into his inventory. He'd done it. He'd survived his first dungeon. All right, people, Sebastian's voice filled the air. We did it. We cleared the Shattered Hall. That means it's time for our last event of the day. Profit sharing. Rowan cheered from where he stood, and a smile appeared on Wade's face at the thought. Finally, it was time for him to see the fruits of his labors. He stumbled to his feet, grabbing his sword and sheathing it. Then he made his way to where Sebastian stood, the rest of the party congregating there. Before we begin, I would like to see a few words, Sebastian said solemnly. Being an adventurer is never easy. We pride ourselves on going into dungeons with the maximum information we can find on it. But this one was different. The story had been changed, but we didn't know that we had to face 4 boss monsters instead of 1. And yet, we passed through this adversity without a single loss. He stared at each of them in turn. I'm proud of us. A proud smile appeared on all their faces, even Ingrid. And with that, Rowan dumped all the loot he'd gathered and dropped them on the floor. Taking a seat on the glass-free floor, they all dumped their gathered loot in the middle of the circle. Wade nodded, taking it all in. There were at least 20 small boxes in the pile, and from what he'd come to know, each box contained 500 coins. That was more than 10,000 coins, a giant lump sum, but not enough to even clear his debt. Thankfully, that was not the only loot. Including the double-image skill stone, there were at least 5 skill stones in the pile. From what he'd heard, these higher-grade skill stones could go for at least 7,000 coins in the market, so they were worth at least 35,000 coins collectively. A grin appeared on his face as he began daydreaming about all the things he could do with that kind of money. Then his eyes landed on the new, smaller, almost round stones that sat among the pile. "What are those?" he asked with a frown. "Stat stones," Rowan answered, picking one up and handing it to Wade. "You can absorb them to increase your stats. They sell a set price point, 100 coins for every 1 stat added." The moment Wade's hand touched the stone, the screen appeared before him. Stone of Agility +2. That meant if he absorbed the stone, 2 stat points would be added to his agility. And if he wanted to sell it, the stone would be worth 200 coins. He eyed the pile, seeing that the stat stones were the highest number of loot they'd gotten. There had to be at least 50 stat stones in the pile. That was when he saw it, the knife. Sitting innocently among the pile, it was the same knife the priest had used to kill the cult member in the chapel. During the scenario, the knife seemed to have been made out of a single shard of mirrored glass, reflecting everything around it. Wade's hand crept forward, and he touched it. Item: Mirror Dagger. Deals 20 damage plus 10 reflection damage, 0.12% chance of critical hit. He blinked at the description. Only 30 overall damage. Was the knife worth it? Shaking his head, he withdrew his hand. Rowan sorted the loot until they were all in their piles. The total came up to 32 boxes of coins, each one holding 500 coins each, 57 stat stones, 7 skill stones, and 1 item. Sebastian first set aside 2 of the boxes, totaling 1,000 coins to pay off their feet for entering the dungeon. That left 30 boxes. He divided the boxes equally, with each person taking 7 boxes, holding a total of 3,500 coins each. That left 2 boxes, which they set aside for now. He moved on to the skill stones and divided them equally again, this time according to how many stats each stone would grant. With 30 stones granting only 1 point, 20 stones granting 2 points, and only 7 stones granting 3 points, there were a total of 91 points. So, each of them got 22 points worth of stones, with only a single 3-point stone left. They added it to the 2 boxes on the side. Wade glanced down at his haul. Right now, he had 5,700 coins worth of loot. That was more money than he'd held at a single point since he got to this world. And yet, it still wouldn't take care of half of his current debt. As for the skill stones, each one took a stone each, leaving 3 stones unassigned. Appraising the item, Rowan determined that it was worth around 5,000 coins. Nodding at the estimate, Sebastian decided to give the remaining 3 skill stones to Wade, Rowan, and Ingrid, settling for the item, the 2 boxes of 500 coins each, and the remaining stat stone, taking a loss of 700 coins. Calculating his loot, Wade was delighted to see that his haul was worth a total of 19,700 coins. His debt was a total of 17,500, so that meant with this single dungeon delve, he'd made enough to clear his debt and be more than 100 times richer than he'd been just a week before. Maybe the guilds aren't so bad. He grinned to himself. They all put their share of their loot into their inventory, standing to their feet. All right, Sebastian clapped, a smile on his face. Time to leave. He led the group to a part of the hall where a green crystal hovered above the ground. That's our exit stone. The moment he touched it, the message appeared before him. Would you like to exit the Shattered Hall? Yes/no. He clocked yes, and there was a bright flash of light, swallowing the room. When the light faded, the exit stone was gone, and so was the party, and the Shattered Hall began to reset, waiting patiently for the next group to be tested. There was a flash of light, and the party found themselves in the dungeon room inside the Lions Guild building, the door sitting innocently against the wall, the edges bleeding white light. Phew, that was awesome. Rowan groaned as he stretched, finally dismissing his armor back into his inventory. Sebastian chuckled, placing his axe too inside his inventory. And as for Ingrid, she didn't bother to put anything inside her inventory, slinging her bow over her shoulder. Wade, for his part, was preoccupied with the table that had appeared in the middle of the room. Is that supposed to be there? He asked with a frown. When they'd been in this room hours ago, about to delve into the Shattered Hall, This room had been empty. Oh yeah, Rowan answered. That's pretty normal. There was a flash of light, and 4 slips of parchment appeared on the table. They all walked to the table, picking up the parchment as Rowan continued explaining. This room is like a conduit with the dungeon. It records every reward the dungeon gives us, tallies it according to what's present in our inventories, and then we receive a report of how much tax we have to pay. Wade blinked, reading through the parchment with his name on it. He blinked at what he saw. He was required to leave behind 1,750 coins as payment for the 10% tax placed on all dungeon loot. But that was not all. His debt to the guild totaled 17,500 coins, and they wanted a 50% payment now of 8,750 coins. They wanted him to surrender one of the skill stones, valuing them at 6,000 coins, all of his stat stones, totaling 2,200 coins, and top it up with 550 coins that if he did this, he would be left with only 1 skill stone and 1,200 coins, and he'd still be 8,750 coins in debt. What the hell? He whispered. Everything I have gone. Yep. Rowan nodded, not taking his eyes off his own list. That's the guild for you. They're ripping us off. Ingrid spat. They're valuing the skill stones at 6,000 coins, and yet if we go to buy them, it'll suddenly cost at least 7,000 coins. But we have no choice since they're the ones who decide the market value of the stones. Wade almost dropped his parchment in surprise. This was the first time he'd heard Ingrid talk so much that in fact, he was sure her rant just doubled the amount of words he'd ever heard her speak. But his shock at how much of his loot was being taken away was greater. He'd almost died more than 5 times during this single expedition, and yet he would be walking away with just 1,200 coins and 1 skill stone. Well, we can't do anything about it, Sebastian said, taking his required tax and debt payment out of his inventory and placing it on the table. This is the life of an adventurer. Exhaling at the truth of his words, they all left behind the loot required of them on the table, making their way out of the room. The armored soldiers were still present in the hallway, 2 on either side of the doors. They made their way out to the hall beyond, and this time, the checks by the soldiers were not as rigorous as what they'd faced more than an hour earlier. FCK. Rowan groaned. I could use a hot bowl of chicken soup right now. They exchanged glances, a grin appearing on all their faces, and without any words, their decision was made. They made their way to the cafeteria, each one stuffing themselves full of warm food. And as they ate, Wade finally allowed his mind to think through what just happened. The dungeon run had been brutal. There was the pace. Everything was just non-stop fighting. He'd struggled, always tired. And he was sure the others had taken on more wraiths in order to give himself breathing room. He'd have to raise his constitution somehow. His agility and perception were okay where they were, and for now, he couldn't see the need to increase his strength. The whole thing also highlighted something he'd have to work on. Rationing his use of mana, that if he hadn't caught himself, he would have used up his mana in the second ring. In fact, he'd already used up 2/3 of his mana in the first ring. Then, there was the problem of his debt. Until he had it paid, he would have to make peace with seeing a huge chunk of his dungeon loot taken away. But the sight gave him hope. If this was what a single-layer dungeon could give, then what about a dungeon with more than 1 layer? However, he knew he wasn't ready for that. Not yet. He needed to increase his stats before he could even think about that. He chewed the soft bread in his mouth, wondering what he'd do with his new 1,200 coins. First thing on his list was moving out of the guild dorms. He'd have to find an apartment, maybe somewhere in the market districts. He had the money for it now, and with the privacy of his own lodgings, he would finally be able to focus on his business ventures. He smiled, calling up his status screen. Name, Wade Barrett. Race, human. Class, dimensional merchant. Origin skill, dimensional ledger. Level, 3, EXP, 11.3%, HP, 97/165, MP, 0/240, Strength, 30, Agility, 45, Perception, 35, Constitution, 25, Stat points. To skills, Observe, Conceal, Inventory, Exchange, Basic Ward. He'd leveled up 2 times, and now sat at level 3. He'd also gotten 10 stay points from it. Sweet. He closed the screen, smiling to himself. There was indeed a lot of work to be done, but not after a long sleep, though. They finally finished their food, each one itching to trace off to their bed. Sebastian smiled, looking at all of them in turn. Good work, guys. He grinned. Tomorrow is free for you all to do whatever you want. You've all earned it. Wade woke up that morning, feeling a dull ache in his limbs. He groaned as he got out of bed, stretching. Today was going to be a good day. Taking a shower and dressing up, he checked his inventory. Inventory slots. 6, slot 1. Coins, 1,230 coins, slot 2. Skill stone, slot 3. Breastplate, slot 4. Barrel filled, slot 5. Empty, slot 6. Empty, he smiled as he saw the first slot, that he had money. He looked around the room for anything that he owned that was left in it. His clothes, he packed them in a single wad, stuffing them into an empty slot. There was also his sword. Instead of putting it in his inventory, he sheathed it in the sheath strapped to his back. Now, he looked like an adventurer. He was tempted to wear his breastplate too to reinforce the image, but he chuckled at the thought. That was overkill. But he had to admit it made him feel good. Maybe this was why the other adventurers walked about with their weapons strapped behind them or with breastplate and pauldrons on dot. Or maybe it was because there were no spaces in their inventory left. He chuckled at that. With a smile, he looked around the room once more. His ember leaf and yeast were already inside the barrel, which he'd already shoved into his inventory. Soon, he'd go search for the honey and other ingredients he needed for the mead. But he knew he couldn't do that here, that he had to do it in privacy, in a place he was certain the guild won't be watching, which meant getting his own apartment. Fortunately, he'd told Rowan of his intentions, and the man had promised he'd come by later. With that done, Wade left the room, heading to the cafeteria. There he had his breakfast, eating as much as possible. If he ever ran out of money, or was trying to be cheap, he could always come back to the guild cafeteria to eat. Just like the other members of his party, who ate breakfast here whenever they had duties in the guild building. With breakfast taken care of, he made his way out of the building. Walking through the streets, he noticed it. Something had changed, not just about him, but about the people around him. Where before he'd been a part of the masses, now the other adventurers he passed on the road gave him nods of greetings. Whether they were from the same guild or not, that it was as if they could finally see him, that he smiled, returning the nods. His mind finally accepted it. He was now an adventurer, making his way through the city of Hiving. He quickly found Tom's shop. That, as usual, the man was inside, hammering away at whatever order had been made to him. "Tom, my good man," Wade called out with a grin as he stepped into the shop. The blacksmith glanced up at him, not stopping at his hammering. After a few seconds, the man stopped, picking the red-hot iron he'd been working on and dipping it into a barrel of water, steam hissing into the air. "It's the boy with the breastplate," the man finally said, returning Wade's smile. "It's Wade." Wade chuckled. "Well, Wade, are you back for the refitting?" "Yeah." Wade removed the breastplate from his inventory, the metal appearing in a flash of muffled light. "You have the measurements, right?" "Yes, I do." Tom grinned, examining the breastplate. "You seem to have taken a beating. That's what dungeons do to a man," Wade quipped. Tom nodded, putting the breastplate on a nearby table. "Come back in 3 days, that I'll have it ready then." 3 days? Wade's eyes widened. "What if I need it tomorrow?" "That's not my problem," Tom said. "I have other equally important equipment to work on, that if we had done the fittings on time, we wouldn't be having this problem." Wade narrowed his eyes at the man. "So, you're saying it's my fault?" "I'm saying nothing, adventurer." Tom held his gaze. "All I said is that I have a large number of tasks." "Yeah, right." Wade eyed the man. "I know you think it's my fault." "All right." Wade nodded. "I'll be back in 3 days for my breastplate." "Very well." Tom gave him a single nod before returning to his walk. Wade walked out of the shop, the sounds of hammer banging on metal ringing behind him as he walked through the streets. A question slithered into his mind. What if I get myself a breastplate item? His mind went to the mirror dagger. That was a minor item, and yet it was worth at least 6,000 coins. How much would a breastplate cost? Maybe upwards of 20,000 coins, that if he wanted one, the only way he could get one right now was to receive it as loot in a dungeon. That he almost stopped in the streets at the thought. The guild calculates its tax based on the monetary value of the loot, not their quantity. So, even if his only loot from a dungeon was the breastplate, and it was worth 20,000 coins, he'd have to pay the guild 2,000 coins in order to keep the breastplate. Which means even if he wanted it for free, he'd have to pay for it. He exhaled at the thought. Nothing was truly free, whether this world or his previous one. If he had to buy the breastplate from the guild, it would cost 20,000 coins, and if he had to sell it to them, they'd buy it at 16,000 coins. Either way, he made a loss. With that worked out, he made a decision that he'll try as much as possible not to sell loot gotten from their dungeons to the guild. They'll rip him off, and it would negatively impact his dimensional ledger. Thankfully, him paying tax and his debts didn't count as deals to the ledger. He needed to make an active trade for it to count as a deal. And as long as he stuck to profitable deals, he should have his first dungeon key in hand. Only when he had a dungeon all to himself could he begin taking deals like that. And so, Wade spent the rest of his walk back to the guild building thinking about all the ventures he could start to unlock his first dungeon key. That he knew his honeymead idea had potential. T had the power to shift his entire narrative. Flip his script entirely on its head. That he smirked at the notion that he was a dimensional merchant, that he simply needed to use his skills as a merchant in order to get access to the dimensional part of it. Approaching his destination, he looked up and saw Rowan heading to the building from the opposite direction. Their eyes met, and a smile appeared on Rowan's face as the man waved at him. They'd agreed to meet here after breakfast. Wait, Rowan grinned as he neared, with them exchanging nods. Top of the morning to you. And to you. Wade tipped an imaginary hat to him, and they shared a laugh. So what's the plan? Rowan asked as they stood there, the traffic of people flowing around them on the wide street. Yeah, an apartment. Wade nodded. The guild dorms are not very private. Perfect. Rowan grinned, turning. Follow me. As they walked down the street, Rowan continued. Which of the districts do you want? Near the guild towers? The market districts? Or the outer districts? Which is more comfortable? Depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for peace, quiet, and privacy, it's definitely the market districts. But that also makes it pricier. You can see single rooms starting from 35 coins a week, but if you need proper space, they're more expensive. How much should I be looking at for a studio apartment? Honestly, around 70 coins a week with an added deposit of 70 coins. Wade mentally tallied the sum. Adding his deposit, renting a studio apartment would cost him 350 coins a month and 280 coins in subsequent months. With the money with him, he had enough for at least 3 months, as long as he didn't spend too much on other things. And with the fact that he could take quests and they could make other dungeon runs to earn additional money during that time. It wouldn't take a lot of effort to maintain his new lifestyle. The problem was the quests and dungeon runs in. Question. Yesterday, after they'd all been dismissed, Sebastian had taken him aside for a talk. The man had told him that the rest of the party had to work overtime during the dungeon run in order for him not to be overwhelmed. But since this was his first dungeon run, that was to be expected. But now, he knew his deficiencies in combat and where he had to improve. So, the ball was in his court, in the dungeons. It was every man for himself. That means he was expected to be in charge of arming himself, even if he had to put himself into debt to do so. Sebastian had recommended him using the skill stone he'd received for himself, then investing in stat stones in order to raise his stats to a level that allows him to hold his own in dungeon runs. They would not be coddling him anymore, so if he died, it was sorely his fault. This all meant he'd have to take on debt and spend more money. In order to not IT was basically a circle of life and debt. But right now, he had enough for an apartment. Here we are. Rowan grinned, and Wade blinked. Brought back to reality, he looked around, trying to find any notable landmarks. They were in the market district, but unlike one would expect, it wasn't loud. Instead, it was a street filled with quiet shops, each one with a sign above the door that held its name, and was enough to tell what kind of clientele frequented the place. This was the kind of place that catered to middle-class folks who leaned more towards rich than poor. Wade stared at the glass windows of the apparel shop, a small frown on his face. So, we're here to rent a shop? He asked in confusion. Of course not. Rowan snorted. We want the apartment above it. Wade blinked, lifting his gaze upwards. Sitting above the shop was another floor, with similar thick glass windows and a small balcony that overlooked the street. See that red curtain covering that window? Rowan pointed, and Wade nodded, taking in the curtain. That's a sign that the shop owner is using to tell people that the apartment above is available for rent. Most of them usually have a house in the residential districts, which the city built and provided for non-adventurers, so this is another source of income for them. Wade nodded in understanding, but then a question occurred to him. Adventurers generally make more money than non-adventurers, right? Yes. So why not buy a house? Why rent? Multiple reasons, actually. Rowan grinned. First, most adventurers are single, and when they die, if they have a house, it usually goes to their non-adventurer relatives. And since the death rate of adventurers is high, this does happen. The second is that, due to quests, adventurers do end up making enemies. And having a permanent base where your enemy could find you for one reason or the other is generally a bad idea. So, with this method, the adventurer can immediately change locations easily. There's also the fact that sometimes adventurers can be assigned to another location that houses a branch of the guild based on a need for adventurers in that location. And yes, it's a clause in our contract that will be paid, but we can't refuse. And if you have a house here but you're assigned somewhere else, it'll just be a waste. I see. Wade nodded. Being an adventurer wasn't the safest profession. That IT was the major reason the majority of the population are not adventurers. The death rate is very high. Now that the explanation is behind us, Rowan motioned to the shop, his smile wide. Shall we? Rowan walked into the shop. The bell above the door announcing their arrival, that a sales assistant was immediately there with a smile on his face. Welcomes, sirs. We're not here to buy. Rowan interrupted with a grin. We're here to rent. The assistant blinked in confusion. The apartment. Rowan pointed upwards. Oh, the assistant's eyes widened, and he smiled once more. Wait here. I'll get the boss. All right. Rowan nodded, before turning back to Wade. Most of the time, it's the owner of the store that owns the apartment above them. So you can simply walk in and inquire. In the rare case that the owner of the building is not the owner of the shop, the owner of the shop will direct you to the owner of the building. Either way, you can just walk in and ask. Wade nodded, taking in the information. I hear you fine young men are looking to rent. A man said, walking into view. The assistant behind him thought he was short, rotund, with a bulging belly and a thick, handlebar mustache. Yes, we are, Rowan said, his smile still in place. My name is James, the man said, stretching a hand. I'm the owner here. Pleased to meet you, James. Rowan shook his hand. I'm Rowan, and this is Wade. Hello. Wade nodded with a smile of his own, shaking the man's hand. So, James smiled. Yeah. Rowan grinned. Let's check out the place. Perfect. James grinned. He led them out of the store and to the side of the building, where there was a staircase leading upwards. Climbing it, they arrived at the door of the upstairs apartment. In here, James said as he produced a key from his pocket, fitting it into the lock, we have one of the best studio apartments in the city. Rowan and Wade immediately shared a look, each one knowing the man was just trying to talk up the property so he could charge more. The lock clicked, and James opened the door, walking inside. Here, we have a fully furnished studio apartment, perfect for every adventurer. Wade and Rowan walked in, eyeing the place. The apartment was a medium-sized open space, the door leading straight into the living room. The living room had a single cedar chair sofa against the left wall and a large sofa serving as a divider between it and the bedroom. The bedroom had a single, large bed tucked against the wall, and at the end of the bed was a window that IT was currently closed. The windows drawn down on the right side of the room was the kitchen. Sitting in the middle was a desk and a few chairs surrounding it, providing a workstation if he needed it. Tucked to the side was the sink and stove, where he would do the cooking and washing, with a rack holding the utensils he'd need. And sitting above the sink was a window, its curtains red. This was the part of the room that overlooked the street that on the far side of the wall was another window, and at the middle was a door leading onto the balcony. So what do you think? James smiled, confident. Wade looked around, studying the place. He walked into the bedroom, seeing the large wardrobe built into the wall, and the adjoining bathroom, but he checked the windows, seeing they had thick panes and were fitted rigidly into the walls. He shared a glance with Rowan, giving the man a subtle nod. He liked the place. Rowan turned to the man with a grin. The house is not really to my taste, but my friend would like to stay here. He's not really that sold on it. But if the price is right, we can make it work. The price, you say? James smiled pleasantly. An apartment like this goes for 100 coins a week around here. Wade blinked in surprise, but it was Rowan who reacted with loud exaggeration. 100 coins? The man said, eyes widening. I can get an apartment down the street for just 50 coins a week. Not one fully furnished. And with space like this, you don't. James grinned. But for you guys, I'm willing to give you 90 coins. 90 coins? Rowan crossed his arms. This is definitely not worth it, but we can settle here for 60 coins a week. 60? James scoffed. You'll have more luck getting a single room around here for 60. Give me 80 coins a week and the apartment's yours. 80. Rowan pretended to think about it. I'm not sure that'll work out for us. That we were hoping to get this place long term, but if it's 80. He trailed off. Glancing at the look on James' face, he exhaled, nodding to himself as if he had just come to a great decision. How about 70 coins a week? That's the best we can do. James thought about it and shook his head. Nah, this is a fine apartment that I'm not letting it go for less than 80 coins a week. Is that so? Rowan glanced at Wade with a brow raised, as if to ask, are you okay with that? Wade thought about it and nodded. This place looked cozy. With the space, he'd be able to practice some of the sword moves he'd picked up in privacy, and he needed the space for his honey mead idea anyways. We'll take it. Rowan smiled at James. And how much for the deposit? Just a week's rent. James smiled toothfully. Also 80 coins. Great. Rowan smiled, passing the ball to Wade. James retrieved the rent contract from his pocket, like he was ready for this from the very beginning, a smile on his face. They moved to the kitchen table, and Wade read through the document to make sure he wasn't signing something else. When he verified it, he signed his name on it. He then retrieved 160 coins from his inventory, handing it to James. The landlord spent a few minutes counting it, making sure there were truly 160 coins in the pile he'd just been given, before handing the keys to the apartment over to Wade. Make good care of them, he said. If you lose them, you'll have to pay out of pocket to change the lock. If you don't, it'll be taken out of your deposit. And with that, he left Wade in his new apartment. Wade grinned to himself with his hands on his waist as he took in the apartment. Home sweet home. After a few minutes of talking, Rowan had finally left. Now, he was alone. He walked over to the wardrobe, opening IT. IT was fairly spacious, he retrieved his clothes from his inventory, folding them neatly inside the wardrobe. Unfortunately, he only had 2 changes of clothes, and it made the wardrobe look even more empty than before. He'd need to shop for more clothes. With a smile, he moved to the kitchen. He reached into his inventory, retrieving the barrel and placing it on the table. Opening the barrel, he removed its contents out of a bag of yeast and a bundle of ember leaf. The leaves of the bundle were already drying at the edges. Wade had no idea if the leaves would be just as or even more effective when dried, but he supposed that was another thing he'd have to find out through experimentation. That he headed to the sink, checking and verifying that there was a tap there. He hadn't expected to find plumbing in what looked like a medieval world, but this world defied logic anyways. Confirming that there was water, he walked back to the table, surveying his ingredients. Since he had nothing else to do anyways, it would be better if he used his time to work on the honey mead. That meant leaving the house to get honey. But first, he retrieved the skill stones from his inventory, holding it before him. Mirror step. When used, the user splits into 2 mirrored copies. Point 1 is real, and the other is a reflection. The clone lasts 5 seconds before dissipating. Requirement: 22 Constitution, 28 Agility. Cost: 10 mana per use. He crushed the stone, and it dissolved into sparks of white light, streaming into his chest. Ding! New skill acquired. Mirror step. He smiled at himself as the knowledge settled in his mind. The clone was identical to him and could be controlled independently. He'd use it to divide his opponent's attention and then strike when the clone has the person busy. It wasn't an offensive or defensive skill, but it would help him both. Defensively and offensively. It was the best of both worlds. Time to go. With a smile, he headed out the door, closing and locking it behind him. Sticking the keys in his inventory, he walked down the stairs. Just as he was about to begin making his way down the street, a thought occurred to him. He glanced at James' apparel shop, making his decision. With a nod, he walked in, the bell above the door jingling to announce his presence. James and the earlier assistant, who had been trading ideas over a piece of cloth, looked up and could see the sight of Wade. A slight frown appeared on James' face. Wade? Anything wrong with the apartment? The man straightened, concerned. Oh, no, nothing. Wade quickly shook his hands, putting the man's mind at rest. Oh, good. James nodded, a smile appearing on his face. So how may I help you? You tailor clothes for people, right? Wade asked. Yeah, James said, his eyes lighting up. We have an array of selections for you. And if you simply want custom fits, that could be arranged too. I see. Wade nodded with a smile, thinking back to the other adventurers he'd seen. They were all dressed nicely in rather plain, but quality clothing. And from what he'd noticed, they all seemed to be custom made to fit them. But he'd also bet getting a custom-made outfit was more expensive. He didn't want that. How much for the tunics? He asked, pointing to the plain blue tunics hanging on the wall. They were clearly made of quality fabrics, with just a little spot of sewing to tailor it to fit you. That should cost 60 coins for each tunic. Wade stared at the man, his eyes narrowing. 60 coins? You really must take me for a fool, James, he said. A single shirt costs the same as the weekly rent of an apartment in the city. If this is how you treat your customers, I'd better take my business elsewhere, he said, coldly, turning to walk away. Wait. James raised a hand, quickly walking to stop Wade. I apologize. I'm sorry, my bad. The man smiled. I simply quoted the wrong price, Wade. James said, it's an honest mistake that I told you the price for our custom orders, that I didn't know you meant the tunic on the wall themselves. Wade stared at the man, saying nothing. They both knew that it wasn't a mistake, but that was business. The man had thrown the price out there to see if it would stick. You know what? James smiled. The tunic cost just 20 coins. But for you, I'll give you a discount. As an apology, I'll give you for 15 coins. How about that? Wade stared at the man for a moment, before nodding. All right, he said. I want just 5 tunics. 5, you say? James turned to his assistant, who quickly produced a notepad, taking notes. Yeah. Wade nodded. Perfect. Any preferences in design? Not really. Wade shrugged. I'll take the blue ones over there. James glanced at them with an approving nod. Come, Wade, let's take your measurements so I can adjust the tunics to fit you better. Wade followed the man to the side of the store that seemed to be dedicated for that. He stood still as James measured his arm length from shoulder to shoulder and even his chest as the assistant took notes on the side. With that sorted, Wade also got some trousers to be picked up along with the tunics when he returned in a few hours' time. Instead of it filling his inventory, he'd take it up when he came back. He paid, then left the shop. Ding. Trade recorded. Clothing, 89 gold coins. Cosmic value, plus 0.5. Balance, 1.5. He smiled at the sight. Somehow, the situation had ended up with him taking a profit. James had seen how he'd allowed Rowan to take charge of the negotiations for the apartment and thought Wade was an easy mark. Wade began walking down the street, heading out in search of honey. James just didn't know. Wade was the dimensional merchant. Prophet was his middle name. Where does one go to buy honey in a medieval world? That was the question Wade pondered as he walked down the street. More specifically, what kind of shop does one go to buy honey? That wasn't something he'd been taught in school. However, he had an idea of where to go. First was the apothecary. He retraced his steps, eventually ending up in front of a familiar shop. With a hanging sign above the door shaped like a leaf, he walked towards it. And just like before, the faint smell of herbs hit him that he inhaled softly, taking it in. If he was able to find ember leaf here, then he definitely had to be able to see honey here too. After all, people sold things in pairs. Wherever there are tea leaves on sale, there should be honey being sold too. He pushed the door open, the bell jingling over his head. Behind the counter were shelves holding different herbs and salves, but Wade paid them no mind, looking this way and that, searching for honey on the shelves that he didn't see. Good morning. The older woman's voice filled the air, right before she burst out of the back room, a pleasant smile on her face. She still looked the same with grease streaks in her hair and a few wrinkles around the laugh lines on her face. The moment she saw Wade, her smile grew. Oh, it's you, right? The young man that bought my ember leaf. Yeah. Wade smiled. It's me. How have you been? Me? Same old. But don't worry about me. What about you? How was the salve? Did it help? Wade was confused for half a second, before he remembered he'd also bought a jar of mid-grade healing salve from her. A smile bloomed on his face as he remembered using the salve on his bruises, particularly under his armpit, where his breastplates had irritated the skin, before going to bed after their dungeon run. The salve had worked fast, and by morning, the swelling was gone. Oh, the salves. He laughed. I love them. Good, good. The woman nodded, walking to the counter. Should I bring another jar for you, or do you want a high-grade salve? No need, ma'am. Wade immediately shook his head. I'm actually here for something else. The woman tilted her head slightly in question. Do you sell honey? Wade asked. We do, she nodded. But you're late. I just sold my last stock a few minutes ago. Wade exhaled, as if he had been expecting it. He was not that lucky that everything would simply go his way. When will you get another supply of honey? He asked. I don't know. The woman shrugged. Nobody knows. Our supplier hasn't been in the city for a few days. She looked this way and that, as if wanting to verify they were alone before speaking. If you ask me, I think he's in trouble. He might have stepped on the toes of someone powerful or stolen the wrong man's wife. Either way, I wouldn't expect to see honey on the market for at least another week. Almost everybody has sold off their stock, and the beekeeper won't be supplying for a few days. Wade sighed. So, I can't get honey anywhere right now. I wouldn't count on it. The woman shook her head. Although, she trailed off. What? Wade asked, immediately picking up on it. Is there another person that can sell me honey? Not really, the woman said, eyeing Wade. But since you're an adventurer, I'm sure it'll be okay for you to visit the beekeeper yourself and see if he has any honey available. I heard you guys are strong, so you won't be roped into whatever is happening to him. Is that so? Wade grinned. Then would you mind telling me where I can find a beekeeper? The old woman gave him the directions, and after thanking her, left the shop. Without thinking twice about it, he made his way to the city gate. He headed to the stable sitting behind it, and soon, money changed hands as he rented a horse, showing his badge in case of any mishaps. If he disappeared, the owner of the horse would be able to find him through his guild. It took him a while to properly saddle the horse. As he worked with the fear of the horse suddenly kicking him, he'd seen videos back. On Earth. A kick from horse looked really nasty. But by the time he was done, the fear had faded slightly to him. Horses were pretty chill, but that didn't mean he was going to stand directly in front or behind it. Mounting the horse, he made his way to the gate. After a few checks, he was let through. His horse cantered down the road, along with the sparse stream of people moving to and away from the city of Hiving. Among them were other adventurers too. Before long, he arrived at the crossroads, double-checking the signs on the boards placed on a pole beside the road. He chose the left lane, but a few minutes later, he was the only one on the road. The muscles in his thighs were working overtime as he got used to riding a horse, but he didn't mind. The view made it worth it. Around him were rolling hills, vibrant green grass covering them. If this was back on Earth, this place would have been bought for a golf course or something. On either side of him, far in the distance, were trees. They stood tall, their branches reaching up into the sky. He knew that on the other side of the woods to his right was where the Mirewood swamp was. But as for the woods on his left, he had no idea what was on its other side. He forced his horse into a run, laughing as he felt the breeze rush against him. This was what it meant to be freed. A minute later, he slowed to a canter. After a few more minutes of riding, he arrived at his destination, the town of Crow Hill. Crow Hill sat atop one of the sloping hills, sprawling around it like the work of a particularly talented artist. Wade rode up to it. The details of the town grew clearer. While it had no walls or gate like Hiving, Crow Hill had clearly defined roads. The houses in the town were made of wood and were painted in various shades of red, blue, and green, the town shining beautifully under the light of the sun. He followed the road up into the town. Slowing his horse to a walk he entered Crow Hill. A smile appeared on his face. He'd found it. The town where the beekeeper was. Next to the main road was a stable, and Wade stopped there, paying a few coins for them to hold onto his horse for him. With that done, he began walking around the town, searching for the compound that had been described to him. Unlike Hiving, the streets of Crow Hill were not as crowded, and apart from him, he'd only seen 2 other adventurers. After a few minutes of wandering the town, he finally stopped someone, asking for directions. Apparently, the beekeeper lived on the edge of the town. Thanking the man, he followed the directions, and a few minutes later, ended up at the gate of a lone compound that sat separated from the rest of the town. The compound was large, fenced and gated, with a few trees on the property. The gate was ajar, but that didn't raise any flags. He walked closer, and that was when he heard the voices. "Please, don't do this. This is not what we agreed on. He said he'll give me time to think about it. Please." A voice loudly pleaded. Another voice laughed, the sound high and cruel. "He said he'll give you time to think, not that he'll leave entirely. You can think, and we'll do our job. Please, don't do this. How will I make money if you take all my stock?" Wade frowned, jogging the rest of the way to the gate. Immediately, he caught sight of what was happening inside. He hid himself at the side of the gate, peering into the man was kneeling, wearing protective gloves, thick boots, and an apron. He had blue eyes and dark hair, and he had his hands pressed together to plead. He had to be the beekeeper. Also kneeling behind him were what looked like his employees, and surrounding them, holding wooden clubs, were a few roughly dressed men. Even with a glance, Wade could tell that they were criminals. Their leader, a bald-headed man, stood before the beekeeper, his hands crossed as he laughed. "Has it ever occurred to you that this is the point?" He crouched and was now at eye level with the beekeeper. His tone changed, becoming amicable, like he was trying to advise a close friend. "In case you missed a message, I was told to deliver it to you. Don't hold so tightly onto something you can't use anyways. Just sell it. That's the only way this would end." Wade's eyes moved to the wagon behind the man, and his eyes narrowed. Hitched to 2 oxen, 3 barrels sat innocently on the wagon. "But if I sell, what am I going to do? How am I going to make money? You're taking everything that I know. Please don't do this." The beekeeper begged. He seemed on the verge of tears. "That's not my problem, is it?" The man grinned, standing up. "I don't care what you do after. All I know is that whether you like it or not, we always get what we want." Just by piecing what he'd heard so far together, Wade had a pretty good idea of what was happening. The thugs were here to pressure the beekeeper into selling something. Probably his establishment, and the barrels on the wagon were probably the beekeeper's remaining stock of honey. They were about to steal it. If the man can't sell anything, he can't make any money. And without money, he can't buy food or anything he needs. That meant he had to sell his entire beekeeping establishment to survive. A dirty tactic, but he had to admit that it was pretty clever. But the question was, should I intervene? He had no idea if the thugs were also adventurers. And if they were, would they be stronger than him? There was only one way to find out. Peeking into the compound, he used Observe. Name, Ned. Race, human, HP, 81. Strength, 15. Agility, 8. Perception, 9. Constitution, 12. Wade blinked in surprise at the sight. Wait, what? He used Observe on the rest of the thugs, and it was the same thing. They were all normal humans. A small laugh burst out of Wade's chest. He'd assumed every opponent he'd face in this world would be powerful too. After Shattered Hall, he'd expected the difficulty of each battle to be high. He'd forgotten that there was the possibility of him facing ordinary humans. That one so soon, he'd be the stronger one. "Who's there?" Ned barked. Having heard the laugh, he glanced at 2 of his subordinates, motioning towards the gate with his head for them to check it out. With a nod, they began walking, but before they made it more than 3 steps, Wade stepped into view. "Hi," he waved to them, unable to contain the grin on his face. "I was just passing by and heard you guys having fun. Hope that's okay." Even when he hadn't done anything yet, he felt like a bully interfering in the argument of kids and beating up one side. But this was different. These are not kids. They were thugs, and they needed to be taught a lesson. "Who the FCK are you?" One of the thugs scoffed. With his sword currently sitting in his inventory and his breastplate still at Tom's workshop, he looked normal, with his ordinary tunic, trousers, and boots. But Ned, the leader of the thugs, wasn't fooled. He recognized the light in Wade's eye, and it was as if a cold hand gripped his heart. He unconsciously took a half step back, eyes widening, but he stammered. It's an adventurer." And, as one, the gang immediately stumbled back, fear entering their eyes. The beekeeper and his employees looked up at Wade, wide-eyed and hopeful. "Yup, that's me. Wade said, his smile still on his face. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Mr. Adventurer, Ned said, forcing a nervous smile on his face, but it was obvious for all to see that he was afraid of Wade. How may we help you? Wade tilted his head as he stared at the man. His eyes traveled to the kneeling beekeeper and back to Ned. I want to buy honey, he said simply. Our honey, the beekeeper said hurriedly, but was quickly interrupted by Ned. I'm sorry, Mr. Adventurer, he said loudly, with an overly polite smile on his face. There's no honey available. The thug stepped closer to the beekeeper in a way that looked casual, but Wade saw it. He glanced at Bed, then his eyes went to the barrels of honey sitting on the wagon. What about those ones? Is that not honey? Yes, SIRT is honey. Ned nodded, scrambling for an appropriate answer. But we just bought it from the beekeeper. IT was the last stock, so there's none left for you. Wade raised both brows with a chuckle. Bought it, you say? Yes, sir. Ned nodded. Well, I think I need it more than you do. Wade grinned. So I'll buy it off you. He glanced at the beekeeper. How much did you sell it to them? I didn't, the beekeeper began, but was interrupted by Ned again, who stepped forward, his smile strained. I'm sorry, but our honey is not for sale. He said. Wait. Wade raised a hand, and everyone froze. Didn't you know it's impolite to interrupt those who are speaking? He grinned. And I wasn't asking you. He turned to the beekeeper. You were saying, I didn't sell the honey to them. The beekeeper hurriedly said, glancing at Ned. They stole it from me, and were about to take it away without paying. Please, help me, adventurer. Is that true? Wade's expression immediately went cold as he turned to Ned. Ned's face turned pale in fear, his eyes glancing about as if he was searching for an escape route. Sorry, I can explain. You see, what happened was, the honey is now mine, Wade said flatly, interrupting the man. He turned to the beekeeper. How much for the 3 barrels? 1,800 coins. The beekeeper said, a hopeful smile on his face. Wade froze. 1,800 coins? He didn't have that much money. Why was honey so expensive? Quickly calculating it, he decided that a single barrel of honey cost 600 coins. That IT was as if an ice-cold bucket of water had been poured over his head. He wasn't here to teach people lessons and buy 3 entire barrels of honey. He just needed a few jars for his honey mead. He nodded as if everything was okay. How much is it for a single jar of honey? The beekeeper stared at him confused. 12 coins. But if you buy from a grocer or the apothecary, it'll be 15 coins. I see. Wade nodded. That means each barrel contains 50 jars of honey. Gis. The beekeeper nodded, wondering why he was asking such questions. Wade thought about it. Quickly calculating it, he realized that retailers make 150 coins on every 50 jars of honey they sold. That was a pretty nice profit margin, but that was not what he needed. He only needed about half a barrel for his project. Then something occurred to him. He didn't need to buy the entire stock of honey to teach the thugs a lesson. He smiled. I'll buy half a barrel of honey, he said to the beekeeper. Then, he turned to Ned. As for the rest of the honey, either pay the man or return it to him. Ned stood there for a few seconds, several expressions flickering across his face before he spoke. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Wade's smile widened, and he stepped forward, balling his hands into fists. Then I guess I have to teach you guys a lesson. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Ned said, confidence seeping into his voice. Do you know who sent us here? Are you sure you want to get on their bad side? Wade frowned, coming to a stop. That was a good point. What if they were working on the orders of a stronger adventurer? Who sent you here? Puffing up his chest in vindication, Ned spoke. Didn't you know? We were sent here by Viscount Fairchild. This is his business that I'll advise staying out of it. Viscount Fairchild, huh? Wade nodded. He doesn't sound very fair. He had no idea who the man was, but the title was enough to tell him all he needed to know. Fairchild was a noble, but judging by the fact that he was sending thugs against an ordinary beekeeper, he must not be very influential. Free. The beekeeper suddenly piped up. I'll give you an entire barrel of honey for free if you help me get my barrels back. And that was all the man needed to say. The profit counter began counting in Wade's mind. Really? He asked. For free? Yes. The beekeeper nodded hurriedly. An entire barrel, for free. Wade grinned. Sounds like a good deal. It's not worth it. Adventurer, Ned said immediately. I'm sure a measly 600 coins is not worth getting on Viscount Fairchild's bad books. Bide glanced up Ned. Then will you give me a free barrel of honey? I'm sorry, but I can't. Ned answered. Lord Fairchild needs the honey. Is that so? As much as he didn't fancy getting into trouble with what sounded like a minor noble, he needed the honey more. With the honey, he gets to make a profitable deal, and that would eventually get him a personal dungeon. And that meant more power to so. He was willing to offend the noble if it meant getting stronger. One can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, he turned to Ned. Do you know me? The thug frowned, confused. No. So, you don't know my name, where I'm from, or which guild I'm in? Ned shook his head, worry appearing on his face. Was this perhaps a high-ranking adventurer? Wade nodded in satisfaction. They didn't know who he was. That meant he could beat them up and take his free barrel of honey, and they might never be able to find him. And by the time they do, he'll probably be much stronger. I'm sorry, guys. He grinned. I guess I owe you a beating after all. Wait, Ned said as he scrambled back, but Wade didn't care. He surged forward, faster than the man could blink, and sunk his fist into the man's stomach. The thug instantly folded around Wade's fist, coughing. Wade blinked, his eyes traveling to the first as Ned sunk to his knees, but he hadn't used much force. But it had been enough to take the man out of the fight. He looked down just in time to see Ned barf, the contents of his stomach spilling across the ground. Wade hopped back, careful to avoid getting vomit on his shoes. Stop being a drama queen, he drawled. I didn't even hit you that hard. Ned gasped, trying to say something, but all he achieved were a few gasping and choking sounds. Fair enough. Wade shrugged. Then he looked up to see the rest of the gang running out of the gate, heading back towards the town. For a moment, he pondered chasing after them, before discarding the idea. That would just be too much. He was an adventurer, so it would be like an adult fighting a kid. Besides, the deal had just been about him recovering the barrels of honey for the beekeeper. He turned to the wagon as Ned began crawling away. Clutching his stomach, his expression twisted in fear, Wade walked to the wagon, unloading the 3 barrels of honey. They were quite heavy, and he estimated that each one contained about 25 to 30 liters of honey. With that done, he turned to the beekeeper. Here you go, your barrels. The beekeeper surged to his feet, with what looked like tears of joy in his eyes. Thank you, adventurer. Thank you. You don't know how much you've just saved me. Here, that's well and good, but I can take my barrel now, right? Wade asked, placing a hand on one of the barrels. The beekeeper blinked, surprised, before nodding. Yeah. Wade smiled before sticking the barrel of honey into his inventory. Ding. Trade recorded. Barrel of honey. Free. Cosmic value. Plus 10. A free deal. That is the pinnacle of trade. You score a perfect 10. Balance. 11.5. Wade blinked at the screen before a smile appeared on his face. Yes, a perfect 10. He glanced at the beekeeper. Thanks, man. Just as he was about to dismiss the screen, it changed. Ding. Congratulations, merchant. Your recent trade has exceeded all thresholds of profitability. As a reward, you may select a dimensional key. Each key opens the gate to a dungeon of unfathomable depth. Choose wisely. Available dungeons: 1. Obsidian Key. Unlocks the Dark Labyrinth, a shifting dungeon of endless shifting black stone, where shadow beasts lurk and every wall hungers. Beware, adventurer, for not every step is assured, and every shadow as it seems. 2. Blood Key. Unlocks the Blood Crucible, a dungeon where rivers of lava forge monsters of fire and iron. They seek to drag visitors into the depths, to join them in the lakes of eternal damnation. 3. Bone Key. Unlocks the Catacombs of 1,000 Kings, a dungeon of endless ossuaries where skeletal monarchs rise from their thrones, demanding challengers to prove their worth or join their legion forever. All dungeons offer great rewards and are single-layer dungeons. Please select your key. Note: this transaction costs 10 cosmic value points and would reset the difficulty, introducing the law of diminishing returns. Getting another key would require double the effort in trades. Wade stood there, staring at the screen with wide eyes. What the hell just happened? Just a single trade, chasing away a few thugs for a barrel of honey, and he'd attained enough points to unlock a dungeon key. Wide-to him. It had been a simple task that didn't take more than just a punch to the gut. But to the beekeeper, it had represented salvation, not a raft to grab onto as he drowned. Lord Adventurer, the beekeeper said, but Wade raised a finger, and they all froze. He stared at the screen intently. This was a decision that could make or break him going forward. Then a question occurred to him. What if I don't want to choose now? Another screen appeared before him, glowing a deep red and unseen by everybody else, just like his other screens. Warning: exiting this screen without picking a key will count as a choice. Your cosmic value points will be deducted, and the law of diminishing returns will be applied. What the hell? Wade swore that if he exited, he'll miss out on a key, but getting the next key would also take twice the effort. Well, now that he thought about it, it was a bit fair. After all, it had been easier than he'd thought to get his first dungeon key. He hadn't even known that the threshold was 10 cosmic value points. But that was okay. All he needed to do was to choose the dungeon he was most confident in clearing by himself. The one that sounds easiest. His eyes moved through the options, and none of them sounded easy. They were all single-layer dungeons, appropriate given the difficulty of getting this key, but none of them sounded like a stroll that if he picked the obsidian key, it sounded like he'd have to fight shadows, and everywhere would be dark. According to the text, even the floor might not be safe that he immediately added obsidian key to the last resort section that he moved on to the blood key. The first thing that stood out to him was the environment, rivers of lava. That meant even if he slipped and fell in the lava, he was dead. And that was without factoring the monsters of fire and iron that would supposedly be running around the place. IT sounded like hell. Literally, he moved to the last option. The bone key. Catacombs with skeletons. That IT sounded more like a horror comedy than the others. He thought about it. Shadow creatures, monsters living in lava, or skeletons? The choice was simple. Ding. Congratulations, you have chosen bone key. The screen disappeared, and in a flash of white light, a key appeared in his hand. What the? The beekeeper and his employees stumbled back in shock, not having expected the flash of light. Wade lifted the key, examining IT. IT was a bit bigger than a normal key, with the head sitting bigger than a single coin. IT seemed to have been made out of real bone. IT had the same bleached off-white color. But the question was, how would he use it? Observe. The screen appeared before him. Bone key. This is a key that leads into the dungeon called Catacombs of 1,000 Kings. Simply fit the key in a lock, and the dungeon would be open to you. Wade couldn't help the laugh that burst out of him from the exhilaration he was feeling. His heart hammered in his chest, adrenaline flooding his veins that he'd done it. He now had a personal dungeon, a dungeon that wouldn't be subject to tax, that he could use to pay his debts. Just the value of the loot they'd gotten from Shattered Hall could be rounded up to an estimate of 80,000 coins that he couldn't help but imagine what he would do if it was only him that was entitled to 80,000 coins worth of loot he didn't have to share with anybody. But that also meant he would have to clear the dungeon alone. But that was a price he was willing to pay. However, the most important question was, how do I get strong enough to survive a solo dungeon run? Adventure? His thoughts were interrupted by the tentative voice of the beekeeper. Wade blinked, turning to the man, the smile still on his face. Yeah. Can you help me? Nope. Wade interrupted with a cherry grin. He immediately transferred the key into his inventory. I can't help you, in fact. I have somewhere else to be. But we need your help. The beekeeper said, eyes wide, a note of hysteria in his voice. If you don't help us, we're done for. And somehow, it's still none of my business. Wade said, already dreaming of all the things he'll get with his coming wealth. See ya, fellas. He tipped an imaginary hat to them and turned to take his leave. All in all, it had been a productive trip. He'd not only gotten his honey, he'd gotten it for free. And in the process, he'd secured himself a dungeon key. I'll pay you. The beekeeper's desperate voice reached his ears and he froze. He stood there for a few seconds, his optimism warring with his pessimism. While he'd gotten himself a dungeon key, he needed gear that he would be able to use in order to clear said dungeon. And he needed money to buy said gear so he couldn't afford to throw away an easy opportunity to earn money. He turned back, a big smile on his face. Money, you say? I'm listening. I can pay you. The beekeeper said, moving closer to Wade, his expression earnest. A quest. All you need to do is go to Viscount Fairchild and stop him from taking my business from me. Wade crossed his arms, one hand rubbing his chin as he thought about the offer. He needed money. Yes, but was this route worth it? If he took this quest, he risked making an enemy of a Viscount. It didn't matter if the Viscount was an adventurer or not. He was a noble, and nobility meant resources. Also, him going to meet the Viscount would also mean revealing his face to the man. And the man might be able to cause him trouble down the road. It simply wasn't worth it. I'm afraid I'll have to decline your quest. He said, I have important tasks that need my attention back at Hiving. Good day. Wait, Hiving the city? The beekeeper asked frantically. Yes, Hiving. Wade stopped, glancing at the man. Then, can you escort us there? The man asked. If you can escort me, my employees, and my honey safely to Hiving, I'll give you 1,000 coins. Wade blinked at the man before a smile appeared on his face. 1,000 coins, you say? For a journey he was already making, it was a steal. Yes, just a Hiving. Once I get there, I'll be able to sort out this situation with the authorities. All right, you've got a deal. The man's employees almost fainted in relief. They began thanking Wade, and after an order from the beekeeper, began scrambling to pack their essentials. Wade stood there, arms crossed, waiting for them. That a few minutes later, they were packed. They took their places on the wagon, and with the crack of the beekeeper's whip, the oxen began pulling it out of the compound. Wade walked beside the wagon, looking up at the beekeeper who was seated at the front, whip in hand. You guys should continue on. I'll join you in a few minutes. I have to go get my horse, he said. The beekeeper stared at Wade for a few seconds, uncomfortable at the prospect of being without his protection, but had no choice but to nod. Whistling, Wade made his way back into town, and a few minutes later, found the stable. Informing the stable master of his departure, he saddled the horse and mounted it. Soon, he was countering down the slight slope, the beekeeper's wagon in the distance that it didn't take him too long to catch up to them. After all, the oxen was not as fast as a horse could be, at least that was what he thought. Not while the oxen were hitched to the wagon. He spent a few minutes watching the way the beekeeper proved the oxen. He didn't whip them like Wade had been expecting. Instead, he simply cracked it in the air, the sound doing the work for him. But there was only so much time he could spend watching that before it became boring. And so, he moved his attention to his daydreams that he still couldn't believe he'd gotten a dungeon key. So he opened his inventory to check. Inventory slots: 6, slot 1. Coins: 953 coins, slot 2. Barrel filled, slot 3. Bone key, slot 4. Empty, slot 5. Empty, slot 6. Empty. His eyes moved through the 3 filled inventory slots, a smile on his face, seeing the barrel sitting there. He decided not to stop his honey mead project. Just because he'd gotten a dungeon key, that didn't mean he couldn't make trades for another key. Besides, if he ended up not selling the mead, he could keep it for himself. Just as he was getting lost in his thoughts, one of the beekeeper's employees cried out in fear. "Master, look!" Wade looked up to see a contingent of horse riders riding towards them from the direction of Crow Hill. They were riding at full speed, dust billowing in their wake. "What should we do, adventurer?" Wade turned to the side to look at the beekeeper, who was staring at him, along with the man's employees. They had a mix of hope and fear on their faces. "What?" He blinked. "What do we do?" The beekeeper repeated. "About the pursuers." Wade stared for a second in confusion, before his brain made the connection. The beekeeper thinks the contingent of horsemen were pursuers sent by Viscount Fairchild. Well, if that was true, then there was only one thing to do. "Speed up," he instructed. "We can't let them catch up." The beekeeper opened his mouth to say something, but changed his mind. About a second later, Wade saw what it was. The oxen were painfully slow. Watching them trying to move faster at the prod from the beekeeper was like trying to watch paint dry. Wade glanced back at the contingent. From the speed they were all moving, it was inevitable. They would soon catch up with them. Sighing, he turned back to what he had at hand to work with. He had his horse, his sword, which was attached to his saddle, his stats, and his skills. Basic ward and mirror step. He exhaled, stopping his horse. "You guys go on," he said. "I'll catch up. And if I don't, I'll find you." Without another word, the beekeeper and his employees continued on, leaving Wade behind. Wade dismounted. Unsheathing his sword, he stepped forward, planted it into the soil before him, both hands on the hilt, and stood there, waiting. But a few minutes later, he felt stupid, but with the riders closing in on him, there was no way he was going to abandon the pose now. But it didn't take too long before the sound of hooves striking hard reached his ears. The riders moved closer, becoming visible. They all had armor on, but from what he noticed, it was regular armor, not loot armor. That meant there was a chance these people were normal warriors, not adventurers. He looked towards the lead rider. Observe. Name: Dick. Race: human. HP: 5457. Strength: 9. Agility: 11. Perception: 7. Constitution: 10. A sigh of relief escaped Wade. He was dealing with a group of normal humans. That was good. A grin appeared on his face as they finally neared him, their horses slowing to a canter. "I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, guys." He grinned, holding his pose. "But you shall not pass." He'd always wanted to use that reference. Now was a time as good as any. The group slowed to a stop before him, the lead rider eyeing Wade. That was when the voice reached his ears. "Wait." Wade's eyes widened in surprise, his eyes snapping towards who had called him. And when he saw who it was, his jaw dropped. "Rowan, what are you doing here?" Rowan asked, a frown on his face. "That's what I want to ask you. What are you doing here?" Wade shot back. "Wait a minute." Rowan narrowed his eyes. "Are you the adventurer that ran off Viscount Fairchild's men?" Wade opened his mouth and closed it a few times, his brain in too much disbelief to know what to say. Then he finally processed what he'd just heard. "Don't tell me." He stared at Rowan. "You work for Viscount Fairchild?" "Yeah." Rowan nodded. "I took a quest with him. Fairchild wants me to bring the beekeeper to him." "What about you?" "The beekeeper wants me to protect him till he gets to hiving." Wade answered automatically. "Oh." They stood there in awkward silence for a minute, each man realizing they were on opposite sides of the quest. "Wait a minute," Wade said as something occurred to him. He cast observe on the rest of the contingent to see that they were human. Rowan was the only adventurer, but that was not the surprising part. Was that Rowan was working for Fairchild. He was supposed to be the good guy, not work for bad guys. Maybe it was because he was used to the 21st century sense of morality, or the fact that something just seemed wrong to him about the whole thing. You know what's going on, right? Wade asked about what Fairchild plans to do with the beekeeper. Maybe Rowan didn't know. Maybe he was just following others. Rowan looked away, a flicker of shame appearing on his face before disappearing. You know, Wade said, a hint of surprise in his voice. You know, and you're still doing it. There was silence as the other riders of the group stared at both adventurers, silent. So what are you going to do? Wade asked. He didn't care what Rowan did in his free time. He'd just been surprised that someone like Rowan would be doing this kind of job. And now he was putting the ball in Rowan's court. He already knew he was too weak to defeat Rowan anyways, so whatever Rowan decided to do, that was what would happen. Rowan spurred his horse forward, riding past Wade, his contingent following behind him, but not before leaving Wade with one last word. Sorry. As the sound of hooves faded behind him, a question came up in Wade's mind. Why was he apologizing to me? Wade could understand the situation. They were both adventurers working for different people. So it didn't really matter if they were friends outside of work. After all, this was work. They both had to do their jobs, and it wasn't as if they'd attacked each other. He chuckled as he sheathed his sword back on the sheath attached to the saddle, mounting his horse. This time, he'd lost. But when next they crossed each other on a job, he wouldn't lose. And with that, he spurred his horse into a walk. A minute later, the riders rode out of view, and a few minutes after that, the notification appeared before him. Trade recorded. Escort to hiving, 1,000 coins. Cosmic value, minus 0.5. Wasn't that important to you, but a deal's a deal, and you lost. Balance. Wade stared at it with wide eyes. Wait, what? In the grand scheme of things, it was a tiny loss, just 0.5 cosmic trade value. But to Wade, it was more than that. It was an insight into the inner workings of the dimensional ledger. So this counts as a trade? His horse clopped slowly down the road beneath him, but his attention was on the screen still in front of him. His first quest, in which Sebastian had used to test him, when he'd gone to find a night bloom in Mirewood Swamp, hadn't been a recorded trade by the dimensional ledger, but this one had been recorded. So, what's the difference? He thought about it for a second, and the answer came to him. For a deal to be a deal, there needed to be a trade of some sort, a trade between two parties. That quest he'd taken, it hadn't been a deal. It had been a job that he'd gone to the guild hall. Sebastian had picked it out, and he tried his best to do his job. It had been just a quest. But when he negotiated for the free barrel of honey with the beekeeper, it had been a deal. The beekeeper wanted something, and he wanted something in return. They'd negotiated, and a deal had been made. It was the same thing with this trade. He'd wanted money, and the man wanted his business back. They'd negotiated, and had settled on money in exchange for safe passage. And so, since he failed to deliver, it had been a loss in the dimensional ledger. After all, even though he hadn't put much effort into it, he had upheld as part of the deal from Crow Hill to this place. That meant he'd put in a little bit of work and had nothing to show for it. And if he'd escorted the man all the way to hiving and the man hadn't paid him, it would have been a bigger loss. If I was going to take a loss anyways, this is probably the best case scenario. He smiled to himself. At least he got a dungeon key and a barrel of honey out of it. That a few minutes later, he caught up to the larger group. Rowan and his men had caught the beekeeper, and now their horses surrounded the oxen as they led them back to Crow Hill. As they passed, the beekeeper caught sight of Wade. Adventurer, help us, please. One of Rowan's men leaned from his horse, giving the beekeeper a whack on the head with his club. The man's voice only rose as he pleaded with Wade, and the thug began beating him, forcing him to shut up. Wade simply glanced at Rowan, who refused to even look at Wade, his eyes looking straight ahead. Wade glanced at the beekeeper, who was being beaten, before shaking his head. There was nothing he could do about this, at least not now. This was the reality the guilds had made possible, but a world in which only the richest wins. Wade sighed, his mind on his dungeon. Key point: one day, he would stand at the top, and when that day came, he would fashion the world in the way he wanted. And so he continued on his way. He soon reached hiving, making his way through the gates and to the stable to return the horse. Then he walked through the city, trying to find his way back to his new apartment. That a few minutes later, he was sure he was lost. What the hell? He turned this way and that, wondering if this was the road he'd passed when he'd been on his way to Crow Hill. That was when he remembered that he hadn't gone to Crow Hill directly from his house, that he'd gone from the apothecary. He retraced his steps back to the gates, then from there to the apothecary. And from there, it was easy to get back to his apartment. When the familiar building was finally in front of him, he exhaled in relief. Later, he'd have to walk from his house to the city gates. Or better still, he'd have to find a day he'd use to wander the city. It was large, but nowhere near as large as an Earth city. He was sure he'd be able to familiarize himself with the major roads in a day. The nooks and crannies would take longer. He was about to go up to his apartment when he remembered he had clothes to collect. And so, he entered the shop below his apartment, the bell jingling above the door. The assistant that had answered the first time was there, waiting. "Welcome, sir." The young man bowed slightly. "Hi." Wade nodded. "Are my clothes ready?" "Yes, sir." The assistant nodded. "But I'm afraid Master James is not in at the moment." "That's okay." Wade waved his words away. "I don't need to see him. I'm here just for my clothes. Can I have them?" "Right away, sir." The assistant moved to the side, retrieving a package. "Here you go." Wade collected it with both hands. It was a fairly bulky but light package, wrapped in large pieces of paper and bound by colored rope. Wade moved it into his inventory, and with a final nod, left the shop. He made his way upstairs to his apartment, unlocked the door, and made his way inside. He immediately walked to the couch and slumped onto it, sighing in relief. It has been a long day. All he needed was a nap. Then later, he'd go over his rewards. Sebastian knocked on the door, waiting. "Come in." The voice sounded from inside, and he opened the door. The office was cramped, with every available wall crammed with cabinets. In the middle was a table, and it was overflowing with various documents. From what Sebastian could see, the documents were related to the operations of the guild. But he tore his eyes away from it, focusing on the woman sitting behind the table. "You called for me," he said. "Yes, I did," Handler Callista said, putting aside the document she was reviewing. "Your party just completed a dungeon run, right?" "Yes, we did." Sebastian nodded. "Good. Give me your report on Wade Barrett." Wade yawned, stretching as he stood from his couch. It had just been a half-an-hour nap, but it had been worth it. The subtle tiredness he'd gotten from his journey to Crow Hill was gone. He looked around to see the whole room was dark. "Where are the lanterns around here?" He walked into the kitchen, looking around, then noticed that the red curtain was still on the window to his side. That was something he had to change, or people would still think the apartment was up for rent. Fortunately, James had left a new curtain behind for him. He walked to the window, reaching up and detaching the curtain rod from its brackets. Outside, it was dusk. The sun had set over the horizon, the sky still holding hues of purple and orange as night approached. The window was closed, but through the glass, he could see as someone walked out from the shop opposite his apartment building, hanging a lantern below their sign. Wade turned away, changing the curtain and hanging the rod back on its brackets. With that done, he resumed his search for a lantern. Luckily, he found two in a cupboard under the sink. One was filled with oil, while the other only had little oil. But this presented another problem. How do I light these things? Seeing nothing he could use, he went downstairs. Luckily, James was in a shop and was able to give him a box of matches that he returned to his apartment, locking the door behind him. After a few tries, he had both lanterns lit. He moved the one with little oil to the area that was his bedroom, setting on the nightstand. Returning to the kitchen, he sat down at the kitchen table, planning his next step. While his dungeon run was important, there was something he had to take care of first. His honey mead, he couldn't just discard it. Not when he needed more trades to unlock more dungeon keys. That he stood, reaching towards the barrel on the table, and pulling it towards himself. He opened it, pulling out its contents, the bag of yeast and the ember leaf. He rummaged through the kitchen, thanking the stars it was fully stocked with the necessary items he needed. Once everything was ready on the table before him, he was starting with trying to create just a gallon of honey mead. First was to clean the equipment. He headed to the sink, washing them thoroughly, using the weird soap he'd found on it. Either way, he knew he had to keep everything clean. Even the smallest of unneeded microbes could ruin the mead. Then he filled a pot with water, placing on the stove. Wade bent down, his brows rising as he noticed the stove was a coal stove. Luckily, it was filled with coal, and the ash pan underneath it was empty. Spraying just a tiny bit of oil from his lantern, he lit the stove. Then he sat down at the table to wait. Minutes later, the water was sufficiently warm. He doused the stove with a sprinkle of water, moving the pot to the sink. He then retrieved the jug he had chosen. The vessel was big and looked like it could contain a gallon. "Well, you'll have to do," he chuckled to himself, pouring a bit of the warm water into it. He moved the jug to the table. Then he reached into his inventory, materializing the barrel of honey on the table. Cracking open the barrel, he measured the honey he needed, pouring it into the jug. He took a ladle, stirring it till the honey dissolved. Then he topped it off with cool water until he had approximately a gallon of liquid. He spent a few minutes stirring vigorously, then poured the necessary yeast into the jug. This time, he swirled the mixture gently. Then he took the mixture of ember leaf he'd ground into tiny flakes, pouring it into the jar. When he was done, he picked up the jar's wooden cork. He'd chipped away at the side of the cork with a knife, creating enough space for the airlock he'd bought. Corking the jar with the airlock, he added a bit of water in it, then set it on the table. That way, the necessary gas would be able to escape the jar. but nothing would be able to enter. And now we wait. He had no idea how fast the ember leaf would speed up the fermentation process. But there was only one way to tell. When bubbles began escaping from the airlock, it meant fermentation had begun, and with that he would be able to calculate how long it would take to ferment. Wade had been sitting there for a few minutes when his stomach growled. Democrat, Minnesota. He muttered he hadn't stuck the cupboards yet, which meant he had nothing to cook if he wanted to eat. He'd have to leave the apartment. But if he left, he might not be able to catch when the first bubbles came, and would not be able to estimate how fast the ember leaf works. He had no option but to wait. Fortunately for him, after an hour and a half, the bubbles began emerging from the water in the airlock. He sat up instantly, studying it that a grin appeared on his face. Yes, finally, he quickly calculated it. Fermentation was supposed to begin within 24 to 48 hours. For it to begin now, he could safely estimate that the ember leaf sped up the process by 20 times. Quickly calculating it, he estimated that primary fermentation would end around 25 hours. That meant it would be ready by this time tomorrow. Holy yes it! He stared at the jar, eyes wide. The ember leaf was literally a force multiplier. While he was sure he could begin selling the mead after 2 days, he wanted the same richer flavor that came with at least 6 months of aging. That meant that after siphoning the mead to remove its sediments tomorrow, he'll have to age it for at least 10 days. Sweet. He grinned. He could almost count the profits he'd be making from the trade. With that settled, he finally left his apartment, heading to a nearby tavern for dinner and some drinks. After a well-spent 30 coins, he returned to his apartment. Cleaning away the items he didn't use, he returned the remaining yeast and ember leaf into the empty barrel. He moved the barrel into an inventory slot, adding the honey barrel into the same slot. The inventory could allow stacks of 10 of the same item in a single slot. With that done, he headed into the bathroom, took a bath, and went to bed. The next morning, he woke up feeling refreshed. Taking his bath and changing into his new clothes, he moved to the kitchen table. He examined the jug with a smile, then sat. Pulling his boots on as he tied the final lace. There was a knock on his door. Wade frowned. Is it James? Did the man want something? He walked to the door, unlocked the deadbolt locks, and opened it. Standing there with an awkward look on his face was Rowan. Rowan. Wade blinked in surprise. What are you doing here? It was way too early to be a casual visit. Can I come in? Rowan asked, scratching the back of his neck. Of course. Wade stepped back. Rowan walked in, and he shut the door behind him. Air. Rowan glanced around the room. Have a seat, Wade said, sitting on the couch. Thank you. Rowan nodded, sitting on the one-seater couch. I'm here to talk about yesterday. Yesterday? Wade raised both brows, a chuckle appearing on his lips at how awkward Rowan looked. What about yesterday? I just wanted to explain myself, he said. Me working for Viscount Fairchild, and what I had to do. You don't have to explain to me, though. Wade leaned back in his chair. I understand that it was just us both doing our jobs. No, Rowan said. I have to explain to you, if only for my conscience. Wade didn't mind, but if it would assuage Rowan's guilt, he would listen. All right, the things I did yesterday, taking the beekeeper back to Viscount Fairchild was a crime. Rowan said, holding Wade's gaze. There's no two ways about it. The beekeeper didn't know Viscount Fairchild anything, and we took him against his will. It is as simple as that of a crime. It's also something Viscount Fairchild can't just request at a guild. Guilds don't take up quests that are crimes. It'll be an excuse for the kingdom to crack down on them. Oh, Wade nodded at the realization. Just like him, Rowan had taken the quest directly from the quest giver. But that raised another question. Why had someone like Rowan, who had a much better conscience than Wade, done this particular job? Was it money? It had to be more complicated than that. If you were going to be beating yourself up over this, why take the quest? Wade asked. I didn't have a choice, Rowan said. What do you mean? Viscount Fairchild is a loan shark that I took out a loan from him to outfit myself with some skills, an expensive loan. Wade leaned forward, his interest piqued. Don't the guilds give loans? No, Rowan shook his head. The guilds don't give out loans to adventurers. They only let you take low-level skills, adding it as debt. That means there are only 2 ways to grow powerful. The first is the slow and steady method. Rowan shook his head. This method has the highest mortality rate. Adventurers delve into dungeons, slowly adding to their arsenal of skills and stats, growing stronger slowly. But because they took things slow, it also means they're more likely to be killed by whatever they face, and so they die fast. Then there's the second way, go into debt. The guilds are happy to give you starter skills. After all, they don't lose much if you die. But if you want to get stronger, you need stronger skills, skills that would guarantee you breeze through dungeons with ease. Wade's eyes narrowed at that. This was exactly what he was looking for in order to go on his solo dungeon run. He needed high-level skills. That meant he'd also have to take out a loan. which is why people like Viscount Fairchild exist. Rowan continued. They lend money to adventurers at high interest rates, and they enforce it through magical contracts. Magical contracts? Wade frowned. Yes, like our standard guild membership contracts. Rowan said, if you break them, you get a huge magical backlash, and the best case scenario is a grievous injury. So, I took a contract with Viscount Fairchild and got my powerful skills. Everything was going smoothly until our last dungeon run. That was where our last party member died. That IT caused a few problems. And so, I missed my loan payment. And that was all Viscount Fairchild needed, a penalty. I needed to do some quests for him. And if I don't, it'll count as me breaking the contract. So that's what happened. Oh, Wade sat there, processing what he just heard. Why is every part of being an adventurer so predatory? However, Rowan's visit had given him insight into what he needed to do in order to prepare for his dungeon run. Hey, Rowan. Yeah. The man looked up at him. If I wanted to take a loan of my own, who would you recommend I take it from? Wait, what? Rowan blinked. You want a loan? You just said it yourself. Wade leaned back in his chair. The slow route to becoming a powerful adventurer has a higher chance of me dying. Oh yeah. Rowan nodded. Then he answered the question. Honestly, I don't know. The loan sharks don't just reveal the details of their contract to anyone, but I can at least introduce you to Viscount Fairchild. I see. Wade nodded. So is that all? What? Oh yes. Rowan nodded, standing. I just wanted to explain myself. Wade stood. So, where are you headed? The guild building. Yeah. Perfect, we can go together. And so, they left the apartment, with Wade locking the door behind him. As they walked through the streets, Wade began thinking that he didn't just need enough money to be strong, he needed enough money to delve a dungeon alone. But he didn't know how much money would be enough to outfit himself for that. So, he decided to ask without giving away his intentions. Hey, Rowan. Yeah. How much would I need to borrow to achieve the necessary strength to not die easily? Rowan thought about it for a few seconds. It depends. Most adventurers just go for around 200,000 coins, give or take 50,000. Wade almost stumbled at the figure. What the FCK? How long would it take to pay that back? If a single dungeon run nets him around 80,000 coins, he'd have to go on 3 runs just to pay back the loan. And if he was with a party like the others, with an average haul of 20,000 coins a run, it'll take him at least 10 dungeon runs to pay it off. A few months, sometimes a year. Rowan chuckled. Besides, you need more than just basic skills. The really strong skills cost upwards of 10,000 coins. Not to mention that you need armor. Not just any armor, but special loot armor. And the costs add up pretty fast. Depending on if you get a full set of armor or not, you can get yourself around 5 to 10 skills, along with the necessary mana to wield them all. I see. Wade nodded. And if I did that, would I be able to clear Shattered Hall on my own? No. Rowan answered immediately. Don't even try that you'll go far. Maybe even conquer the second ring, but you'll surely die 9 times out of 10. There was a few seconds of silence. What about Sebastian? Wade asked. Can he clear a single-layered dungeon on his own? Of course. Rowan chuckled. Sebastian is much stronger than the average adventurer here in Hiving. I even heard he's on track to become an executive that on his own. He'll be able to clear a single-layered dungeon easily. Wow, Wade said, glancing at Rowan. And how much money would it cost to become as strong as Sebastian? To become as strong as Sebastian. Rowan hummed. Probably 1,000,000 coins. 1,000,000 coins? Wade yelped, causing some people passing to look at them. Yeah, Rowan chuckled. That's how strong Sebastian is. He doesn't just have geared, he's got something else. But that's not for me to say. Something else. Wade thought. Sebastian had to be more than he seemed on the surface. Though I have to say, taking 1,000,000 coins loan would be pretty stupid for a new adventurer. Rowan added. What do you mean? Wade asked. It's obvious, don't you think? Rowan shrugged. It's a bit overkill that you'll end up spending most of the money on gear, and the interest rates for those kinds of loans are pretty high. I'm sure the newbie would just get himself trapped inside a predatory contract, because he wouldn't be able to make payments in time. If they want to be able to clear dungeons alone, 500,000 coins is enough. Wade breathed a sigh of relief. Just 500,000 coins. That was good if prices stay the same. It should take him 7 dungeon runs to clear the debt. Wait a minute, Wade said as he remembered something Rowan had said. Why would a newbie have to spend most of their money on gear? Can't they just buy skills and stat stones? Stat stones, that's where the problem lies. Rowan said, there's a cap on how much you can raise your stats using stat stones. Wade hadn't used stat stones before, so he had to ask, what do you mean? For every level you hit, you can only use 20 points in stat stones at like a T level 1. You can use 2, 0, T level 2, another 20. He glanced at Wade. What level are you now? Level 3. Wade said. And you haven't used any stat stones, right? That means altogether, you can only use 60 points worth of stat stones. Of course, this means that every adventurer needs the extra points that come with every level up, that of course. That doesn't mean they get to pick and choose where those points go. For example, the warrior class gets plus 3 strength and plus 2 constitution per level. The archer class gets plus 3 agility and plus 2 perception per level. And classes like barbarian get just plus 4 strength per level. In every 10 levels, the number of stat points we get per level increases, but the amount of stat stones we can use remains the same. That means adventurers have to keep leveling up for the extra stat points. Every point counts when it comes to life and death. Wade blinked, surprised. Other classes don't get unassigned stat points. Just how special was Dimensional Merchant? So, if a newbie gets the 500,000 coins they need, they'll have to spend it mostly on gear. Gear to protect their bodies, and gear that increases their mana points. Basically, they'll need gears with inbuilt mana storage. In order to have enough to power the skills, they'll need to get to be capable of soloing a dungeon. And most of the time, it isn't worth it, that it's better to just get the 200,000 coins and level up the normal way. I see. Wade nodded as they entered the guild building. As they walked through the wide corridors of the guild building, Wade fell in a step beside Rowan, still chewing over what they just talked about. Hey, Rowan, he said, lowering his voice. Can adventurers buy skills and gear from people outside the guild? Or is that forbidden? Rowan chuckled. Forbidden? No, but controlled, yes. He scratched the back of his neck as they turned down the hallway that led to the cafeteria. There are a few shops scattered around Hiving and other big cities. They sell skill stones and gear, and their thing is privacy. The issue is, whether you want it or not, the guilds have records of what is bought and by who. And some people are a bit paranoid. They do not like the idea of their guild having a list of every skill they own. So, while the stores offer items that are a bit pricier than what the guild offers, they guarantee discretion in records and questions asked. Wade raised his brows. So like black market dealers? Not exactly, Rowan said, shaking his head. They're legitimate shops, just not under guild control. Think of them like independent merchants. Sometimes they're worth IT, depends on if you want to keep a part of your arsenal private, even from the guilds. The guilds don't like to admit it, but they don't always have the widest selection. Wait, Wade interrupted. I thought the guilds buy skills from each other. Shouldn't that make them the ones with the widest selection? It's a bit more complicated than that. There are plenty of skills the guilds don't want to circulate because they come from their rival guilds. Or, Rowan smirked, because they're keeping them scarce on purpose. Scarcity drives up demand, and demand drives up prices. Wade's merchant brain lit up. He could practically see the numbers running. So the guilds create artificial shortages. Rowan gave him a look that said, don't repeat this too loudly. You didn't hear that from me. Wade nodded, thinking about it. The guilds were each other's customers, but also each other's competitors. Sometimes they manipulate their selection of stones and gears in order to make a profit. They soon reached the cafeteria, the warm smell of roasted meat and bread greeting them. The hall buzzed with adventurers still in half armor, some laughing, some slumped in silence. Wade grabbed a tray, piling it with food, Rowan doing the same. Together, they carried their trays to their usual table in the corner. Ingrid was already there, her bow leaning against the seat. Beside her, a half-empty plate of stew in front of her. She looked up as they approached, her eyes narrowing at the sight of the two of them together. Why are you two coming in together? She asked, suspicion dripping from her voice. Wade froze, glancing at Rowan as if to say, well, now what? Rowan only grinned, sliding into his seat across from Ingrid. What? He said casually, lifting his fork. Can a man share a walk with his friend? Ingrid's spoon stopped halfway to her mouth as Wade set his tray down beside Rowan, plopping down on the seat. She gave him a look that was equal parts suspicion and surprise. You two took a walk? She asked, her tone flat, but her brows raised. Together. Rowan chuckled, already reaching for his bread. Relax. Ingrid, that IT wasn't anything dramatic. Wade's got himself a new apartment, so we happened to meet, and we walked the rest of the way here together. Ingrid blinked, clearly not expecting that answer. Her gaze flicked to Wade, who gave a helpless shrug. What? Wade said, smirking. Am I not allowed to walk with people now? You barely know each other. Ingrid muttered, finally going back to her stew. That's all. Rowan leaned across the table, grinning wide. But friendship blooms fastest when you least expect it, doesn't it? Me and Wade here, practically brothers already. He clapped Wade on the back, so hard his spoon rattled in his soup. Sure, Wade said dryly. Brothers who haven't figured out which one's going to strangle the other first. Rowan roared with laughter, nearly spilling his drink, while Ingrid just shook her head and muttered something under her breath. She didn't add much to the conversation, occasionally throwing in a short comment. But mostly she kept her eyes down on her food, chewing in silence. The table had settled into a comfortable rhythm of banter and clinking cutlery when Sebastian arrived. He didn't have a tray or a plate, just his axe strapped across his back, as usual, but he pulled out the chair at the end of the table and sat down heavily. Rowan blinked at him. What's this? No food? Don't tell me the guild cafeteria managed to run out. I already ate, Sebastian said simply, folding his arms on the table. Of course you did, Rowan muttered with mock offense. Here we are, starving and working on our bonds, and you're too good to join us. Sebastian ignored the jab, his gaze moving from Wade to Ingrid, then back to Rowan. I wanted to clarify something, he said. His voice had that calm and commanding cadence Wade was already used to. Wade, this is mainly for you. Wade put his spoon down and straightened. The purpose of a party is to create a group of adventurers who take on dungeons together, Sebastian explained. That's our focus, dungeons. Quests, on the other hand, are up to the individual adventurer. You can take them or leave them. It doesn't involve the party as a whole. Wade nodded slowly. So we're only together when we go into dungeons. Exactly, Sebastian confirmed. But cohesion matters, that we can't afford to be strangers to one another when our lives depend on trust. So we train together, twice a week. That on the weeks we have a dungeon run, we train only once. That's reasonable, Wade said, though he felt a tiny flutter of relief. That meant he had plenty of free days for his own ventures. Good. Sebastian leaned back in his chair. That gives you the freedom to plan your personal time as you see fit. Use it wisely. Train your body, expand your skills, take quests, or waste it on drinking. It's your choice. But when it comes time to step into a dungeon, I expect everyone to be prepared. Rowan raised his hand like a student in class. So, when's the next training session, boss? Sebastian gave him a flat look, then answered, 3 days from now at 8 sunrise, practice yard. Rowan groaned dramatically. Sunrise, do you ever consider that some of us enjoy sleeping past dawn? Sebastian stood, his chair scraping against the floor. No. He gave Rowan a look that killed the joke dead, then turned to the rest. That's all that I'll see you in 3 days. With that, he strode off without another word, disappearing into the stream of adventurers moving through the cafeteria. The rest of the party stared at the man, wondering why he'd been so serious. Ingrid finished the last of her stew, wiped her mouth with a cloth, and stood. I have things to do, she said curtly. See you both later. Without waiting for a reply, she slung her bow over her shoulder and left. Rowan leaned back in his chair, watching her go. She really knows how to brighten a room, doesn't she? Wade snorted, standing as well. Sure, like a thundercloud. Rowan grinned. Speaking of brightening things, how about we check the guild hall for a quest? Nothing serious, just something for easy money. Wade thought about it. He could use more coins, especially if he was going to prepare for his dungeon key. All right. But you remember what you promised me, right? Rowan tilted his head. Promised. You're introducing me to Viscount Fairchild tomorrow. Wade's tone was light, like he was discussing the weather. Rowan's grin flickered for just a moment, but then he nodded. Yeah, tomorrow. Satisfied, Wade picked up his tray. Good, let's get going then. Together, they left the cafeteria, making their way towards the guild hall. The hall was as noisy as ever, alive with the thrum of adventurers talking, bargaining, or arguing over contracts. Rowan led the way through the bustle with the ease of a man who'd done this 100 times before. Wade followed, his eyes darting from the crowded counters to the groups gathered around tables, their voices rising in heated debates about spoils and shares. They stopped before the notice board, the tall slab of wood was covered edge to edge with pinned parchment filled with quests of all sorts. Rowan folded his arms and scanned the board with a critical eye. Wade tried the same, but most of the postings blended into each other. Requests for herbs, missing livestock, escort missions, even a bounty or two. There, Rowan finally said, plucking one of the parchments free. He smoothed it out and handed it to Wade. Wade took it and read aloud. Quest, extermination, target, stoneback beetles, location, western farming area, outside the city. Details, stoneback beetles have infested a farming area outside hiving. They prey upon crops and have multiplied to the point where they threaten the entire harvest. Reward, 150 coins. He looked up at Rowan. Beetles. Rowan nodded. Nasty little things, big as dogs, shells hard as stone. Not dangerous if you keep your head, but they'll tear through a field faster than you can blink. Farmers can't fight them off, so they come here. And we get paid. Wade smirked. Exactly. Rowan grinned. Easy money, decent training, and no risk of nobles breathing down our necks. Wade gave the parchment one last glance before folding it. All right, let's do it. Good man. Rowan clapped him on the shoulder, steering him towards the reception desk where they'd need to register the quest. The rented horse's hooves clopped steadily against the dirt road as Wade and Rowan made their way beyond the walls of Hiving. The city slowly receded into the background, its towers shrinking against the horizon, while rolling fields stretched out ahead of them in waves of green and gold. The morning air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of freshly turned soil. Farmers were already at work in the distance, bent over their crops or guiding oxen along plow lines. Wade shifted slightly in the saddle, the leather creaking under his weight. You know, he muttered, riding sounds a lot more romantic until you're actually doing it for an hour straight. My legs are killing me. Rowan chuckled from Wade's side, his own horse snorting like it could understand their conversation. You'll get used to it, or at least you'll stop complaining as much. I doubt that. Wade winced as his horse trotted over a dip in the road. If I'm not sore tomorrow, I'll count it as a miracle. Rowan only smirked, his eyes scanning the path ahead. Focus on the job, that we're almost there. Wade narrowed his eyes. So, why are we going to the man? Because monster behavior doesn't always stay consistent. Rowan answered. And sometimes, ordinary humans can mistake a monster for something else. So, we have to ask questions of our own, so that we can be sure of the details. I see. The road eventually dipped into a small cluster of houses. They were plain wooden structures with thatched roofs and smoke trailing lazily from chimneys. Chickens scratched in the dirt, and children stopped mid-play to watch the horse and its riders pass through. The people here were simple folk, their clothing patched but clean, their expressions weary but kind. Rowan slowed the horse to a walk, pulling it toward a larger house at the edge of the cluster. The fence surrounding it was sturdier than the others, and the small field behind it looked half devastated. Rows of plants uprooted, their stalks gnawed and chewed to stumps. That looks promising, Wade muttered dryly. Rowan dismounted smoothly, eyeing the property. Come on, this should be the farmer who posted the quest. Wade also dismounted, and they tied their horses to the fence post before walking up the short path. Rowan rapped on the wooden door, and after a moment, it creaked open. A middle-aged man with a lined face peered out. He wore a rough spun shirt rolled up at the sleeves, his hands still dusty from work. His eyes flicked from Rowan to Wade, cautious but hopeful. You're from the guild? The farmer asked, voice low, as if afraid of being overheard. That's right, Rowan replied, his tone professional. We're here about your beetle problem, that you're the one who posted the quest. That's me. The man opened the door wider, gesturing for them to step inside. Name's Tomon. Come in, come on, and oh sense talking out in the open. The interior was humble but neat, with a table in the center and shelves lined with clay jars. The smell of dried herbs clung to the air. Toman's wife lingered near the hearth, her eyes flicking nervously towards the windows. Rowan pulled out a chair and sat, while Wade leaned against the table, arms crossed. We'll need details, Rowan said. The more we know, the better chance we have of fixing this. Tomon nodded, his fingers tapping restlessly against the tabletop. They came 2 weeks ago. He paused. At first, we thought it was just a few strays, big beetles digging around in the soil. But then they came back in greater numbers. Wade frowned. How many are we talking? Tomon hesitated, then said, between 10 and 20, give or take. But it could be more, they're hard to count. They move fast, burrow deep, and they don't always attack at once. Usually they send out scouts, then more follow if they find food. Rowan leaned forward. So, they have a nest nearby. Aye. Tomon nodded grimly. Just past the fields, near the old stone wall. I found their burrow when I was chasing them off my crops. The ground there is loose, tunneled through. You can hear them scratching sometimes if you stand quiet enough. Lovely, Wade muttered. Anything else we should know? Weaknesses, something the guild left out? Tomon scratched his chin. Their shells are hard as stone, hence the name. Blades can glance right off if you don't strike true, but they're not invincible. Their underbellies are softer and easier to pierce. Catch them flipped, or strike when they rear up, and you can kill them. Good to know, Rowan said, nodding thoughtfully. What about their behavior? Aggressive. Do they scatter or swarm? They swarm. Toman's face tightened. One starts, the rest follow. They don't stop until they've eaten everything green in sight. Crops, weeds, even bark off the trees. And if they're hungry enough, they'll attack livestock too. Sounds like a plague, Wade said, shaking his head. It is, Tomon agreed bitterly. We've tried burning the burrow, but the smoke just drives them deeper. We tried smashing them ourselves, but our tools broke against their shells. That's why I posted the quest. Rowan folded his arms. All right, that we'll head to the burrow and assess it ourselves. We can't guarantee every last beetle will be gone today, but we'll do enough damage to drive them off and give you some breathing room. Tomon exhaled, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. That's all we ask, adventurers. Just give us peace to tend our fields. The harvest depends on it. Rowan stood, nodding firmly. You'll have it. Wade glanced at the man's wife, who was still hovering nervously near the hearth. Don't worry, we'll handle it. With that, they stepped back outside. Wade tightened the strap of his sword across his back, glancing at Rowan. So, 10 to 20 beetles, maybe more. Hard shells, swarm tactics. Still think this'll be easy money. Rowan smirked as they mounted their horses. Easier than wraiths in a haunted castle, don't you think? Wade couldn't argue with that. Their horses carried them at an easy pace across the farmland, their hooves thumping against the dirt road that cut through rows of crops. From up on the saddle, Wade could see the damage more clearly now. Rows of plants gnawed down to their roots, and patches of soil overturned, as if something had clawed its way through. It wasn't hard to imagine the beetles scurrying under there, waiting. When they reached the end of the field, Rowan slowed his horse and brought it to a stop near a weather-worn post. They each dismounted, tying their horses securely. Wade gave us a few pats on the neck before stepping away. Both men reached for their weapons. Rowan unsheathed a plain, straight-edged sword, taking a moment to admire its blade. Wade followed suit, his own blade leaving a low whistle as it left the scabbard. Wait a second, Wade said, tilting his head. Where's your staff? Rowan chuckled. Not today. He gave the sword a little flourish, testing its balance in his hand. Thought I'd give myself some exercise, haven't had a good sword fight in a while. Wade blinked at him. You're joking, right? You actually choose to make this harder? Rowan smirked. Sometimes you gotta sweat a little. Besides, I can't let my sword skills get rusty. What if I run into something immune to magic? That's a nightmare I don't even want to think about, Wade muttered, shaking his head. After a beat, he glanced sideways. So, how does your staff actually work? I've seen you use it, but I don't really get it. You use spells like a wizard or what? Rowan tapped his chin with his free hand, as though lecturing. Well, my staff isn't just a fancy stick. It comes with channels and nodes that help focus mana that helps cut down mana costs and increase damage. Not always, depends on the skill, but when it does, it saved me a ton of energy. So it's basically like free damage and discounts? Wade asked. Arching a brow, Rowan laughed. Exactly, that's why it's one of my most important pieces of gear. Without it, I'm strong. With it, I'm dangerous. Noted, Wade said, his grip tightening around his sword. Remind me never to try bargaining with you when you're holding that thing. They walked side by side down the farmland, eyes sweeping over the ruined crops and ragged patches of earth. The breeze was gentle, carrying the faint smell of grass. It might have been peaceful, if not for the fact that both men knew what lurked nearby. Then Wade froze. His ears caught something faint at first, then clearer with each step, an eerie, grating sound, like claws raking against stone. Scratch, scratch, scratched. Rowan's head tilted. His smirk faded into something serious. Hear that? Yeah, Wade whispered, lowering into a ready stance. They're close, and the scratching grew louder. Slowly, the scratching built into a frenzy, the earth itself trembling beneath their boots. Wade gripped his sword tighter, heart thumping, and then, the ground split apart. 3 stoneback beetles erupted from the soil in a spray of dirt and stones. Their bodies gleamed like slabs of jagged granite, each segment covered in a dull, rocky shell. Their legs were sharp and hooked, designed for digging and tearing. They clicked their mandibles, the sound loud and grating, like knives grinding together. Scouts! Rowan barked, swinging his blade into a ready stance. Wade barely had time to move before the first beetle lunged. Its body slammed against his chest, only a hastily erected basic ward saving him. The impact jarred his bones, and he staggered, gritting his teeth as the monster scrabbled at him, claws scratching against the barrier. Keep it off balance, Rowan shouted, already engaging the second one. His sword rang as he slashed across the beetle's back, sparks flying uselessly against the stone-like carapace. The shell's too hard from above, you gotta flip them, Wade growled, shoving the beetle back with a surge of effort. The barrier disappeared and he slashed downward, but his sword skittered off the armor, barely leaving a mark. The beetle hissed, lunging at him again. Find it, if cutting won't work. He dropped low, pivoting on his heel. As the beetle charged, Wade slammed his shoulder under its side and heaved. With a grunt, he managed to tip the beetle onto its back. The effect was immediate. The beast flailed wildly, its legs scrabbling in the air, leaving its pale, vulnerable underbelly exposed. Got you, Wade snarled. He plunged his sword down. The blade punched through the soft flesh, sliding deep until it struck earth beneath. The beetle let out a screech that vibrated through his bones, then went limp. A foul stench rose instantly, like rotten eggs and burning tar. Wade gagged, yanking his sword free as thick, blackish-green blood poured from the wound, steaming as it touched the soil. Across the field, Rowan had already flipped his own. He'd hooked his sword under one of its legs, using leverage to topple it. Then he stabbed his sword straight through the belly, twisting hard. Blood sprayed across his boots. Hissing in the air, he wrinkled his nose. Gods, I forgot how bad they stink. The third beetle came charging at him from his side. Rowan turned to brace, but Wade was already moving. He slammed his shoulder into the creature, halting its momentum just long enough for Rowan to slice low, sweeping the legs from under it. Together, they tipped the monster, its heavy body crashing onto its back with a dull thud. Your turn, Rowan said. Wade didn't hesitate. He leapt forward and drove his sword down into the exposed gut. The beetle shrieked, its legs thrashing once, twice, before going quiet. Another rush of vile-smelling ichor flooded out, thick and cloying, making Wade's stomach churn. The field was silent again, save for their heavy breathing. Wade wiped sweat from his brow, grimacing at the acrid stench clinging to the air. You weren't kidding about the flipping. Rowan gave him a crooked grin, though his face was pale. That's the only way. You either spear them from underneath, or get your blade broken trying to hack through stone. Wade stared down at the black pools soaking into the dirt, nose wrinkling. And I thought I'd smelled the worst the world has to offer. This is worse. Get used to it, Rowan said, flicking his sword clean. There's more of them. That was just the scouts.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.